It's another beautiful day for some sharpened steel, which means that it's day 2 coverage of Calling Bangkok. My name is Bryce Platz, and joining me is my cohort in commentary, Stephen Cookus, Mr. DMArmada, for your viewing pleasure. Talk us through what we saw a little bit from yesterday.
Well, we had some bangers of games. Do you remember some of those games? We had the Rhinar game with Eugene C. If you haven't watched it, go back and check that one out. That was a fantastic game, well played by both players. And we also had maybe like a celebration is the best way to say it, of the new Warrior cards coming out in Mastery Pack Warrior, with both Hala and Olympia putting on absolute performances in a variety of matchups. So if you have not seen those on day 1, go back, watch the day 1 stream, and then come back and we can catch you up here on day 2.
Indeed so. We'll wait. I'm just kidding. We got some Flesh and Blood to watch, so we are going to have to move things along, of course. Let's review our schedule for the weekend at Calling Bangkok. It is pretty standard Calling fare. Day 1 featured 7 Swiss rounds. Day 2 will have 4 Swiss rounds and a cut to the top 8. The main difference from your normally scheduled Calling coverage is that it's Silver Age all day long, which is very exciting for the man sitting next to me.
I would hope it would be exciting for you as well, because this is some great Flesh and Blood being played. And here we are at day 2. The best of the best have made it here, and they're going to show what they're about.
Yesterday, we get a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. The only way to get it right now is on streamed coverage, staying active during the final rounds of the day. We'll enter you into a giveaway for that beautiful collector's item. Day 2 is going to be no different. We're also going to be giving away yet another drinking buddy at the end of coverage today, so stay active in chat, and you might just get your clutches on a drinking buddy. But now we proceed over to the prizing that the players in the room are competing for. That is, of course, holy goodness. First, of course, we got to let the drinking buddy do a little bit of a dance. And then we review the participation prizing, which honestly has gotten a huge facelift at Callings across the entire world. Tournament packs have changed the way that we do participation prizing. You can get your hands on staples like Mavrian Skies and Spears of Surreality in glorious extended art Marvel forms. And we talked yesterday about how the man right next to me has got himself at least 3 Emeritus Scolding, but looking, I think, for the complete play set. Am I right?
Oh, no, I have 6. Yeah,
oh,
I've collected
nice.
6. I have an extra blue one as well for the moment that Blaze enters into the classic constructed metagame. And I'm sure that'll happen one day. But I will also say I have a Mavrian Skies Red, or I got one from a pack, and that feeling was incredible. So I really hope they keep doing tournament packs, just keep expanding that card pool, because it's the most beautiful way to take in that fantastic art that all of these wonderful artists do for Flesh and Blood.
The reception has been wonderful, and I think if you make a top 8 or even a top 32 at one of these Calling level events, you're going to be very happy as well, because you'll be taking home a portion of $20,000 US, specifically here at Calling Bangkok. First will be $5,000, of course, at the Lion's share. All of the top 8 will go home with gold cold foil legendaries, Pro Tour invites, and also a helpful smattering of World Tour points. We'll go over to the World Tour leaderboard in a bit, but for now, just want to get your eyes on the tournament. I mean, even the packaging on this product is out of control. But to the victor goes the greatest spoils, and only for a limited time is this full art cold gold foil quick dodge flexors with of course, a stamp of Calling Champion available to players in the Flesh and Blood universe. There is a man in the room today who has himself, I want to say, 3 copies of this card, competing for yet another one. That is Jacob Clements, who remains as one of our X and O's going into this day 2. But we now come back to us real quick before we talk about the story that has led us here. And before even that, we go to the Player of the Year leaderboards, which, as you would expect, is topped by Mr. Jacob Clements and also Brody Spurlock. We are, of course, looking at the Americas leaderboard, which is why our British fanatic of Flesh and Blood is not on there. But the top 3, Brody Spurlock, Yuki Lee Bender, and Michael Hamilton. Names that you should really know by this point, and even 4th and 5th and 6th, Felipe Lima Cardoso, Christopher Iali, Evan Hurt. I mean, I've been saying these names professionally for quite some time because they are very influential. Now, Europeans, no surprises here. Jacob Clements, Paul Van Heysel, and Bartosz Dabrowski. Anyone else you want to shout out here, Steven?
Well, I think Pablo Pintor is one we always want to look at. I know I have personally lost to Tom Escoffier, so I have to shout Tom out as well. But I just want to point this out, that the race on the Americas side, far closer than here. Jacob Clements on that epic run over the past few months has really cemented himself as the front runner of that leaderboard. But continuing on after that Europe leaderboard, we have the APAC region, and Nova Chan sits on the top. By the way, Nova Chan was a top 8 finisher in what was it? It was
Showdown?
the Showdown. It was the Showdown at
In
Las Vegas.
Yes,
yeah.
on Blaze.
On Blaze, on the attack action version, did finish in top 8 there.
And nevertheless, Nova Chan is in the room at Bangkok. In fact, the top 3 contenders for the Asia Pacific leaderboard are here. Nova Chan, however, turned in his Firemind and instead is bringing Dromai, the Ash artist. I believe remains at X and 2 going into day 2. We'll be fighting for his tournament life. And Sam Sutherland and Justin Koo, previous teammates on Team Super Armory, both packing Oscilio alongside, I would imagine, their main champion, Jacob Clements. It's a lot of wizardry for Team Super Armory at the moment, and you can see that it's not just the European leaderboard in which Jacob has pulled away from the rest of the pack, it's also globally. Next below him is, of course, the man that he lost the Player of the Year race to last year, Brody Spurlock, but it is definitely Jacob's year to win, I think.
Yes, it is. That's a large point total for the Player of the Year race, and it's going to take every bit of effort for anyone to catch him at this point.
We have to review how we started the day yesterday, day 1 coverage of Calling Bangkok, by reviewing our metagame. No surprises for these top 3, especially if we reviewed our metagame from Calling Edinburgh. There, Dromai was 3rd most represented as well, which I think was a huge surprise to both of us without reviewing that previous Showdown's metagame. Now, Briar sitting at the top. Queen Briar, as we have been calling her all weekend. Not a surprise. The answers, though, to Briar have been showing up in droves.
I am really curious after we go past this portion here on day 1 to see some of these conversions, because I look at this and I see Oscilio being underrepresented at 9 copies on day 1. I see Dromai being overrepresented at 15 copies, and I do believe that conversion is going to tell us a story about where those decks are truly sitting after day 1.
Well, Steven, you have casted your lot. Let's go ahead and hit the button and find out how it's shaken out. 27% conversion on Briar, which, as the most represented deck in the room, is honestly not that bad ultimately, because you'd imagine that players seasoned and unseasoned are picking up that deck. So honestly, doesn't surprise me to see a pretty significant drop. And besides, there's only, I think some of our percentages are a little bit off here, actually, because we had one Hala in the room. She should be at 100% conversion, and Olympia should be at 50% because there were 2 in the room previously.
That is true. Nevertheless, if these numbers on the left are correct, then 12 Briars making it into day 2 is still a very large number for top 48, right? And then we also see Oscilio with 6. Now, keep this in mind. We saw 9 total players enter.
There we go.
And that's much better, with 67% of Oscilio players making it into day 2, which makes so much more sense. I mean, Jacob Clements is on Oscilio for a reason. Several top players are on that deck for a reason, and I mean, it's proving it right there.
Yeah, Oscilio is just one of those heroes that has such a high bar of entry when it comes to skill level. And I think what we're seeing right now with only 9 copies in the room, it's the quality of player, just like we have seen in Pro Tour Las Vegas, make the difference rather than the inherent quality of the deck.
I also want to point out there are 2 Blaze in this day 2 at a 40% conversion. Blaze woefully underrepresented in this tournament at large, but 2 still making it in with a respectable 40% conversion. So that was still a good pickup, and partly because there were so many Bravo Flattering Showmen, and now with 6 still in the mix, it might be a great time to be a Blaze player.
And, you know, even though we called out Dromai as perhaps overrepresented, still 33% get into day 2, 5 of that initial 15. They are going to have to battle it out amongst quite a few Briars in the top of the leaderboard as it stands, which we should probably start talking about real soon. We'll get to that in just a moment. But this is your conversion, the top 48 players in the room at Calling Bangkok from a previously 148 that we started the day with yesterday. The Silver Age action has been crackling, and we're excited to get back down into the feature match area as soon as possible. But first, of course, as promised, here are final standings from day one, and we'll see exactly how... I mean, the conversion rate tells one story. The leaderboard tells a completely different story about the prospect of some of these dark horse heroes actually making it into the top 8.
Yeah, if we were to cut to top 8 right now, you're looking at 3 Briars and 2 Oscilios in that top 8, with Nova Chan, the lone Dromai, over in that cut. But of course, much more game of Flesh and Blood to be played today. There are some really interesting notes, as you mentioned earlier. Number 18, look at that, Olympia. We watched Olympia do some crazy stuff yesterday. Maybe it comes again today. Eugene over at 15 as well on Rhinar, his hero. I mean, that is a hero that almost took down the showdown in Auckland, and it could happen again if he has anything to say about it.
Now, in the back of your minds, folks, when you're trying to do those mental gymnastics, figuring out which of these heroes could make it into top 8, I want you to know that about 3 X and 3s are going to make it there, which will be the minority of X and 3s. So the folks you see on the right side of your screen now at X and 3, potentially not long for this world, at least in terms of top 8 contention, can still cash, but the X and 2s and above are the ones that we can expect to still be in the running.
Oh, look down there, number 30, CYK Lionel on Enigma.
I know that name.
That is a dangerous player in a dangerous game with a strong hero.
Indeed so. Also taking a look at number 37, Inkarat Bunyamanand, we saw on stream yesterday, making Hala look like an incredibly fearsome contender, not just in Classic Constructed as we've come to know her, but now at the advent of her entry into Silver Age, certainly a contender there as well. We'll proceed to the last page to give everybody their due. Of course, remember that at 48th, Gordon Keiko, that is where we made our cut on day one. Only 48 and above remain in this race.
Yeah, this is going to be a great, great finish to this event. I cannot wait to jump down and see some more Silver Age action. I was playing games today. I was having a great time, and I am so ready to watch more Silver Age.
Well, Steven, I don't want to wait any longer either. So let's go ahead and hit the button, get over to the feature match area, and see what we got cooking. It is the way that we start day 2s. We've got to show you the only X and O's. It's exactly the way that we started the beginning of the day yesterday. Mr. Jacob Clements on his generational, undeniable run on Oscilio versus a menace in his own right, Chanon Puttaree, who we have come to know in the coverage desk as providing us the most exciting games of Flesh and Blood. He plays Teklavos and he plays Lyeth, but now he's got to take down the boy wonder from Great Britain, who, as you can imagine, is completely unfettered in this record. It's win, 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 win all the way down the line.
Yeah, and these players are already fast and furious, so let's go ahead and see if we can jump right down into it. Oscilio choosing to go first as we try to push our way through. And, of course, both these players undefeated, as you can see there. But it's not going to end that way.
Okay, interesting. And we are straight away here. 18 plays 17. Off the rip, I believe it is Jacob Clements who went first there and leaked a significant amount of damage, as he is wont to do. I do see a flash bolt in the graveyard already that could indicate to us how some of that damage was leaked through. And now Chanon, starting below Jacob's starting life total, is at a bit of a disadvantage, but that is something Briar is known to do. Close that gap. It's going to be a sizzle into Path of Same Ends. 6 whopping physical damage and a 1 arcane damage rider. Jacob must say discard redraw at the start of that, finds a Comet Storm Shock in addition to, it would seem, 2 yellows, one of which is a Cosmic Suture and then an Arcane Twining, another block 3 in the hand.
Set himself up nicely to play a little bit of counter burn with the Cosmic Suture. I also think I spotted that the yellow spell, I think it was a yellow flash bolt that was in the graveyard.
I think so too.
And that is an interesting touch point because that is something that I've personally messed around with as well. I think it's actually very underrated to increase the number of flash bolts that you can play so it can turn on many more of those spells that are looking for you to deal damage.
Cosmic Flare played out here to add 3 floating for Jacob Clements. That was in the arsenal. You ever pitched a blue from your arsenal? That's essentially what Jacob Clements has just done. That 1 arcane damage ping from Path of Same Ends has been cleared up very nicely, maybe forcing Shannon Puttaree to go ahead and put one of those 2 cards in hand into the pitch zone. Jacob does say no blocks, though. Shannon will provide go again to it by pitching a Static Shock. The retort now is Cosmic Suture. Now that Cosmic Flare has entered the graveyard, there will also be a little bit of a ping there. We talked a lot about counter burn strategies yesterday, Steven, and Jacob Clements once again employing it here.
It's going to be blocking 3 or preventing 3, essentially, taking a couple of points of damage, but in return, of course, sending 1 point. Thanks to that Cosmic Suture, as you said, that is the counter burn strategy. And, you know, because he was able to pay one of those resources, it really did stymie Chanon's very first turn, the true first turn of the game, and it's most likely going to result in just a single swing of a 0 for 4 to finish this off, or could even be considering, you know, maybe dropping that into the arsenal after this point, but I think at this point, if you've got the 0 for 4, you might just lock and load it.
It is a very curious choice for Shannon Puttaree. Perhaps just thinking that because Jacob is employing this counter burn strategy, maybe he gains more equity by passing the turn and forcing Jacob to try to convert cards that are normally used on defense. Nevertheless, it's a pop of Blossom of Spring. Starfall crashes in, does find home, stabbing into the ribs of Jacob Clements, who now is down to 13 to Shannon's 16 after receiving that 1 arcane damage rider from Cosmic Suture.
Choosing to employ the pop of the Blossom, sending the Starfall, kind of indicates that we're really just interested in getting value as early in this game as possible, because there's a real chance that this does not go for very long. This is going to be a quick game, and this is going to be the follow-up of 2 Arcane, thanks to Constellar Contemplation, because of the Starfall trigger. So this was kind of predicted. It was kind of telegraphed because there was no previous activation on that Volzar, but nevertheless, here is that follow-up.
An incredibly clean follow-up, mind you, because Jacob is still holding on to a pitch card and Comet Storm Shock, which means that Ponder token is going to make it so that Jacob can play out the entirety of his hand, convert it all on offense/defense, and then refresh the arsenal to do it all over again. We saw this strategy play out perfectly at the beginning of yesterday when Jacob blasted through yet another Briar.
5 damage on offer. This is arcane damage, and just a reminder, there is not a lot that Briar can really do against arcane. You've got Spell Void 1 on the board, you've got AB1, but that is about it. And so that's why I think we saw that early turn 1 cash-in of popping the chest so that we can swing Starfall for 2. Get the value while you have, because this game is probably going to be over very soon.
And Shannon pauses the shortcutting at the start of his turn because, of course, Embodiment of Earth will pop at the beginning of the action phase. The key bit about that is there is a priority window for pesky wizards to do some stuff in their own right. Burn Up Shock, now the retort from Shannon Puttaree. A card that we didn't really see getting its maximum value on coverage yesterday, but that could be a very different proposition when Shannon showcased a lot of patience in arsenaling that last card on the previous turn cycle. Now, all of a sudden, he's not only offering 4 arcane damage on the connection of any attack, but also he's halfway to an embodiment of lightning, which could extend this turn to really hurtful degrees.
I'm a big fan here of really considering stopping the shock trigger, because there's so much value that you gain if your opponent is really leaning on getting that 1 point through so second strike can come across. I've gotten to this point now where I'm almost always paying for it, because in the off chance that I'm not employing the extra resources, I'm not hurt by the fact that they have to play a weird line to get value off of second strike.
And now Jacob Clements, 13 plays 9. After activating Oscilio and discarding away a core reaction, still in the tank about this 1 arcane damage, and it might very well be second strike that is on his mind. However, it is not in the hand for Shannon Puttaree. I am spying Scar for a Scar, Ravenous Rabble, and Nimblism. Huge pickup for that Nimblism, especially because of the Swift Strike bracers that lie in the arm slot. We saw a devastating round yesterday where our Briar player was not able to find a nimblism until the latter half of the game, and it spelled doom for them in that situation.
Yeah, this turn is going to be massive because this is going to push through that damage. There could be a second strike lurking in the arsenal. We don't know, but it is going to start off, of course, with that beautiful like extended art scar for a scar. Because of the life deficit, this is 4 with go again. On hit, deal with 4 arcane.
And Jacob likely not wanting to deal with that for Arcane because counter burn is all about shoring up the defenses while presenting significant offense. Now, yesterday we saw Jacob in a very similar situation having to block out a burn-up shock with exactly like this, 3 non-blocks in the hand. He was still able to do it because of the equipment suite. Twinkle Toes, Voltic Vanguard, and Unyielding Grip are absolutely huge. A total of 7 defensive value just in your armor suite is something that is not typical of Wizards.
Yeah, I'm really glad you touched on that because this is one of those secret sauce answers to the burn-up shock question. That has been sort of that pertinent question that has caused so much uproar in this metagame because burn-up shock can be paired with lightning press and it can push 4 arcane over. It's essentially a 0 for 5. It's so powerful, but Oscilio has ways around it because of the prevention that lives on the board.
Voltic Vanguard and Twinkle Toes are going to do mental block cosplay in that they prevent the next X amount of damage that's dealt during the turn. So even though Jacob has completely covered up that scar for a scar, he gets to float 1 prevention for later. Fantastic for more breakpoints like this Ravenous Rabble that is now on the combat chain. Cosmic Suture in the blue going to have to get in the mix. And it looks like, yes, only 2+1 prevention so far. Is Jacob taking this burn-up shock?
I think he's really considering, yeah, exactly.
There we
employing Twinkle Toes to cover the last, float 1 more, and then try to kind of soak everything up going forward.
And, you know, because Silver Age games are so short, it's pretty typical that you only have to deal with this huge burn-up shock turn once. And maybe that is exactly why the equipment suite is the way that it is for Jacob Clements, and I would have to imagine Justin Koo as well.
Oh, my gosh, a snatch from the arsenal. Here's the other problem, though. Sometimes you only have to deal with it once because you're dead at the end.
Exactly.
That might actually be what we see with Jacob Clements here because he has 1 prevention floating, 1 card in hand. I think it's an instant. If he can't rid himself of that card or put it in front to block, yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a flashbolt. So now he's almost priced into popping Spellfire so he can block with Unyielding Grip. But even then, once he's done that, he's taking 6+4 from the burn-up shock. Yes, there's 1 prevention floating, but this might just explode because he's going to draw a card, and this has go again.
It's going to hurt for sure. Shannon Puttaree has locked and loaded a nuke for this, you know, first real turn of the game for him. He did have 1 offensive salvo, which was pretty middling. And now Jacob Clements does indeed cash in Spellfire Cloak for a red flashbolt out of the hand, reducing Shannon's life total quite a bit, mind you. So if Jacob is able to even survive a little bit longer, then this counter burn strategy might still bear fruit, even though he is getting beheaded ultimately by Shannon Puttaree right now.
I think he might just straight up be dead on board because the card drawn can pay for the Starfall for 2 after taking the burn up and after taking... No, he's alive at 3, so if that is a 0 for 3...
Attack, baby.
If it's a 0 for 3, he might be alive.
So we know about the lightning press because of the Ravenous Rabble that came before.
That is true.
This is known information for Jacob as well. He's likely not caring too much about this on-hit of the Snatch because this was known information.
Very true. So this lightning press is going to just jump into that pitch zone and push down to 1. And now we get in this awkward moment where you as the Wizard player look over at Briar and say, do you have a shock? And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't, and you get to win the game.
Now, technically, there should be an embodiment of Earth token on Shannon's side of the board, which could very well play incredibly for Jacob Clements when priority is passed back over to the Briar player. It does look like we have a missed trigger. Is there a shock in the hand for Shannon Puttaree? I'm not seeing it, Steven.
He's alive to draw up his cards at the very least, and he does have instant speed damage, and that is very doable.
That might very well spell doom for Chanon Puttaree. If it was a couple things like Constella Contemplations or Uplifts, that is totally survivable with Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 1 from the helm of Might and Magic. But it's the bigger sources like the Flash Bolts that make it really difficult to survive and also put up a mounting offense. So Chanon Puttaree in the tank now, trying to figure out, is there a sequence that I can offer that doesn't have me dead on board at instant speed?
It's looking through the graveyard, kind of thumbing through, deciding how many instants have been seen and how to best lead off. But I've been in this position where you go, I just have to play something and just hope. There's no real playing around it. Just show the cards and see what they do. Here's one Arcane on the stack. What do you have? And the answer is Arcane damage.
He's not going to like it. It's a pitch of 1 from the blue to cover up the arcane damage rider of Arcanic Shockwave. Then it's Flashbolt. Chanon forced to just pitch that Lightning Surge revealed to the Arcanic Shockwave, and also the Helm of Might and Magic, surviving at a measly 1. And then that strike twice is going to get it done. The fist bump is extended, and Jacob Clements fells yet another big bad of the meta. Queen Briar is looking almost like nothing to King Oscilio and Jacob Clements, the pilot.
This is the deck that is positioning itself as the deck to beat, isn't it? At this point, over the past 2 weeks, this deck has risen in popularity, had 3 copies in one of a recent top 8s, and I mean, look at what Jacob Clements is doing. It's unprecedented. I shouldn't even say that because it is precedented. It's Jacob Clements. Exactly.
He is the precedent. Yeah. He is the rule that you need to overcome if you want to take yourself to a calling victory. And right now he looks so good.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Jacob Clements is incredible, and we know that he is going to be at the World Championship in Paris because it is just around the corner, not even across the pond ultimately for him. The UK national champion will definitely be competing in this World Championship, so you better be familiar with the way he runs his ship. November 5th through 8th in the City of Lights is where you can expect the Flesh and Blood World Championship, the culmination of everything we love about the organized play program. And look at the face-lifted Levia Shadowborn Abomination. That is one heck of a metal printing.
That Levia art is incredible. That is like top 5 heroes, I think, going for me for now. This art is great, done by Wisnutan, who's done a fantastic array of arts in the past, and this perhaps the best.
Of course, there is a small errata to the typical Levia text box that we have come to know. It reads a little differently. If a card with 6 or more power has been put into your banish zone this turn, you don't lose life from Blood Debt during the end phase. Previously, it was cards that you own lose Blood Debt during the end phase. There are some small implications, so don't hang your hat on it quite yet. Just know that you should be reading your cards, and that is good advice for any day of the week.
Yeah, I remember when Levia came out in Monarch, the way it played and the way you read it. Definitely this is cleaner and just more approachable. But hey, I have to say this. Out of all of the promos, I think, that have been released in Flesh and Blood, there are some, like, for me, top 3. I love the Sagrada promo. This outed promo
awesome, right?
Is pure art. That is fine art on cardboard. It is gorgeous.
And yes, I did say gossam because I was combining gorgeous and awesome, both of which are absolutely true about this outed promo. You'll see a close-up shot of it in a couple slides, but first we got to talk about Pull from Beyond at 0 cost, opting to in all colors. It'll banish the top card of your deck if it is red, yellow, or blue, respectively. Create a Gate to Irathiel token and go again. We've heard James White talk about it in his interview with Fresh and Buds. Gates to Irathiel are going to make Levia a completely different hero than we have come to know her.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Crazy.
Man, this is going to be great. I can't wait.
All of a sudden, you don't need to flip into the Demi Hero to have access to all of your above-rate Blood Debt cards. You don't even have to be worried nearly as much about your Blood Debt stack because you'll be clearing it over the course of the game.
Well, and here's something Levia is going to love to play. Corrupt and Conquer. It's just incredible. If you wanted Command and Conquer, but an even better one for a very specific subset of heroes, this might just hit exactly what you're looking for. This is awesome.
The Demigons are breaking down the doors of Notre Dame and Solana at the same time. We promised a better look at that outed promo so you can see this awesome printing in all of its glory. Dorinthia on the card typically means that it's going to be a good one. In this case, it's one that we know very well. It is making Aurora decks in Classic Constructed at the moment, but you got to love the seal of Solana at the bottom there. There's this outed promo is dripping with flavor.
It's gorgeous. Like, this is so going to be sought after, and for every right reason. It's beautiful, and this is the type of promo I love to see from LSS because they recognize that just timeless beauty that this art can provide.
Well, you know, Steven, is it good enough, do you think, for a playmat?
Yeah, I think it's good enough for everything,
you, brother.
Man.
The World Championship competitor package is going to feature it on the playmat for everybody playing in the World Championship. So you might want to, if you're not playing in the World Championship, hook up with somebody that is and maybe see if they will let you get your bits on this outed playmat. That is all going on at the World Championship in Paris, in addition, of course, to our cosplayers, which we will be inviting over to be featured. The cosplay signups, I believe, are live at the moment, so get over and apply if you're at all interested. There's so much fun to be had at the World Championship in Paris, and this year is going to be epic. What is going to be even more epic, at least if you ask this Flesh and Blood caster, is that my dear lady Lexi will be joining us in the feature match area for this next round. I can't wait for some frostbites to be given and for some arrows to be knocked. Are you ready for that, Steven?
I am. It's going to be fast and furious, I think, with
Indeed.
a lot of lightning.
Okay, well, we will be back with lightning, ice, and hopefully infecting shots. So stick around. There's more Flesh and Blood to be had. Calling Bangkok continues with a bang. It's going to be my fair lady Lexi going up against Enigma, a matchup that we've seen previously be trouble for a big bad Levia, but maybe Lexi has the sauce to get through. The tricky bit about it is the inevitability factor that is always on the side of Enigma, and even less so, I would say, on the side of Lexi.
Yeah, and oftentimes the Lexi decks are all snapshot focused, and they're just trying to hit this massive combo, and if you can pull that off, it's fantastic. But I'm curious to see if they're respecting Enigma and playing Murkmire Grapnel. If that is the case, then we could be in for a great game.
Something that completely hedged the matchup for Azaleas back in Classic Constructed. I'm thinking of the first U.S. Nationals Minneapolis days where that fearsome arrow can snipe right through your mirror guys without even providing you any defensive value. But it's not like Riptide. I don't think it's a de facto include for Lexi unless you're expecting Enigma in the field.
And that's the thing, because this is a very tough matchup if you don't have exactly that piece and you don't find it at the right times. And so it's not just putting it in the deck for hating on this deck. It's also finding it and employing it at that perfect moment.
Speaking of finding it, let's go ahead and find our competitors in the standings after that previous round. Jacob Clements, the only undefeated in in the room so far. Not surprising at all, but Shannon Puttaree does fall victim to the Brit. Down to X and 1 now. It's highly likely that Jacob is going to have yet another Briar to contend with, or fellow Oscilio Sam Sutherland, because Colin Lee is the opponent for our Lexi player, the only other X and 1 that could be going up against Jacob Clements.
Yeah, I'm sad also to see that our Olympia player is not on this first page. So as this goes, well, we'll keep track of these heroes. We see a Phi there at 18. We see a Bravo Flattering Showman managing to continue to pick up wins at 6 and 2. I am keeping an eye on those 7 and 1 and 6 and 2s there at the top, because I mean, we could see a lot of Briar in this top 8. We could see a wide swath of heroes. I mean, Eugene C still at 6 and 2.
So is Nova Chan. Dromai Ashart is still in the mix, championing the, I would say, most favored illusionist in the game. Dare I say? Do you think she's more beloved than Prism?
No, I think
You don't think
Prism
so?
takes the
Right.
crown.
All right. Well, besides Nova Chan, there's also Deitrich Mohan at X and 2 as well. There's plenty of illusionists either in the Enigma or Dromai flavor, because of course we don't really get to see Prism, Sculptor of Arclight, until, of course, that Armory deck drops later and brings with it a host of universal figments.
Yeah,
Excuse me, not universal. What's the keyword? It is
I forget it already.
Unlimited.
Yes, that's
Unlimited.
the one. It's only been used twice on the COG
Exactly
from High
right.
Seas. All right, I've been told, and you have as well, that we can jump down into the matchup. I want to see Lexi, so let's go ahead and do it.
Here we go. Knock your arrows and flip your ice cards, providing frostbaits to your opponents. Piyarat Boonprasert versus Colin Lee. And man, it has been a long time since I've seen a Lexi animation in the feature match area. I can't tell you how much nostalgia this brings to me. Colin Lee has decided to go first, no doubt going to try to establish a ward board. But first, we take a look at the history of these two players during this weekend. Got to shout out the Super Mario varsity jacket. That is looking clean as all get out on Piyarat. Round 1 loss to Icelander. Honestly, not big surprises there. A frostbite, even though Lexi likes to provide them, can definitely stymie what she is trying to put together. And besides, holy cow, this man is a Briar killer, except for, of course, Kaniti Chitrasopnet, who was able to provide a loss to this arrow-wielding gentleman. On the other side of the board is Colin Lee from Hong Kong. Also, round 1 loss in his own right. Jamin Ho on Phi takes him down, but then Colin Lee says, not a single one more. I'm going to win out and find myself here on day 2.
Including against Justin Koo there in
Huge.
round number 7, and that is a big win. Also picking off Evalda and Azalea, a couple of Phis on the way, so a wide spread of heroes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that round 6 win against Clarence Fu on Dromai, that is a surprise to us, right?
Yes, that would be very surprising, and one that I would want to kind of dive deeper into. Perhaps as we watch this, we might see some pieces of the puzzle that maybe spelled a win for that player.
We talked about the efficacy of Enigma yesterday at the beginning of the broadcast. She's able to establish a ward board and also fulfill that control archetype like Oldham. Honestly, looking like she's doing it a lot better, at least during this weekend. But Lexi, on the other side of the table, was often considered to be the Briar killer at the beginning of the Silver Age meta. Because she's able to provide those frostbites, she has access to offensive overlap with things like Snapshot, utilized with Death Dealer to draw a lot of cards, go super wide, but also she has access to Easy Go Again by flipping lightning cards in her arsenal instead. However, with Burn Up Shock and Lightning Press in the mix, it's been pretty hard for Lexi to overcome the Briars up to this point.
Well, this Lexi player has proven that they are getting through it. So let's see if they can get through Enigma as well as we jump into this matchup. As we saw on the graphic, it looks like Enigma is going to be going first, and like you said, maybe setting up a ward board or trying to establish a really solid arsenal on turn 0.
Colin Lee, I think, is showcasing that he has won a Blade Beckoner event in Silver Age. That is a 9+, I'm pretty sure, gold cold foil Blade Beckoner chess piece right there. Wedding Vengeance established very early on in this game. Exactly why I think Colin Lee wanted to go first. We talked about ward board essentially being extra cards in your hand yesterday, because Imagine if you just had already declared a card blocking and didn't use any from your hand. That's essentially what is being done here. But Colin Lee also getting some offensive value out of it, thereby allowing Piyarat to do a little bit of filtering on this turn 0, which is something he might very well want to be doing. I'm seeing a Fry, a Lightning Press, a Weave Ice, and a Snapshot. So literally only 2 cards in this hand that block.
Yeah, unfortunately. But one of those turns sideways, that is one of those key pieces. You would love to see a Snapshot on turn 1 that you can fire, reload, and continue. But instead, it's going to make its way into blocking duty.
Got to save the life when you can, indeed. So Piyarat knows that he's probably got another 5 of those snapshots, so doesn't need to go overboard protecting this one. The last card drawn now is Dry Powder Shot. Not a bad pickup when you're trying, likely, to clear that Waning Vengeance on this turn cycle.
Dry Powder Shot, one of those cards from High Seas that is just one of those insane above rate arrows. When you load it face up, like we're going to see right now, it's going to be a 0 for 5. And when you're playing it alongside of Death Dealer, you're not even dropping a card because you're drawing a card to load. So it is a pure 0 for 5, and it can be pressed as well.
And now there are 2 pumps, the Lightning Press and the Weave Ice, although there is no fuse card to target with the Weave Ice, but that's not exactly how it works. Weave Ice would provide the buff to the next ice or elemental attack action card. If it's fused, it'll gain Dominate. The tricky bit about Dry Powder Shot is that it is neither elemental or ice.
Yeah, it was interesting to see him choose to pitch the Fry instead of starting with Fry and then following it up with damage. Maybe just really wanting to preserve deck damage. I want cards in my deck that really deal damage. I want to pitch some of these like big stacks. I want to make stacks of damage that my opponent is going to have to deal with later. Perhaps that's the thought here.
Unflinching Foothold plus Test of Strength will get in the way. An attack revealed for Piyarat. It is a blue snapshot versus Colin Lee's Essence of Ancestry body. So a gold token generated for Piyarat, which honestly doesn't pair too badly with the blue that he is going to be drawing next turn.
No, and he could just choose to sit through the game with that gold token. It's not going to necessarily be threatened, and just find a turn where you can maybe even go 6 wide. But perhaps we're going to see a bit of a pitch stack here. Their Lightning Press is going to be employed. It is going to be met by the Chakra from the arsenal that was put there on turn 0. But both players trying to play efficiently, I think. That is going to be the name of the game here for Lexi.
It is certainly score 1 for Colin Lee, able to establish a piece of ward board on turn 0 and also keep it around. Piyarat did ultimately end up losing a card by pitching away that Fry because was not able to convert the card drawn from Death Dealer. The retort now from Colin Lee gets even worse. It's Clear Conscience in the red, that fragment attack that was so influential yesterday on coverage. It'll be 8 points of damage with the cheeky new keyword Fragment from Omens of the Third Age. The on hit is what you got to be concerned with here, though. When this hits a hero, each hero puts a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck and creates a pondered token. And even though that is a reciprocal effect and Colin Lee will be forced to bottom the card he has in hand, he'll just be replacing it with another one from the top of the deck.
Yeah, robbing the opponent of a 5-card hand is what we were talking about with this card yesterday, and that's exactly what it does. It gives you a drawback. I'm doing the air quotes for those that can't hear or see air quotes. It is a drawback in the, I guess, worst way you could explain it, because you're just replacing any card you cycle. Your opponent, however, is down an entire card on that turn cycle. So this is a fantastic power card, and one that is painful to look at when you're on the other side of it.
And even though Colin Lee lost the clash of Test of Strength, he did find out what the top card of his deck is. So now knows that he is probably very happy to cycle away whatever is there for an Essence of Ancestry body, which will definitely pay dividends against Lexi. Now, the consideration right now is for Piyarat, who has a blue snapshot, a blue volatile fluxer, dazzling crescendo. I can't believe I forgot the name of that card. And then I want to say a buff on the left side there. Yes,
yeah,
it
it's
is
a
release the tension.
Yes. And you want to hold on to these buffs, and you want to make your arrows really, really evasive as far as like large damage potentials. And so I would kind of be interested. I'm very curious to see what his thought process here is and what block he ends up making. Giving up a second snapshot might just be the answer, even though you really do want to pitch those to the bottom and have them cycle around and around so you can link them all together. That was my thought coming into this matchup. but I'm curious to see how he plays out this turn. I think that will give us some insight into his thought process.
It's a quick reread of Clear Conscience. There's a lot to consider on this card. First of all, am I taking the on hit? In which case, how do I get through this turn cycle with one less card? Can I convert the Ponder token that it's going to provide to me? But also, this card has Fragment. What would I feasibly have to commit here in order to not deal with the on hit effect?
Yeah, he has to put 2 cards in front of this if those cards have 2 or more defense.
And the tricky bit is that oftentimes Fragment is triggerable by the equipment suite. As it stands right now, Piyarat's Blade Beckoner boots will only have 1 defense when they get thrown onto the combat chain because this attack action card is not a weapon. So 8 damage will be accepted by Piyarat. The card bottomed, though, I think has been considered for well enough. And it will be Release the Tension. So it's a double blue hand. I think that might be because that Volatile Fluxer is the only feasible fuse target for Dazzling Crescendo.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him bottom that pump. Release the Tension, a fantastic card to put to the bottom so that you can cycle all the way back around to it and then play a big turn. It was nice to see that. Weave Ice is going to be revealed, and that is going to provide a Frostbite over to Colin Lee.
So nice indeed. Lexi's hero ability is pretty innocuous when you look at it, and then you start understanding that things like New Horizon and Voltaire made it pretty wild, but even just being able to include somewhat inane ice cards like Winter's Bite, like Weave Ice, and get a little bit extra value from them does make her hero ability quite compelling indeed.
Yeah, the pop here of the Blossom and the use of the resource to pay for the Death Dealer is one of my favorite things to do in Riptide, by the way. I know it's an aside, but going to load up that snapshot, and the fuse target is in hand. We also have a yellow Winter's Bite. You mentioned it at the top. This was carving through Briars, and that's a card that will definitely stop them in their tracks. Yellow Winter's Bite is it's a fair shake into a meta filled with red cards.
And now we get to see the interaction that makes this Lexi deck possible. Death Dealer will get a second activation attached to it because Snapshot was fused with a lightning card. The interesting bit about it is that it provides that extra activation at instant speed. Because Death Dealer is an action with Go Again, all of a sudden, because this Snapshot doesn't have Go Again, the action point will still be bought back by the Death Dealer activation. This was the reason to bring her in Blitz so long ago, and it is the reason to be playing her in Silver Age right now.
It is her primary win condition. You're not playing some sort of a fatigue style where you just kind of stymie the amount. You don't have a weapon. So the best way to do it is to find a snapshot turn, and we see this is going to be respected. It's coming in for 5, and it's being blocked with heavy aplomb.
And this technically does have Dominate stapled on top of it because Weave Ice will provide Dominate. Even though this is not an ice card, it is elemental. As long as it's fused, it will get that Dominate keyword. So Colin Lee forced to block with some of the equipment there. And now a second activation of Death Dealer at instant speed will get the action point back where it belongs on the side of Piyarat. Dazzling Crescendo joins the arsenal, and the card drawn off the top is a Ravenous Rabble. Piyarat is definitely going to be able to convert the entirety of this now ultimately 5-6 card hand because of the 2 activations of Snapshot, even though Colin Lee was able to rip one away from it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, okay, he is going to pop the gold. I was going to say, I'm curious to see if he wants to employ the Winter's Bite, or maybe if he wanted to try and leverage into something else. Because Winter's Bite, after you've taken the hand from the opponent, is rather ineffectual, right? Like, it's punchless in its threat because they don't care about Frostbites when they're not going to do anything on their turn. So I was curious to see if there was going to be more, and that gold found some gas.
Now, the tricky bit, of course, is that Piyarat had the opportunity to pitch away his yellow card in order to activate Death Dealer. The Winter's Bite right now is not looking ideal because 2 resources are already floating for Colin Lee. Will be able to effectually shrug off that Winter's Bite.
I think he drew that off of the first activation of Death Dealer, so I don't think
that is true.
Yeah, I don't think he had the capacity. He didn't know it was there, but now we know, and that is a really interesting addition.
But the first activation of Death Dealer was with Blossom of Spring.
True, yes.
Right? So could have pitched away the yellow instead of Volatile Fluxer. The tricky bit is he didn't have the instant. He didn't have the lightning press until now. But nevertheless, Dazzling Crescendo out of the arsenal onto the combat chain, not fused, because the only fuse viable card in the hand for Piyarat is a Lightning Press. And that's one is better kept close to the chest.
Exactly, and that's what we're going to see. It is going to come across, and that is going to force a bunch of extra damage. And the smile from Colin Lee. Wait, maybe he's considering, have we moved past reactions?
Sure.
Listen real quick. I believe there's going to be a judge call. Yes, I think Piyarat feeling like he had not passed through reactions. This is a common occurrence here when a player, moves to the life totals a little bit too early or something like that, indicating that they have passed on attack reactions and thereby not allowed to do them anymore. So we'll let the judge community clean it up because that is their job and they are ever so good at doing it.
Indeed, and this is going to be a fairly good spot because at this point, Lexi's carved through the board. There's not anything left. The opponent has already committed blocking cards to the combat chain, so their turn is already slowed down. I want to see where the turn continues because you do still have a Yellow's Winter's Bite. You could arsenal that, flip it over on the next turn, give a couple of Frostbites, make it even more awkward to play some of those auras down and protect your life total.
Honestly, that was a very clean way to navigate a turn where ultimately Piyarat was somewhat disrupted by that clear conscience. The only thorn in his side is not being able to convert that final Winter's Bite. Obviously, that's something that you would have loved to be able to do if the opponent wasn't floating too because of the ponder token provided by clear conscience. Efficiency is very, very key when going up against an Enigma.
Yes, it is. This is a deck that is intending to take you to the long game, and so you really do need to think about how you are going to use every card in your hand, or you need to think about the amount of threats that are still in your deck and be okay with missing out on the value if you keep the card in circulation.
It's late game or tempo game. Put the push and pull of this matchup, certainly. Our judge call is cleared up. We'll proceed back down to the match and see how it all was cleared up. I do believe that Piyarat was not given the opportunity for the rewind. Players are just clearing it up with the judge, making sure that everybody is understanding of the ruling. Yes, no rewind is given, so we talked about that small thorn in the side of Piyarat. It has now become, let's call it a nail at this point. Much more painful because it's 2 cards that weren't able to be converted. Technically 3 when you consider the ponder token.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Unfortunate to say the least. You have to remember that moment and don't skim past it too far, shaking his head. But this isn't one of those moments where, hey, if you make a mistake, you just need to shake it off. The unfortunate part is your opponent is not going to allow you the space because here comes another clear conscience.
At least this one is in the blue, so we'll only be crashing in for 6, but that still ultimately demands at least a... No, it's still 2 cards.
Yes, you can.
I mean, the Blade Beckoner boots.
Yeah, exactly. You could put the Blade Beckoner plus a 3 block, but keep in mind, yes, the arrows are all 3 blocks, but some of these non-attack actions are only 2, and sometimes you end up in a hand where you have 1 arrow. Hey, spoiler alert!
Wouldn't you know it?
There's a hand with 1 arrow, and you might just have to give up multiple non-attacks instead.
And now there is a Lightning Press in the arsenal for Piyarat, the one that was not convertible because the attack reaction step was passed right on through. Just a friendly reminder to always cross your T's and dot your I's when it comes to the intricacies of this game. And now I do fear Piyarat is gesturing to the combat chain with a 2 block. Would not cover this clear conscience in its entirety.
Now, if you're worried about that Lightning Press completely just stagnating in the arsenal, don't forget you have Patch the Hole here. That is going to bounce the Lightning Press out of the arsenal, and you could even reveal it. At this point, everybody knows it's there, so you can reveal it and give go again to your arrow, maybe threaten more damage or threaten something along the lines of pushing further. Even then, if you don't have to reveal it, you just bounce it to your hand with Patch the Hole, so you're not stuck by arsenaling that.
Patch the Hole is a good way to do it. I also personally just love revealing a Lightning Press to my opponent and then using a good smattering of non-arrow attacks, which are known to be run in these Lexi decks in Silver Age, to just cheekily say, Yeah, you're going to have to deal with this at some point, but anytime you overcommit is a time I just get to hold it back.
Now, the hope here is that you draw into another arrow so that you can load it off of bullseye bracers or even just another attack. Because this technically does have go again, thanks to the reveal of the lightning press, you want to follow this up with more effective damage. There is a second strike, and that is a great draw.
Great indeed. Could also provide go again if it's saved in the arsenal for later. 2 cards bought out of the hand of Colin Lee, both of which are 3 blocks, so currently blocking over by 1. The lightning press will be laid bare, threatening to leak over by 2, but are there any more defensive capabilities in the hand? There's a big blue sky. All of a sudden, second strike, I think, is destined for the arsenal on this turn cycle.
Hit, right? Yes. One card in
So
hand.
it's perfect blocks, even though Piyarat tried to jump over the top, and then a quick pass. In instances like this where a judge call hasn't gone your way, it's so important to just be a goldfish, forget what has come before, don't let it rattle you moving forward in this game.
I like to focus on the turn cycle at hand. Like, what 4 cards am I holding? What can I do with these 4 cards? And just spoiler alert, that's Razor Reflex in the hand. When was the last time you got to play Razor Reflex?
In Lexi, literally never.
In any deck. When was the last time you played Razor Reflex?
Me? Never. I've never played Razor Reflex in a deck.
You got to play Riptide more because there's.
I got to play Lyath more too.
There's some Razor. Oh, Lyath is a great one for Razor Reflex.
But Essence of Ancestry Body has been established by Colin Lee. That was the one action he took on his turn, which is exactly what Enigma wants to be doing. Keep pushing that ward board forward and saying, I dare you to not remove it. Because if you don't, then I get offensive value out of it, and you get buried. Weave Lightning going to be played out for Piyarat. And second strike out of the arsenal, provided go again by itself from the Lexi reveal, but no +1. It is going to be 6 go again, test of strength, once again jumping into the fray. No attacks for either player on top of the deck. We'll have to remember the Solitary Companion and the Sizzle for Piyarat, which will likely be drawn on the activation of the Death Dealer, but is not... Well, it is convertible with that Lightning form should Piyarat decide to pitch another card to it. Instead, it will be the activation of Death Dealer, Lightning Form into the pitch, Searing Shot into the arsenal. Razor Reflex waiting with bated breath to get involved, but the issue, of course, is the Essence of Ancestry Body that was removed by second strike, forcing yet another pass from Piyarat.
And Colin Lee pointed it out. Yes, that effect is still active. If you fire that arrow, you're basically just saying lose a card.
Big ouch.
It was such a well-timed Essence of Ancestry that it just completely stopped the rest of that turn. And that 5-card hand that was available became, what, a 2-card play?
And every single time that Colin has been given even one iota of tempo, he's been able to do something. Either establish something fearsome on the ward board like Essence of Ancestry Body, or for the 3rd time this game, a Clear Conscience, completely ruining Piyarat's day.
Yeah, this is the pain that Enigma puts down. Clear Conscience is such a game winner of a card. I talked about it at the top of yesterday's show. This is that card that just pivots the game completely. And when you find it back to back to back nearly like we have here, it is so hard to do anything against it without just saying, cool, I'll take it all, I'll bottom a card and play a 4-card hand instead.
While Lexi has niche interactions and ones that can kind of gotcha your opponent, like our one of Hala player in the room, she's very card hungry when it comes to getting them to actually be pulled off. Because remember, you need an arrow. You need, if you want to take advantage of everything Lexi has to offer, you need either an ice or lightning card in the arsenal. You need an ice or lightning card in the hand to fuse snapshots with. It requires so much, and ripping even a single card out of it, even though she's likely going to draw 1 or 2 more on her turn cycle, can be so detrimental.
She's just going to take the damage, is Lexi, and in response to avoid the discard, we just have the play of the aura, a backbreaker, because your opponent doesn't even have to suffer the detriment of their own symmetrical effect.
Oh, it's so painful, Steven, to watch this turn of events. Finally, a Clear Conscience is put on defense. Release the tension plus Searing Shot is the retort from Piyarat. So far, it's a perfect block over the top. Razor Reflex going to jump into the fray, though, and then, wouldn't you know it, there's yet another defensive piece. Moon Chakra means no damage conveyed whatsoever. And remember that if you're wondering, like, why does it matter that both players are trading equal cards over and over again? It's the inevitability problem. Colin Lee will eventually just have a fistful of chi, be able to convert them into spectral shields, and bury Piyarat.
But I want to remind you, and if you're at home and you get sort of tilted in one of these like Enigma or even just like a slow grindy matchup, your opponent is always having the answers, don't forget how you win the game, because we haven't seen a bunch of these snapshots used yet. So we still have ways to play towards that finish with snapshot turns. Yes, you've been stymied on a couple of big attacks. You've played some of your tricky reactions and they haven't pulled through, but you can still have a turn with snapshot, and that's what we see here. Snapshot red number 2, loaded up and loaded for bear. That is going to come across here in just a moment.
And the important bit is there's one more arrow left in the hand. Some of these snapshot turns can fall flat if you send 1 or 2, and then you can't keep the arrows going. But the dazzling crescendo in the hand for Piyarat could make this turn something that is too much for Colin Lee to contend with. Snapshot the second comes out, and still there is the fuse card in the hand. Sizzle will provide yet another activation of Death Dealer. Right now, 2 are represented, one of which is at action speed, the other of which is at instant speed. And now here we go. Death Dealer activated, loading Dazzling Crescendo. In the hand is a Razor Reflex. This is looking hot.
Gonna just take the damage from this second snapshot, and the Dazzling Crescendo is going to be the next play. And there are tricks up the sleeve as well. But you want to play that Sizzle down to give the buff. That will break the chain, and then you send the Dazzling Crescendo, revealing that Electrify. That, of course, would be wonderful to park an Arsenal, but also you can just pitch it to send 3.
2 cards bought from Colin Lee. 6 plays 15. Piyarat's got a lot to overcome, and it will be a Razor Reflex to try to get over the top of these defenses. It will be a total of 4 damage taken. And the first bit of blood spilled from the Enigma player for quite a few turn cycles at this point. Got to be happy with that is Piyarat. Back over to Colin with 1 card in the hand. 11 plays 6, and it's just going to be an Arsenal pass. Piyarat finally not getting disrupted for 2 turn cycles in a row. Can he put something together that is meaningful enough? I do finally see that tech piece, Murkmire Grapnel.
It is really good to see that, and respecting this matchup is a huge, huge thing. There are also other effects that you can play that for. There are so many decks that are running around and playing Oasis Respite, and so you can just get around Oasis Respite with that exact card. But pitching the Ravenous Rabble to load the blue snapshot to try and have a snapshot turn. The only fuse target in the hand is a second strike, but this is some kind of heads-up play here, because you know your opponent doesn't necessarily want to leak any damage on this turn. You are going to be able to send on through.
Sending it on through is exactly what Piyarat's going to try to do. Blue Snapshot means blue Spears of Surreality. Second activation of Death Dealer will load a Swift Shot with that second strike, so exactly why Piyarat wasn't reticent to reveal that information to Colin Lee. It's something we've known to expect from the Majin Bay Oscilio Gone in a Flash variant in Classic Constructed. It doesn't matter what information you're giving your opponent if it's just going to go to the bottom of the deck anyway. Fluid Force now blocks this Swift Shot. 1 damage will leak through. Down to 10 goes Colin Lee. And how will Piyarat continue this turn? There is still a Murkmire Grapnel and a Lightning Surge. Likely going to be an arrow loaded into the arsenal, which can get a little bit clunky, but no, Piyarat decides this is the time to cash in Bullseye Bracers. 5 damage coming across, and if Colin is holding on to any prevention effects, he is potentially going to be crying.
Yeah, that is going to be covered up, and that is okay. If you are the Lexi player, you see some more defensive pieces make their way out, but at the end of the day, you got to leverage most of the cards in your hand, and you're putting a Lightning Surge in Arsenal, which is exactly what you want to be doing. Lightning Surge in the Arsenal, and just a simple pass from Colin Lee means that back on Piyarat's turn, drawing into that 4-card hand, we have another copy of Snapshot available, another copy of Murkmire Grapnel available, and we're going to start with that from the Arsenal coming across for a casual 4 with Go again.
Which is very curious. Piyarat had the opportunity to activate Lexi, reveal the Lightning Surge, play the Lightning Surge from hand, give it Go again with the Lexi activation, then play the one from the arsenal. It shows that Piyarat might have a different plan for it, and maybe it is just fusing it with that snapshot. Instead, I'm proven wrong. Lightning Surge into the pitch zone because there's also redundant copies of Fry now. So snapshot will be played out, fused with one of the 2 Fries, affording yet another activation of Death Dealer. 3 essentially Go again on this snapshot as long as Piyarat throws another card into the pitch zone.
Yeah, I think this also does preserve to some degree the deck density. Is going to pass over and transcend with that beautiful cold foil Marvel transcend, but it's going to send Murkmire to the banish zone. But I think you can pitch this away so that you can activate Death Dealer and perhaps get more arrow value, and you know that this is a conventional attack you don't have to load later.
The important bit here is that Colin Lee was able to pitch a blue card, thereby providing an extra +1 defense to Big Blue Sky. No damage converted on Chainlink 2, but here comes Murkmire Grapnel with a Release the Tension. A whopping 7 damage that cannot be prevented. So try as you might, little Spectral Shield token with a +1 counter on it. You ain't stopping any of this onslaught.
I gotta say, as a Wizard player and a Gravy player, but also as a Riptide player, it's really refreshing to see a Ranger take this on and do the right things. Because at the end of the game, if you've ever played against Fatigue as a Riptide or really just any Ranger, you get into this point where all your hands basically just convert to one arrow fire. And so what we see here instead is we're pitching the conventional attacks to pay for those arrows up front so that when we draw into that last cycle of our deck, it's all conventional attacks and we can sculpt a true 5-card hand and not just fail to convert.
I do love that stance from Piyarat. Boonprasert right now, 6 plays 9. And Colin Lee has only 1 blocking card in the hand. Besides its homage to ancestors, 7 damage does find home. Down to 2, I believe, should be Colin Lee. There we go. Life totals have been updated, and all of a sudden, the context of this game has been flipped on its head. Piyarat Boonprasert might just be able to do what feels semi-impossible. Colin Lee is going to play out homage to ancestors at the end of Piyarat's turn, just so I think he can gain the 1 life and then convert it on his own turn into yet another Spectral Shield and some additional damage. But putting a little bit of egg on my face is Colin Lee, because of course it makes more sense to play out Solitary Companion first. Because there are no Illusionist auras on the board, Colin Lee gets to end this turn not with 1 Spectral Shield, but 2.
And now Colin can feel very comfortable employing some of these ward auras to the board, and I also saw him draw up an Oasis right there too. And now that you know that both Murkmire Grapnels are no longer in play, you can just play that board with impunity.
Speaking of impunity, though, Piyarat does have a Fry in the arsenal, a Lightning Form in the hand, and a Winter's Bite in the yellow. This time without a card already in the pitch. Colin Lee might be disrupted on the defense. Yes, Winter's Bite played out immediately. Now Colin Lee must either pay 2 or discard a card. Pay 2 is the choice. Winter's Bite is, we keep talking about the push and pull of the short game versus the long game versus the tempo game. And Winter's Bite is one of those cards that helps you play towards tempo, right? You're expending a card out of your hand, ultimately not stealing one from your opponent's deck. Colin Lee will see that springboard somersault again, but Piyarat just needs to leak through 3 more damage before it comes back around again. Seek the Horizon is going to get in front of Lightning Form when Fry has preceded it. No damage conveyed for the entirety of that turn.
Yeah, 1 aura still on the board, and 1 is going to swing across to deal some damage here, threatening 2 on 6, but you don't really care too much. You can actually just chuck Blade Beckoner in front of this and feel good about it. That's exactly what we see, because it is going to block for that extra. Keep in mind, these are weapons, so it's just going to cover that up completely as players jovially chuckling about the final use of the Blade Beckoner. But here is that stack up of conventional attacks that we're about to circle around to. There was that pitch, that confusing maybe on the face of it pitch of that Ravenous Rabble. Now it's paying dividends because you can play Rav Rabble on this turn as an extender.
And all of a sudden, this second cycle turn from Piyarat is looking almost as fearsome as a first cycle one. I would be very happy to draw these cards up at the beginning of the game. Swift Shot will be provided go again because it was loaded face up. Oasis Respite gets in the way, though, and all of a sudden, Colin Yee is higher than the life total he started this turn at. 6 plays 4 now, but there's more bloodletting to be had if Piyarat can connect. Winter's Bite is still there in the hand. Ravenous Rabble is there as well. He needs something to connect, though, to fully power up this second strike.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if he starts perhaps with Winter's Bite to try and make it more difficult to, cover the entirety of this turn. Take one of those cards away so that they can't necessarily as easily pitch to that Oasis Respite and stop your next attack, which is Ravenous Rabble, because you want to get that second strike up to 4. It converting as 3 in your hand is not where you want to be.
Because that will almost always run smack dab into an easy 3 conversion on the opponent's side of the board. Lightning Surge revealed to this Ravenous Rabble coming in after the Swift Shot. Wouldn't you know it, yet another Oasis Respite. Colin Lee is climbing on this turn cycle, up to 5 life now. Piyarat has the opportunity once again to employ this Winter's Bite, but I do wonder if it's better in this situation to send the second strike and save the Winter's Bite for later. No, says Piyarat. Playing out the Winter's Bite is he. It's yet another blue to join the preserved tradition that is already in the pitch zone for Colin.
And he's down to 3 cards in deck, plus that pitch means he has exactly this turn to try and get through what is now 5 life. That
it looked so easy before.
That turn ended with more life for the opponent than it began because of 2 very well-pitched, very well-timed Oasis Respites.
And you got to hand it to clear conscience. I think this game is completely different if Piyarat is not disrupted handedly. I would say 4 turns of this game, even though one of them was an essence of Ancestry Body, not a clear conscience. And now, with a last gasp, Piyarat goes for it, revealing a second strike, providing go again to the next attack to come. But first, it's an Electrify, a card I love in Lexi, but only when I'm playing it from the arsenal.
Yeah, that is a fantastic card. Unfortunately, not getting full value from playing it from the arsenal because you have no cards left in deck, and that just feels terrible.
Second strike met readily by Cosmic Astral Etching, Second of Tenet Chi Wind will block out Fry. Lightning Surge gets blocked as well. Colin Lee ascends over the Dark Horse hero Lexi. Piyarat unable to get it done against the stalwart wall from Hong Kong. That is Mr. Colin.
Just played that so well. I mean, knowing that the out there is to just drain them of arrows and to prevent damage in that end game, that's exactly what we saw. But huge shout out to Lexi, played it the correct way as well. You want to use your arrows early so that you can lean on conventional attacks later.
Okay, well, if you want to get out and do what Colin Lee and Piyarat are doing here in calling Bangkok, I highly, highly encourage you to keep your eyes and your ears set for early bird weekends. It's a brand new feature that we've brought to the World Tour this year. You get a free side event bronze voucher when you buy your package during early bird weekends, and those are going on for every single event that we're running for the remainder of the year. Kyoto, Mexico City, Sydney, Paris, the World Championship, mind you, Shenzhen, Wakefield, Portland, and what came before as well is just as worth mentioning. The world premiere in Seoul had its early bird weekend. No matter how big or small the event, you can get yourself a little bit of extra juice by planning and buying early. Now we turn over to Calling 100, which is upcoming at the beginning of October. It also had an early bird weekend, and wouldn't you know it, there was a heck of a lot of excitement for it. And who could blame you? Celebrations of milestones is what we do at LSS. Calling 100 is testament to that. Calling 150, I'm sure, will be even more so. That's going on at the beginning of October. I will be there casting it, and I can't tell you how excited I am because a celebration of Flesh and Blood is one that I want to be involved in because we know how to party, don't we?
That is right. I can't wait to play in it. I'm still deciding on what deck I'm going to bring. I think it depends wholly on how close, or maybe if she's already ascended, where Kasai is currently standing. Because if she's not able to be played, maybe it's Mr. Gravy Bones.
Now, I don't want you to set your I want to say you set your phasers to stun, but I'm looking for set your phasers to buy just on early bird weekends. You also need to keep your eyes peeled for event package holders. event registration, which will be opening up soon for Calling 100 in Atlanta. That'll be August 15th at 2 p.m. Eastern. General registration. If you weren't able to get your hands on a package, you will get your shot at registering for these side events on August 16th at 2 p.m. Eastern. Bottom line, it's going to be a lot of fun to play. You can get your hands on a brand new printing of an Old Guard favorite. Sink Below, now in gorgeous macabre fashion, is available to the Flesh and Blood community. It's cold foil, mind you.
It's
and
stunning.
I'm definitely getting my hands on a playset.
It is stunning. And you can play some Living Legend to grab your very first one on that Friday. So don't forget, you can jump into the Living Legend format and pick that up.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that is Early Bird Weekends and Calling 100. I see somebody in chat calling for Dromai in the feature match area. Well, who are we to disappoint? And why don't we put a cherry on top, give you some Rhinar to contend with as well.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
You're grimacing. Why?
I play the Dromai seat. That's what I do. That's a matchup we're going to watch. So we are going to enjoy that right after this short break.
Calling Bangkok continues with explosive action in the feature match area. We got Briars. We've got now, wait a minute, hold on, checks notes. Dromai?
Yeah, Dromai is on the table for this round 10, and they're going to be on an uphill battle because they're playing against Rhinar in this game that is going to settle perhaps a top 8 berth for one of these players. That is not what you want to see if you're sitting in Dromai's seat, a deck full of poppers.
Well, already, let's go ahead and settle it. Will poppers carry the day, or will it be Aether Ashwings? The players, however, are Deitrich, Mohan, and Eugene C. Wouldn't you know it? He's back in the feature match area because the camera just loves that guy. Both of these players are at X and 2, although one looks very different than the other. You talked about poppers being influential. Let's see how Deitrich has been managing poppers throughout this tournament. I do see a loss to Flarvo on in the hands of Mark Tay, who is at the top of the standings, mind you, here at Calling Bangkok. But then all of a sudden, there's yet another Bravo that Deitrich was able to handle. Besides that, hasn't really been dealing with poppers.
That is true. The only other loss on the day, like you mentioned, was a Briar, and that is a tough one to swallow because this is a deck that can, if they get the foothold on the board, they can actually close that game out against Briar, as you can see in round 1 and in round 7. But going to have an even harder time of it is this matchup against Rhinar. You heard him say it right there. He said, this is so hard. And exactly correct, because this is not just Rhinar. It's the only guy, the best guy, the quintessential Rhinar player. It's Eugene C.
Although he will have to leave his Scabskin Jordans at home. Instead, will have, honestly, still one of the most powerful pieces in Silver Age, Beaten Trackers. Just gets an action point pretty much whenever the OG Brute wants it. Do have to mention that Eugene has been felling quite a wide swath of heroes, but one stands out above the rest. It is, of course, Briar and Dromai. 2 Dromais have fallen to this man already. Could this be the third?
Yeah, and this is a guy who flew in, landed on Friday, and is here playing for what is hopefully a top 8. Technically, apparently, he landed on Saturday because the flight came in on midnight. So I guess got a couple of hours of sleep and then proceeded to go win down the board.
That is just mode Eugene. That is how he lives his life, and who could blame him because he finds so much success. Now, let's be real. We've been dooming a little bit about the Dromai side, and the reason for that is she is an illusionist, and all of her board pieces, her dragons, once they're established, will have phantasm. And if there's one thing that brutes care about, it's cards with 6 or more power, and that just happens to be the thing that pops Phantasm.
Well, it is that, and it's also the fact that this is a hero that just robs you of your cards before you can actually put them and turn them sideways. And there are so many cards that Dromai wants to leverage on defense that you just don't have the space for unless you do it on the very first attack for the turn. So this is a tough matchup every way you slice it. But let's see if Dromai can find her way through.
These are both heroes in the game of Flesh and Blood. Although they're very different, they're both waiting for their first champion in Silver Age. Eugene C would love to be the guy that gets it done for Rhinar. Do have to shout out a difference in his equipment suite than we have seen in the feature match area before. It's a Ravenous Meat Axe instead of Mandible Claw and Ball Breaker. So Eugene doesn't just want to go 3 chain links wide. He can play measured as well. Deitrich Mohan, though, getting an early start here by popping Time Skippers. If you're saying, well, wait a minute, what's he going to do with those 2 action points? Let me tell you something. They don't matter. The key piece here is that Time Skippers cost 3 resources to activate, which means that Deitrich gets to start with 3 Ash on the board. Eugene, however, responds in kind. 2 discards of Wind Up, 1 Agile, 1 Mighty. Agility and Might tokens established for the Brute. I'm honestly feeling like Eugene got the better end of that deal.
Yeah, well, so there's an interesting kind of dichotomy between all of these equipment that you can choose to run from the side of Dromai. Here, the activation of Time Skippers netted you essentially nothing, but it allows you access to the headpiece that creates a Ponder token and kind of keeps that game going and allows you to kind of reload after you've blocked out. But on to the side of Eugene C, it's going to be an activation of Savage Feast and a discard of Pulping,
which does meet the condition of Savage Feast, and because an agility token was established on turn 0, doesn't even need to cash in the once per game effect of Beaten Trackers. Usually Savage Feast is the card you save the foot piece for, but in this case, because of Eugene's meteoric start, can discard a card and not really worry about it, going 7 go again immediately in this game.
Yeah, if you're thinking back to day 1 and that game that Eugene played against Decimator Dorinthia, there was a turn late in that game where that Savage Feast kind of clumped up, 2 of them clumped up. You couldn't even convert them, but found a way to win that game. Here, Savage Feast power level is on full display thanks to, in part, that agility token.
7 go again, still to be considered. A boon to Deitrich is that he was able to keep a Seek Horizon in hand. Couldn't quite catch the card on the top of the deck, but the important bit is that he's blocking 4, now 6, with Waves of Reality and Silken Shroud jumping into the fray. Each of those pieces has Ward 1, so it's requisite of Deitrich to go ahead and pop those when faced with damage. 1 will leak through, but in their place is a Spectral Shield and a Ponder token. The follow-up for Eugene C is Ravenous Meat Axe, pitching yet another card alongside that give him a piece of your mind. Clash of Agility now in the graveyard, so this Ravenous Meat Axe will cause yet another Intimidation and be crashing in for a big bad 5. Oh, I'm sorry, Clash of Agility in the blue, so
yes,
it is a miss.
That is a blue, and this is a miss, which means there's no intimidation. You're getting away with highway robbery here if you're on the side of Deitrich. You're going to just have to eat that Spectral Shield away, and 3 damage is totally fine with you.
Yeah.
This was a fantastic turn cycle for Deitrich. Not only did he not get his 4-block intimidated, he also got the opportunity to not have to deal with a powered-up Ravenous Meat Axe.
Now 2 red cards into the pitch, and Uvia established for Mr. Mohan.
Now, this is the way that you can win this matchup. There's really no other way. You need to establish an Uvia. You need to have it stick. You need to threaten the hand of the opponent and hope that they can't clear it cleanly or early so that you can maintain it and get as many Ash Wings on the board as you can. Now, unfortunately, that's going to be a hard task because so many of the cards on Rhinar's side actually do just attack for 6 with impunity. That being said, at least you have an Ashwing, and you're going to try to either deal 1 point of damage or strip a popper from the hand.
Now, normally I would say the Ponder token that was established by Silken Shroud in this instance feels bad. Mohan already had a perfect red starter in the arsenal, locked, loaded, ready to go. But this Ravenous Rabble does reveal Phoenix Bannerman Head, another fantastic red starter for Deitrich Mohan. He is really going to want to keep those in the arsenal ready to go because you would think he's just going to keep getting these Ash Wings because of the mountain of Ash that was able to be established by the time skippers. Each one will transform into an Aether Ash Wing the longer this game goes.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be considered by Eugene, and I would imagine we see an exact turn where maybe there's like 6 go again and then they deal with Uvia, or maybe Eugene just deals with it outright and moves on. But in any way you look at it, there's value being gotten for the side of Dromai here because you're not going to be facing down a full brunt of the attack that Rhinar could provide.
Aether Ashwing still for Eugene's consideration. Why is he considering 1, you might ask? Oh, because this Aether Ashwing does have Phantasm, just like all of the dragon attacks of Mr. Mohan. Strongest Survive and Unexpected Backhand will be the block. This Aether Ashwing will dissolve because, of course, it is popped by a card with 6 or more power. Phoenix Bannerman Head placed into the arsenal from the Ponder token on Silken Shroud. And now it is for Mr. Eugene to figure out what he wants to do about this very significant Uvia threat. Vigor token will pop at the beginning of this turn. 20 plays 17, and it will be a Bare Fangs for Eugene C. Target has not been chosen, at least for us yet. Eugene must have announced it by now.
I think he's targeting Mohan.
I think so, too.
I think he's just sending 8 and threatening the boots pop with the card in hand. That is opposite of what is discarded. Now, the card that was in hand was discarded, that aggressive pounce, I believe it is. That was discarded. So if this card can get any value whatsoever, like if it's another 6 that you can play and follow up with, then you can pop chest and you can send that to Uvia, because that is indeed a considerable threat over the long term.
Even 1 more Ashwing could be a big pain for Eugene down the line.
So when I'm playing into fatigue decks, into Guardians, and of course into this matchup specifically on the Dromai side, I look at the heuristic. I want to get 3 Ashwings out of Uvia, and I feel like I've gotten my money's worth.
Now, and I don't think this is going to be a deployable card, because correct me if I'm wrong, Eugene clashed with a Vigorous Smash Up on the previous turn cycle and revealed a red Buckwild.
Well, at this point, he didn't even pop boots, so at this point, the turn is just over. So yeah, that Uvia is going to survive another turn. It's going to, at the start of the turn, give the option to make an Ashwing with 3 Ash. You're totally content to do that.
Uvia activation here, a trigger, I should say. 1 Ash will transform into an Ash Wing, and Mohan does have 2 cards in the hand, 1 in the arsenal. The one in the arsenal now on the combat in the arena, ultimately, Phoenix Bannerman Head. Mohan will be able to fetch out a Phoenix Flame, and, oh, I'm sorry, this must be arms, because a Might token is being generated instead of a Ponder token. My mistake.
Either way, you know, these Phoenix Bannerman cards, sometimes they just feel incredible. Sometimes they feel a little clunky, and they feel at their worst when you already have the Phoenix Flame in your hand. But luckily, we saw it pitched on turn 0. He knew it was at the bottom of the deck, so this was a fantastic find off the top because it's going to set him up for a future turn. It feels almost like you're playing, you know, any of those Warrior or Guardian cards that just stick like a Vigor and a Might on the board. And following it up by pitching that 1 resource for a Billowing Mirage, 3 go again, and another Ashwing generated here.
More importantly, pitching a Phoenix Flame yet again, thereby generating some extra value from it, creating an Ash, and now this Billowing Mirage will transform another Ash into Ashwings. And Mohan can feel confident that if yet another Phoenix Bannerman comes around, he won't be drawing the Phoenix Flame as a liability.
Yeah, that was the Phoenix Flame he fetched, and he was able to pitch very successfully. You only play the 1 because you definitely don't want to draw another non-block card. But, man, this is such good play from Dromai, being able to stick an Essence of Ancestry that is going to make it really uncomfortable for multiple reds to be played on a turn, and you're sending conventional damage. This is how you get that edge that you really need in order to even come close to winning this matchup.
And all of a sudden, Mohan has completely punished the decision of Eugene C to leave that Uvia around, and it looks like we have a game on our hands. Pulping coming out of the hand of Eugene. It's definitely going to be 6, but will it have Dominate? That is the real question. Random discard will be, pause for effect, the Savage Feast that was revealed to the Vigorous Smash Up. So it is a mystery card, at least if you're sitting in Mohan's seat. Eugene rolling dice furiously, as he is known to do. Card finally intimidated. 6, Dominate, currently with Go Again. And because Mohan's arsenal is clear, that Go Again clause is likely to stick.
Yeah, the card Intimidated is always the question mark. We don't quite know what is left, and now we do know what is left in the hand. Thamai, that was the card revealed on the previous turn, so that alongside of Invoke Asvali, both dragons in the hand. I'm curious to know if the card Intimidated was something like a Sand Cover, because oftentimes those are the cards you want to establish and have everything kind of stay in front of you.
And now with 3 damage leaking over, Essence of Ancestry Body will be destroyed. We know that the card in the arsenal for Eugene is red, but likely, yes, the follow-up is just this Ravenous Meat Axe, which doesn't have a color. Unfortunately, another non-6 discarded off the top, so no Intimidation. Barraging Beatdown in the graveyard, and this Ravenous Meat Axe is a measly 3.
Everything is coming up, Mohan, because this is another break where he doesn't have to deal with an Intimidate and a Ravenous Meat Axe trigger, and he gets to keep another card in his hand, and he's got good ones to hold on to. Got to check that banished card will return to his hand after Intimidate's effect essentially fizzles and disappears. He'll draw that card here as the combat chain closes, and he gets away with another one.
Yep. I love this Asvali block because the win condition here, it seems, for Mohan is my Uvia brings all the Ashwings to the yard. And once again, down to 1 Ash, an Aether Ashwing left in the place of Ash. Sweeping Blow now comes in for 3 and will reset that Ash counter all the way up to 3. Rhinar is so good at dealing with Phantasm attacks, but when they're these measly 1s that have been generated over the course of the game and are now, honestly, looking like a murder of crows, you're giving up a lot of cards to do it every single turn.
Yeah, and you can also, at this point, now that you have 3 and you have relative comfort of, you've made your value overall, this is where you can start to consider swinging an Ashwing and just baiting out the poppers. Now, of course, you would also love to have, like, Dromai Miragai stacked up. That is, like, the true way you finish a game against a heavy popper deck. Double Dromai Miragai stack so that you can play these poppers out, play these Ashwings out and bait out poppers when they aren't effective. But as it stands now, this is perhaps a fine time to at least send one and buy another card.
Clash of Agility in the blue for Eugene C. Does reveal Smash with Big Tree to the Rake the Embers on the top of the deck for Mohan. That is essentially an Uvia at home. Aether Ashwing the first comes in. I do love that there is one alternate art black Marvel there for Mr. Mohan. He does send it in first. It's the Captain of the Dragons.
Those are absolutely beautiful, by the way, and I cannot wait for Dromai to return in Classic Constructed so I can dust off all of my old dragons. And they can
never coming back.
Roar to life. 2027, okay? Get off my back about it. 2027 is going to be our year, Dromai fans. But that Ashwing is being presented. This is the time that Mohan has decided to start swinging them because you are going to recur them. Do keep in mind also, it is fantastic in this matchup if you can get away with arsenaling a second Uvia. Here we see it pitched. But I so much like when I have an Uvia on the board, arsenal another one after this first one has generated so much value, your opponent finally says, okay, fine. And they kill it, and then you put another one down.
Eugene C. now with 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. 16 plays 15, and an agility token coalesces into the sky in the arena there at Calling Bangkok. Clash of Might will be played out here just for 6 points of physical damage. For Mohan's consideration, looks like the target once again is Dromai. Dunebreaker Senpai will get in the way. 3 damage finds home. Down to 12 he goes. Ravenous Meanaxe again. It's just more damage going face. Eugene, I feel like, has got to deal with this Uvia problem at some point, but is it too far gone?
No, I think if anyone knows how this matchup is going to be won on the Rhinar side, it will be Eugene.
You would think.
And he's saying, I am just going to send damage at you in perpetuity. You're going to burn through cards. Now, the issue with this is that so many of his cards are forcing their own discards. So, like we talked about yesterday, he's milling through his own deck, and it's pseudo, like, mechanologist boost style. He's also discarding a lot of poppers.
Which, you might think is not terrible because essentially each of those cards discarded is converting usually to 5 damage. We've seen 2 instances where Eugene has swung this Meanaxe only for 3.
Yeah, when you think about it, technically those cards are just 2 value because
Right.
they're adding 2 points of damage to the Ravenous Meanaxe, and 2 of them have missed. So 2 of those discards are 0 value cards.
Big ouchies indeed. Down to 9 goes Mohan after accepting the majority of the brunt of that Meadaxe. Cleaved down by 3, but has 3 cards in hand after the intimidated one joins the rest. Eugene draws up immediate active trigger of Uvia. 4th Ashwing into the mix. Let's see how many Mohan actually has to deploy. Perhaps not thinking he would get this far, but we know that there's a Rake the Embers waiting in the wings.
I also want to point this out. At this point, when you're sub 10 life, oh my God, pitching a sand cover as well. That maybe signals that you have another sand cover, but when you're sub 10 life, you have to worry about Rhinar intimidating 3 cards from your hand and going 3 wide because they just win the game on the spot when they do that.
And Mohan has officially run out of tokens. It's time to reach for the dice. 7 Aether Ashwings on the board. Now every single starter and disrespect of a popper from Eugene C. essentially equals 7 damage coming across. Mohan not afraid to send them in any longer. The captain of the Ashwings has gone away, but he's here in spirit. 1 go again for the first of 7 times this turn, potentially, if Eugene doesn't want to pop. And you kind of just have to, though, right?
Yes, from this point forward, I think you're really considering just giving 1 card every turn and basically being a 3 intellect hero. But maybe you just hold off and you can take 7 damage, and then you can set up a massive double intimidate, triple intimidate type turn to close it out. Now, with this hand, we see a Buck Wild. We see 1 possible intimidate by discarding Mighty Windup. Whatever is in the arsenal, that's the key right here to see if this is the time to win the game.
And I'm still fairly certain that it is a red Buck Wild.
Okay.
That we saw revealed on a Vigorous Smash Up. drawn randomly and placed in the arsenal when it wasn't discarded. I'm fairly certain that's what we got there.
As Eugene holds the look of consternation, we see that Mohan decides, I'd rather play this other Ashwing onto the board. So I'll swap all 7 of my normal ones for these special alt art ones. And the pop is conferred. 6 Ashwings remain, 7 started, but only 6 are here now, and the draw up on the side. Moving on over to Eugene.
Who, if he still has a red Buck Wild, there it is, out of the arsenal, still has the opportunity to send both this and the yellow one. But, well, he would have to cash in the predatory plating in order to do so. I would have to imagine this is just going to be yet another Buck Wild into yet another Ravenous Meat Axe. 2 cards bought out of the hand of Mohan, one of them fairly significant, that Dust Up. One of only 2 copies in the deck. Ravenous Meat Axe now comes in to do its dirty work. Random card drawn, random card to be discarded. Will it be the yellow Buck Wild that remained there? No, instead it is a Wrecker Romp drawn randomly off the top. So 5 damage once again. Mohan is accepting a good amount of damage over the course of these turn cycles. Will need to survive in order to utilize his Horde.
You know, the way that Eugene is tackling this matchup almost feels wizard-like in his precision. He is waiting until the last possible moment. He's just chipping turn after turn after turn. Inevitability, Thanos Snap style of Ravenous Meat Axe, and saying, I'm going to chip you down until you have no recourse but to die to either, a dominated pulping or just a wide 3-attack turn. This kind of feels like a wizard performance.
But you invoked the words Dromai, Miragai. We haven't seen a single copy from Mohan yet, and those will be the linchpins in this big Ashwing strategy.
We're now in the very scary lethal range of, like a dominated pulping plus anything else, double intimidating your hand, and then you just dying on the spot. So you have to be wary of that from Mohan's side of things.
Both of these players, X and 2, so much on the line. Yes, a smattering of X and 3s will make it in, but this is a win and in, lose, and have fun somewhere else for the rest of the weekend.
It's a dangerous play, a naked Dromai that isn't protected by Miragai. Now, of course, this does buy you 2 swings of Ashwings. Technically, this gets popped in a follow-up swing of an Ashwing, but it's really not doing much else. But you don't have another red to play, so it's like either this and maybe bait out 2 cards and force them onto a 2-card play, or what, swing a single Ashwing and that's it?
Easy clash win for Eugene C. Bare Fangs versus Kyloria goes the way of the Brute. Looks like Eugene is posturing to leave that card on top, although there is some consideration. Gets a serious blink or 3. And now Aether Ashwing, the first of 6, comes on in. And I do think I like this play from Mohan. You were right. He is definitely in 1-turn kill range, if we can call it that. So making use of the pieces that you have established so painstakingly on board before the inevitable happens is paramount.
1 Ashwing is the consideration. Eugene may be thinking through not only that, but whether or not that card needs to remain on top. But it looks like it is just going to be a block and pop on the Ashwing. 2-card plus Arsenal play still available.
Lucy Locket, Lester Poppet, says Eugene C. With 2 cards left in the hand, 1 in the arsenal. Only 5 life to overcome on the opponent's side of the board. Vigor token pops at the beginning of the turn. It's just going to be a Ravenous Meat Axe. We know about the red Bear Fangs on top of the deck. I would have to imagine Eugene is trying not to drop it here, especially because beaten trackers could provide an extra action point.
This is a fantastic timing for an Oasis Respite. It's going to gain the life, it's going to automatically prevent 4, and it's going to really just say, I don't care too much about your Intimidate if it ends up triggering here, because I've already done the blocking.
It is a Clash of Might discarded by Eugene. Immediate snap off of the beaten trackers, because here we go with Bare Fangs. And even though Oasis Respite is covering up the majority of the damage on this Ravenous Meat Axe, Deitrich, Mohan likely to lose yet another card from the discard of Bare Fangs as long as it cooperates for Eugene C.
Now, this could be, wow, this is actually going to be insanely powerful because it's Bear Fangs, like you said, coming across. It's going to be for 8. It's going to threaten lethal here, and no recourse. That is the game because we pitched that sand cover beforehand. 8 is just too much to deal with when all of your cards are gone.
And the reason I'm freaking out here, Steven, is because we saw the pitch of the sand cover. In my mind, and I think in your mind too, that signaled a redundant copy that would have been placed in the arsenal. So honestly, I was very surprised to see that it wasn't there to save the queen.
Yeah, it had to be that. I'm not sure what made its way into the arsenal, but seeing that sand cover go away really implied that it was another one in the arsenal. Turns out it wasn't, and that was painful.
And because the wrong card, at least in hindsight, wasn't Arsenal, that does mean King Rhinar, Eugene C. himself, will have to put his shades on once again. I hope there's a Shake Shack located in Thailand for him to get his hands on some plastic shades again, because he is going to be competing for your top 8 viewing pleasure. Who will be joining him? That is a question we'll be answering after a short break. But before we go to that, hold dear in your heart another world premiere event for IAR in Seoul, South Korea, where you can get your hands on the K-pop Demon Hunter lookalike Malice and crew. Boy, howdy, are they looking fantastic with this new rendition. That'll be happening September 11th to 13th, 2026. The early bird weekend has already happened, so if you missed that, you still have the opportunity for general registration, where you can get your hands on this brand new printing of a brand new hero.
Now, these are so fun, aren't they? Like, if you're going to be playing Malice, are you going to play this version, or are you going to play the OG art?
I'm honestly a purist. I'm not going to lie. When it comes to alternate printings of heroes, I'm somebody who likes El Clasico. I know that's not what I should be doing in terms of advertising this product. I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum, though, because I can absolutely agree that they look fantastic. This is the way you want to play. I am not going to tell you that you shouldn't.
Oh, these are so much fun. This is going to be a fun one to collect as well. Going around trying to trade for a full play set of this, that is going to be a great time to be had in Seoul.
I can't wait for somebody to come up with the main track for To Die For. Any guesses as to what the title will be?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know, but look at that play mat. This art is iconic. I mean, the king is dead, long live the king, and the usurper of the throne strolls forward to take the mantle.
I don't know about you, Steven, but I always much more appreciate the artwork treatments that we get from the dingier parts of Wraith. I love the pits. I love the Savage Lands. I love Shadow. I love Erathael, and this artwork goes so very hard. Well, very exciting indeed.
It harkens back to the true like heart and soul of this game, being that dark fantasy vibe, and it just gives you all of those great feelings if you fell in love with that all the way back in the day. And here it is again.
And I've come up with the title track. I've been thinking about it. Either we got Black Friday Blood Debt, or we got Straight Out of the Banished Zone.
How long have you been holding on to both of those?
15 seconds.
I believe that. A little bit more workshopping. While you do that, let's talk about this foil playmat. Are you kidding me? Foil playmats, they were a big hit previously, and this one is going to be the biggest, showing that iconic clash between two heroes and that storyline buildup with the lore over the first couple of weeks, revealing Usurp the Shadow Throne as the title, and then we all realized that the usurper was Viserai himself. Oh, who doesn't want this playmat?
Man, they played us like a fiddle, didn't they, Steven?
That is accurate.
I was not expecting the death of Chain. I was not expecting him to come back, because we have seen from the developers how they feel about bringing Chain back and potentially doing him justice. But Viserai is clearly on the table, and he is going to kick ass alongside To Die For and the decomposing dudes that Malice will be bringing into the world of Wraith. All of that is so exciting, and you got to get out to Seoul in order to enjoy it. But also, Armory Deck Malice is going to be coming out. I am so excited to see how she plays. And there, I mean, just look at the classic art, man. It tells you everything you needed. I mean, I love To Die For, but
Dead Threads was iconic, and now we have the hero from Dead Threads ready to be your idol one way or the other. And if you're not having it, well, she'll just, resurrect your corpse and you'll be there anyway.
Yep, that's how I'm going to play the game for sure. We do know a little bit of how Malice is going to function. She's got to get her zombies from the banished zone into the graveyard, specifically the ones that will be generated there every time one of the normal permanent zombies does
corpse,
die.
yeah.
Yes, we're talking about the corrupted corpses. Those have got to be moved out of the banished zone because, of course, they have the keyword Blood Debt, and then, of course, brought back to life by the Domina of the Dead and provided the ability to attack with Vox Necropolis, her two-handed staff. We did reveal a brand new card for Malice yesterday at the tail end of the stream. I highly encourage you to check that out if you haven't had a chance to. But there are also some answers that we've gotten from Restless Commander and also Dig for Souls, the glue pieces that will put those zombies into the graveyard where they are playable by Malice, but also Zombie Tribal is looking really good here, an anthem effect for all zombies that you control from the Restless Commander.
Yeah, and that is a card you can pick up in cold foil in the Judge pack we talked about yesterday. Also, before we come back, that Corrupted Crown, I am a sucker for when they give us the hero and then the armor pieces are what they're wearing. We have Dead Threads already. She's on Dead Threads, and now we get Corrupted Crown as well. This is going to be so much fun to play.
That has kind of just been part and parcel with how Armory decks work lately. And honestly, the flavor wins are just as good as the card upgrades when it comes to the heroes featured in these products.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I cannot wait. She's going to be so much fun to play.
Indeed. Well, we have got more product announcements coming up. We've got Sam Sutherland in the feature match area, and we've got, of course, more Flesh and Blood coming at you. Do not go anywhere. A ravenous meat axe cuts through the mother of dragons, and Eugene might be saying that you think she's coming back in 27. I've got bad news for you. That's Year of the Goat. It literally is.
I'll put the deck down for a little while longer because Dromai is being dominated by that performance.
Maybe she will be resurrecting goats from the ash instead of dragons. How would we feel about that?
Or her corpse will be raised by our new necromancer.
Okay, I can get on board with that. We take a look at our standings for the final time before our top 8 cut, where you will see that top 8 cut has pretty much already been made. Not a single X and 3 is in the 8 and above. So I did not lie when I said that some X and 3s are going to make it, but they're the ones already on your screen at X and 2. We are going to be turning our eyes, because we already have a locked top 8, to the players that we haven't seen yet, or at least a couple of them. Mark Tay on Bravo, Flattering Showman versus Sam Sutherland on Oscilio. Very curious to know what build Sam has brought. Is he following suit with I think current or ex-teammate Jacob Clements, when he has been the man who says, I do not go with the grain. I play Dash.io in every single event that I do. Now, maybe taking up the same mantle as Jacob.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was wondering the same thing, and I wonder if because of how he's played Dash.io in the past, he's leaning more towards the conventional 0-for-4, 0-for-4, 0-for-4 play, and sort of doing his best Briar cosplay. But we're going to find out pretty soon, because that, I believe, is our matchup for this final round before the cut to top 8.
Indeed so. And can the Flattering Showman deal with either some of that counter burn or the 0-for-4 strategy? Do you have a sense of which one Bravo would rather face?
Oh, if they could pick and you could just say, I want you to play this version, they would always take that Aurora copy. If you can play against a deck that has poor blocking, can't really deal you damage effectively on your own turn, and you can disrupt through these big dominated attacks, they'd take that every day. But if it's Arcane, it's going to be Oscilio's match to lose.
Okay, well, we'll find out. The proof is in the pudding. We go back down to the feature match area where we see the players laid bare. It's Mark Tay on the left side of your screen versus Mr. Sam Sutherland of Australia. Both of these players are X and 2. This is the final round of Swiss, where both of these players are locked for top 8, but of course competing for seeding, which is still very important.
Yeah, it is. I was actually wondering how the seeding is going to end up playing out after all is said and done, because there are certainly sides of the bracket that you would probably want to be on for both of these heroes, really specifically for that Flattering Showman. But
we turn to Mark Tay, who we are wondering, of course, have you faced any Oscilios? And that is a lot of green, Steven.
That is a lot of green. And you know what? Not only is it a lot of green, but it is also a lot of wins against Briar. This is why we started the whole show off yesterday on saying, look, if you're going to bring a deck that tries to disrupt or really comes over the top and makes it hard to play as Briar, Flattering Showman's not a bad choice. You get to dominate disruptive attacks that they can't really deal with.
You know, Mark might have been feeling down bad on rounds 5 and 6 because, yes, he's beating a lot of Briars, but he also, the only losses he's taken have also been to Briar. 10 rounds have elapsed. Only 2 of them have not been elemental rune blades for this man.
Yeah, I mean, he went 3-2 into Briar on like the first day, and he's gone 2-0 into Briar on the second day. But here, facing a different beast entirely, or at least perhaps we think so, as Sam Sutherland has done his own fair share of winning.
And the only losses so far are to Chanon Puttaree, who did fall to Jacob Clements at the start of the day, and then also Tobias Schmiedeberg, which makes a lot of sense. We talked about how fearsome Wardboard can be, and we just know, based on the annals of the history in Flesh and Blood, Kano couldn't deal with Prism because of all that ward. The same is likely true for Enigma and Oscilio, which maybe hints at the archetype that Sam is bringing. We have seen the hero on the right quite a bit this tournament. Can discard instants to fix the hand, and also just has access to fearsome wizard lightning cards that have come out in Omens of the Third Age. The other side of the table, though, is an old guard with a very new look. Bravo Flattering Showman is similar to the young version of our standard fare Bravo from Welcome to Wraith, but his hero power works a little bit differently. Can pay 2 resources and tap himself to turn a face-down card with Crush up in the arsenal. If it has Crush, of course, it'll gain +2 and dominate this turn. So almost exactly like Bravo, but with a +2 damage rider on top of it. So almost nothing but better.
Yeah, we're going to find out how this matchup will end up playing out, and I think it will be dictated by the Oscilio build. So let's go ahead and jump down into this round, the final round of Swiss, as these players battle it out for seeding.
The team's Mark Tay has won the die roll, decided to go first, and is providing a heck of a lot of respect to the potential of arcane damage. It's 3 pieces of Null Rune in that equipment suite. Steel Braid Buckler in the shield slot, and Miller's Grindstone as the weapon of choice.
In our first look at the deck in the hand of Sam Sutherland, and we see spells and spells aplenty. So that, I think, answers our question concretely about what type of build that is being brought to the table. It is the all-arcane Tall, and if that's the case, you really got to make sure you don't take a bunch of damage on turn 0, and you really got to get a card into the arsenal.
I think it's no surprise that Jacob Clements can have some influence on his kin at this point. The man just can't stop winning. So who is Sam Sutherland to deny the man his due? It's an activation of Oscilio in response to a choke slam attack from Mark Tay. 20 plays 18 because Oscilio is just so powerful. He starts 2 life points down. Aether Sling drawn after pitching away the Flashbolt. Sam Sutherland likely just trying to find some more block value. He did technically, but only 2 more.
I think he actually also wants to establish this core reaction on turn 0 for a free 4 damage on the other side of the turn cycle, but it didn't end up drawing into a blue, so it's very uncomfortable to try and send this out. Instead, he's just going to try to dump the hand.
He certainly will be able to. Unyielding Grip gets in the way, then 2 reds into the pitch, cashing in that very important arm piece, which we have seen pay huge dividends for Jacob Clements, keeping him in both of the Briar matches that we saw on stream. In this case, Sam is just saying, I need to cash it in now because that's the only way I block out this turn and get my core reaction on board.
And this is not necessarily a deck that really does run into massive red hand troubles because you can filter so easily, but there on a key red hand where you didn't want to see it, able to still convert on turn 0, not take any damage. But on the side of Mark Tay, he was able to arsenal a red attack, and that's exactly what you want to do if you are Flattering Showman here.
Now, core reaction is attempting to pop at the beginning of this action phase. Sam Sutherland holds his own priority and discards a Chorus of Amphitheater. So instead of 4, it is a big bad 5 on this core reaction. Met by a blue from Mark Tay, 2 damage will connect. 18 plays 18 now.
This Chorus of the Amphitheater is going to carry over through the rest of this turn. It is going to activate on this Constella uplift as well.
So this amp will be in the back because this hasn't resolved yet.
So this on the next one?
Yeah, but this will...
So Sam Sutherland is doing the cheeky bit that you can expect from Oscilio's. You go ahead and activate Volzar in response to the activation. Before the Volzar resolves, you play out your Constella uplift. So you kind of get to have your cake and eat it too. That Volzar will be untapped, and Sam will be able to carry forth double instances of 1 amp to the next source of arcane damage. Yet another activation of Volzar. Comet Collision now crashing in for a whopping, that should be 6, right?
Oh,
no,
up to
7 because of the chorus.
And now, not only that, but he's also at the very end of this turn cycle getting to arsenal and absorb in Aether. So any spell that he can send on the opponent's turn is also going to be buffed up, and it's going to allow a little bit of play around any terrifying on hits that Bravo Flattering Showman might be providing.
So all of a sudden, those 3 Null Rune pieces and the large smattering of blues that Guardians are normally able to bring doesn't even provide that much of a respite in the on the side of Mark Tay. Does still have 2 more blues left with which to play.
Take 6 down to 12.
The sheer power of this turn is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Remember, this was a 4 red hand on turn 0 that converted into core reaction for 5, Constella uplift for 2, and 7 with Comet Collision. All arcane, all very difficult to prevent. And yes, you get to return the favor on the side of Mark Tay, but even that is going to be stopped a little bit.
A little bit. There's an activation of Oscilio in response to the activation of Bravo, Flattering Showman, and Chokeslam in the red, now crashing in for 10, dominate. Sam, however, yeah, I'm not seeing anything like a Cosmic Suture. Does have a Cosmic Flare, though, has an easy way to get his Voltic Vanguard and Twinkle Toes online, but not really a great way to convert the resources left behind.
Yeah, he can pay one of those 3 for... And yeah, exactly. I don't think he's going to do it. He could have paid one of those 3 to play that Absorb and Aether that's in the arsenal. Instead, he's just going to use the resource off the chest piece, as so often you do with Absorb and Aether.
Now, the good bit for Sam Sutherland, even though he's going to be taking 6, is that the Chokeslam on Crush effect, it's not going to matter at all. Homie is not bringing any attacks into this matchup, I don't think. And so Chokeslam's effect is essentially just vanilla damage. Activation of Volzar Meteor Storm.
So this is 2-1-4.
Looks like Volzar has been allowed to resolve, so a whopping 4 arcane damage from this measly, some would say initially upon reveal, draft chaff common from Omens of the Third Age, but it has been looking so good in all archetypes of Oscilio. And chip, 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 Sam Sutherland does.
No, this is not chip, chip, chip. That we cannot undersell. That was 10 damage dominate, and instead it was 4 arcane damage into 2 arcane damage into I don't freaking care about your dominate because I could at any point pop 4 prevention on the board. This was ludicrous.
Now you're right to be incredulous over there, Steven. It is egregious, as Mr. Paul Van Heysel might say. Still damage calculations to be done. Sam Sutherland considering, I think, the pop of the headpiece and the Twinkle Toes. Instead just says, give me a crush that I care about.
Yeah.
Mark Tay. Down to 12 goes Sam Sutherland, but on defense, he has cleaved Mark all the way down to 6. It's a discard of Oscilio. A quick rub of the top card on the deck. It is, of course, a core reaction. Mark Tay can do nothing but throw his hands up and say, great. Sam is definitely feeling himself right now.
I think Mark Tay is a little bit stunned, and he finds a flashbolt into the arsenal off of the Ponder flashbolt being able to be sent with impunity for 3. You don't even need to meet a condition, but guess what? There is a condition in the hand that you want to meet. That strike twice is there. He draws another absorb to be able to play everything. Everything you could want, you could ask for, is being given to this Oscilio, and all Mark Tay can do is stare across the table and say, 7?
With this last turn cycle, it's not egregious 1. It's not even egregious squared. It's egregious cubed for Sam Sutherland. Yikes, these draws are fearsome. Nevertheless, still thumbing this Comet Storm Shock, thinking about discarding it away in favor of what makes this turn sing even more, Steven.
I think he's got a blue in hand, so if you have the blue in hand, at the very least, you can price yourself into what looks like Absorb and Aether. There it is, Absorb and Aether. Pitch of the blue into the Flashbolt from the arsenal, and then maybe you can pitch the other 2 cards for Strike Twice as well. Don't forget you also have Volzar as the activation, and then once you've played any of those, you have 4 prevention on board. So this is by no means going to be doing just about anything to Oscilio.
Activation of Oscilio, Comet Storm Shock, thrown into the bin in favor of a Photon Splicing. More blues, baby.
And that's even better because it makes things even more smooth. You see that Strike Twice there is lurking, waiting, looming just for that moment that arcane damage has already been dealt. But looks like that card being positioned as a potential blocker. It's funny because he doesn't even necessarily need to do that. He could almost just discard that to amp at this point.
Even, let's say, Mark Tay has the fearsome continuation of this Cartilage Crush, a pummel. That still is not going to be enough to force any cards out of Sam Sutherland. He could simply play everything in the hand in response.
And not only that, even a pummeled here wouldn't kill. It would be 11.
That's the point, yeah.
So he could take everything. He could go to 1 and still prevent. And look at this. He's going to play it really slow.
Classic Wizard. There it is. The pummel was in the hand. 1 resource left floating over the top. There is a retort from Sam Sutherland, but it would force the discard. First Absorb in Aether, thereby clearing the hand and shirking away the on-hit of Pummel, also leaving 2 resources floating for that Flashbolt in the arsenal. Such clean, measured play from the Australian.
He is going to Volzar here before the turn ends to make use of those. He has the resources, and spoiler alert, 6 damage on your turn. He's doing his best Blaze impersonation. Blaze, but better. Oscilio is here, and he goes, oh, wait. Yeah, that would put me to 1.
Marte takes a second and goes, cool. 6. Tight.
I was like, I hope he has the pummel.
One plays 11 now. Sam is laughing
Both
at his
players.
opponent who is squirming in the seat.
Oh,
is there a prevention effect in the hand for Marte? Can he do anything about this core reaction? There's an arcane polarity, which is just laughable in this situation. It does allow him to survive, but still at 1.
Insult meet injury. Sam Sutherland chuckles because he sees that it's possible as well, but it is literally going to put him right back to 1. That is hilarious.
Marte just hoping, am I cashing in all of my bad luck for top 8? Am I going to be okay moving forward? Have I paid enough bad karma forward that I can finally start reaping the rewards of some of this luck?
That was an absolute drubbing thus far, as you know, Sam Sutherland literally gets everything that you could ever want, but you still have to close the game out, and you got to find that arcane damage to finish this thing off. He does have a shock in hand. So if you can amp that up a little bit, you can just finish this one off. But
it might take a little more than a little bit. We do have a Nebula duality, but easy instances of 1 arcane is something that Marte can handle, especially with those 2 blues in hand. It does seem like it's just going to be an activation of the Richter scale, and then 2 seismic surges left on the board, and a quick draw back up. Sam Sutherland going fishing, finds the flashbulb. That's what we needed to close this game out.
Double pitch, and then you can use the both sides meld of Comet Storm Shock. And if they have some amount of prevention, you have the 2 floating for that final copy. And he even shows it. Yeah, we had it there, the yellow specifically. And both of them, look, they're playing this list. They know what's up, and they are both in top 8 with Oscilio doing wizard things.
Okay, if there was any question about the influence that Jacob Clements had on Sam Sutherland, it's laid bare right there. Jacob runs into the player cam, gives a quick massage to his friend, and says, this deck's pretty good, huh?
That deck is so good, especially if you draw it exactly like that.
Well, we'll see if the good luck draws continue for Sam Sutherland. That's the real question. But we do go to our final standings before, of course, the top 8 cut. We know how it was going to look beforehand, but the seeding has changed up a little bit. Looks like it is a loss for Eugene C. We know about the loss for Marte. Tobias Schmiedeberg takes a loss as well. Jacob Kernstock remains at X and 3 as well. Colin Lee also falls. And up at the top, the 2 X and 1s are the same X and O's that started the day. Jacob Clements, Chanon, Puttaree at the top of this pack.
And they are on opposite sides of the bracket, so that could be a repeat in the finals. Do keep in mind, though, the Marte Flavo we just saw is going to face down against Jacob Clements here in that very first quarterfinals. And that's going to be, well, I mean, you're going to run it back, and maybe Marte can cross their fingers a little harder this time.
Yeah, indeed. And maybe Jacob Clements will have a little bit less drawing luck than Sam Sutherland, but Jacob's got to be happy about that match.
That was explosive.
And we take a look down the line. Of course, we want to talk about everybody from the 32nd seat all the way up, because those are the folks that will be cashing.
Yeah, I want to point out a couple of things. At 20 and here at 24, we had both of our copies into day 2 of Blaze. Then at 25, we have Olympia finishing 7 and 4, and right behind we have Hala finishing 7 and 4 as well. Both of those heroes, like brand new in some respects, and in Hala's sense, actually brand new to Silver Age.
Which, no small feat. I'm pretty sure Inkarat Bunyamanand started today at X and 3. Only dropped 1 game for the entirety of the rest of Swiss. If that is not a selling point for Hala, the one of in the room, mind you, I don't know what else you need.
I mean, we had 100% conversion rate from day 1 to day 2 and a 7 and 4 record overall. So yeah, things are looking bright for the Warriors thanks to Mastery Pack Warrior. We'll see how it continues to carry forward when they're dealing with the electricity of Oscilio.
I don't know how we could showcase more fun games of Flesh and Blood in the economic format of Silver Age. So I think a lot of the people at home are going to be very excited about it, Steven. And so what do you think? Should they get out to Skirmish Season 15 and play?
Oh, 1,000%. I am going to a skirmish this Wednesday. Maybe I'm going to pick up Oscilio. I mean, at this point, it might just be Oscilio. But nevertheless, I will be planning on playing in my own skirmish season. I encourage you as well to go out and play in your skirmish as well.
Now, for your part, Steven, I know you're going to be going out there, and playing Flesh and Blood is its own reward, but we, of course, have some illustrious prizes. Dorinthia, Quicksilver Prodigy, for the first time in full art cold foil. Shove Off in cold foil. Arcane Polarity in rainbow foil for the top 4 contenders. Shove Off, of course, for top 2, and the champion prize is Dorinthia. Which of those are you most excited to get your hands on?
I mean, that polarity looks beautiful, but a cold foil Shove Off, that's going into every Silver Age warrior deck that I build. It is like one of the perfect one-ofs or two-ofs that you can play in every warrior in that blue slot. So yeah, I'm definitely eyeing that Shove Off.
Essentially a shred, kind of in the way that it plays here and there, but in a just as metal artistic rendition.
Yeah,
Gotta love that. When we come back, folks, we will be giving you extra games in this top 8. It's going to start off with 2 quarterfinals, which is incredibly exciting. But before we get to that even, you'll get to take a look at the 55s of each and every one of our top 8 competitors. All of you in chat that have just been chomping at the bit to find out what these deck lists are like, well, there will be no more questions for you any longer. Don't even have to wait until the next day when they're posted to Fabtcg. Instead, we got them locked and loaded, ready for your viewing pleasure. All that and more Flesh and Blood after this.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. You wanna come with me? My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. I want the lightning and the thunder. I want the sun in both my eyes. He made a promise to the vultures. He took a hit and said goodbye. Fate was never on our side.
Sharpened Steel is exactly what we use to make the top 8 cut here at Day 2 coverage of Calling Bangkok, where Silver Age has been the name of the game, and the games have been nothing but electric. And that trend will continue until morale improves. And the first of our 2 quarterfinal matches that we're going to show you, it's going to be Jacob Clements going up against a probably very beleaguered Flattering Showman.
Yeah, definitely shocked to say the least. That was a drubbing to the nth degree, and that's going to be crazy. But what we're hearing now is first we're going to see the Rhinar game,
Okay.
which I can definitely get down with. But before we do any of that, I have to see these top 8 lists, and I got to talk about them. So let's throw it to the top 8 lists. There's the bracket, and we're going to take a look at that, of course, before we jump into each and every list that you see on the screen.
Okay, exactly right. You can see what all of these players have brought, and then you can build it yourself in preparation for Skirmish Season 15. The first match that we'll be seeing is Chanon Puttaree, 2nd seed versus Eugene C on Rhinar. Eugene has been manhandling some Briars on his way here, but I think Chanon is cut just a little bit different. Then we'll turn our eyes to the top of your screen. Jacob Clements versus Mark Tay, who's going to hope for some very different variants than he caught against Sam Sutherland. Then we'll proceed to the semis. We'll see how those break out. Afterwards, we'll decide how many games we'll provide you in that right. But when you're looking at this top 8 bracket, what are the implications you're thinking of moving forward in this format?
Yeah, I think this is another week where we see Oscilio really having that breakout moment. There's 2 decks of Oscilio in this top 8. There are also 2 Briars. So this is a legitimate showing for both of those decks battling for control of the metagame and their positions. I mean, they're both lightning heroes. One a wizard, the other one a fake wizard called Runeblade, but they're both right there at the top. And there's one more pair, and that's Enigma, trying to answer those questions provided by those lightning heroes. Now, the final smattering, though, you see on this top 8, one Bravo Flattering Showman you mentioned, and one Rhinar. They're the dark horses that you want to follow if you care about one of those picking up the win and upsetting it all.
Dark horses and meta mainstays are the way we play here at Calling Bangkok. But now we'll see what flavor each of these players has brought to the heroes. We might see a lot of the same. We might see something very different. Jacob Clements and friend Sam Sutherland may very well have the exact same 55s. Now, you did a little bit of a deck tech for us on Oscilio earlier in the coverage. What do you see that kind of makes sense to you? What do you see that might very well be a surprise?
Well, the first thing I look for when I'm looking at what Oscilio is trying to do is how many Cosmic Sutures they're running and if they're doing anything extra with, instant speed damage. I love the cut down to 1 snapback rather than 2. I've made that cut myself because it sometimes can just feel so difficult to actually convert when you have to play a non-attack action. And instead of that, they've added 1 yellow flashbolt in for that easy activation to get strike twice online. And of course, this is 6 suture list along with 2 absorbs. So this is truly committing to that counter burn lifestyle.
Small correction, 5 suture list, right? Only 1 copy.
Correct, yes,
in the
5
blue,
suture, yes.
Which does make sense, of course, because paying 2 resources for a maximum of 3 value is kind of a tall order. We now proceed from Jacob Clements over to Chanon Puttaree. Our next seed, 2nd seed, will be on Briar. And now we see I'm sorry, old leather gloves? What the heck does that do?
Old leather plate and old leather gloves, both included here as well. Also,
And old leather helm.
yes, that's right. Also, shout out to a Bloodied Oval as well. That has been a recent addition to the list. But this one may be in just that slot in for the Briar Mirror, because if you've been attacked 2 or more times this turn, it is basically just, Temper 2, or I should say Blade Break 2, which can stop some of those break points.
I can see how in some situations that's Blade Beckoner plus. You don't have to wait for the Starfall to get your extra value. And if you've been attacked 2 or more times this turn, it's something you can shove just 2 old leather pieces in front of a snatch or something like that.
I also want to point out, when I'm looking at these lists, I'm looking at the number of Sigil of Sufferings as well. In this case, not just 2. We are actually playing 3 Sigil of Sufferings. 1 yellow is making its way in. I also look at Quick Succession. That is a brand new card from Omens of the Third Age, one that is become popular. Only the 1 being played there. I think that is notable because that card does sometimes clunk up if you have a ton. I really appreciate the 1 there. The 1 Evergreen, and still including Harness Lightning, a card that did get cut for a little while, but it's back as a 1 of in the list.
Okay, and now we go to, I hope you took a mind picture of that Jacob Clements list, because we go over to the cohort Sam Sutherland, and a quick scan, it's 5 Cosmic Sutures, it's 1 Snapback, 1 Save the Thought, there's the yellow Flashball. Are we looking at picture perfect 55s?
You know what, I don't have the photographic memory, but if you wanted me to put money on it, I would say probably so, yeah.
I think I'm going to have to. We had the 2 Stir the Aether wins. That's a question in my mind.
I don't recall, but
okay.
I do want to. Yeah, that is a great shout. That combined with the Exploding Aether up at the top as well is a great way to push over the top of something like an Oldham or anyone really that wants to go slow, particularly maybe even Enigma. Whereas you mentioned Kano had a tough time in that Enigma matchup in season number 1. Here's perhaps the answer that Oscilio can uniquely provide, because Stir the Aether wins and Exploding Aether can be played around with those, instant speed buffs as well.
Okay, that's our first dual copy of Heroes. Now we go over to Colin Lee, who leads the pack in the Enigma camp. We saw him on stream, so we know that this is a very defensive list. No surprises to see 2 on the horizons, 2 tests of strength, even though it's probably pretty unlikely that he's actually winning any of these clashes, but the 2 Oasis Respites played havoc on our Lexi player. Anything else that piques your interest here, Steven?
No, this is pure stock standard. I was doing a lot of research into Enigma leading up into this tournament, and this is exactly what a lot of these lists have moved to. 4 copies of Clear Conscience, I think that is the correct play, with the reds and the blues being so effective in the game we watched Colin Lee play. That is a great shout. So this is exactly what I'd be expecting to face as an Enigma on the other side of the board.
Even Big Blue Sky, usually only blocking 2, maybe 3 if you're able to combine it with one of those 3 inner chi cards that have made the list, really paying dividends. It just goes to show the power of defense reactions, even sometimes underrate ones in Silver Age when they are otherwise restricted. Now, the second Briar list for your viewing pleasure, that is Jacob Kernstock from Thailand. Now wow, look at that. Old Leather has made quite an influence on both Jacob and Chanon Puttaree. The differences, though, that's obviously what we're looking for here. Similarities are 1 copy of Harness Lightning, 1 copy of Evergreen, mind you. And yes, 3 Sigils of Suffering. Is it possible that these 2 are in cahoots?
Now, there is a shift here, as we did see that the Sigil of Suffering did move down into the next column. We do have 1 copy of Flattering Charge, and that is a card that I've actually played around cutting down to 1, because sometimes you just don't have the trigger there to be able to actually give it the go again with the instant speed. But you are pointing at something.
I'm pointing at a Blue Fruits of the Forest. That definitely strikes me as odd.
Yeah, Blue Fruits of the Forest, possibly as a incidental life gain, but also helps you pay for that Evergreen if you're planning on bringing that in and getting a little bit of that deterministic cycle at the bottom of the deck from Evergreen in Arsenal.
Okay, now the second copy of Enigma, Tobias Schmiedeberg. also from Thailand. We'll take a look and see if there's any major differences between this loadout and that of Colin Lee. My eyes are drawn to Brothers in Arms, though I'm not 100% sure I didn't see it in Colin Lee's list. Also, the Inner Chi cards chosen. There are 4 copies here. I want to say only 3 in that deck of Colin Lee.
Oh, that's interesting because most of the decks that I've looked at for Enigma are running the same stock standard 4 copies of Inner Chi generators.
My eyes could have deceived me.
Yeah, it could be. But we do see 4 Clear Conscience. Brothers in Arms is a good shout because some people were even all the way back in May playing Brothers in Arms in quads. They were playing 2 reds, 2 blues just for the extra blocks here. But now we have more proactive cards in the form of Clear Conscience. Maybe that has made some impact. Yet here we do see the reds and the blues being represented.
All 2 copies of Unmovable could be huge if Tobias goes up against that Rhinar or copy of Bravo Flattering Showman. We'll have to get through a Briar, though, to have that opportunity. And now we talk about the big green man. It is Eugene C., hopefully with plastic shades in tow, but it's Rhinar all day, every day. We look immediately at the weapons. We've seen this man play Ball Breaker, Mandible Claw, and Ravenous Meat Axe in our feature match area. Obviously not all at the same time. That would just be raucous and laughable. But besides that, there's a lot of stock standard brute stuff right here. The things that jump out at me are the numbers, of course, of barraging beatdowns. Does seem to be a total of 5. 2 red, 2 yellow, and 1 blue. This is a man that we have known to run blue copies of even bigger than that. So honestly, this is less spicy than I know Eugene lists to be.
I don't know. I think this is a fantastic list. This is like pure specialist just joy because look at all of the random one-ofs. Like this is a player that has taken the time to decide whether having 2 copies or 1 copy of Bear Hug is enough. Having 2 Strongest Survive, a card that is just like, yeah, everyone plays Strongest Survive, or 1 copy of Strongest Survive. Like this is like to the nth degree figured out. I love it.
Especially when you're choosing 2 copies of Strongest Survive, especially when you're choosing 1 copy of Smash with Big Tree in the yellow over an extra Strongest Survive. That is kind of mad lad stuff.
Yeah, this is what I love about this list. It's just like you look at it and you may think, oh, it's just a bunch of brute cards, but no, this is so meticulously crafted with all of the one-ofs. This is one of those lists that if you just tried to pick up and play, you would just like throw up on yourself and go, this list is terrible. But no, it's just so cool.
And now, dare I say, we look at the underdog, I would say, in this top 8 bracket. It is our 8th seed, Mark Tay on Bravo Flattering Showman. Even just taking a random look at the heroes that are represented in this top 8, I would kind of count Mark down. But knowing his first matchup, it looks even more dire. We'll see if he can get it done. If he does, what cards here are indicating to you not a fail state, but a succeed state against Jacob Clements?
I mean, you're going to need Oasis, Respite, and Polarity pretty quick. And the rest of this, you're going to need to start and put a red in the arsenal quick and start pummeling it like crazy. You can win those matchups. I have lost a rare game on the Wizard side from a Bravo Flattering Showman, but it really does need to sort of all kind of coalesce. The stars need to align, and not for the Constella Intelligence, but instead for the Flattering Showman.
Now, the 55 here is very quickly going to be reduced to 40 for Bravo Flattering Showman. Crash and Bash, get those out of there. Staunch Response, red, and honestly, blue, if you can, get them out of there. Test of Vigor, it's gone. Absolutely useless against what Jacob Clements is going to be doing.
Yep, 100%. This is a fairly stock standard list for Bravo Flattering Showman. So if this is a hero that you want to take and try to target all those Briars, I think this is a great representation for what you can do.
I mean, if you remember Mark's record up until this point, it was a lot of W's accompanied with green portraits. There were so many Briars, and even one Florian that befell the hammer of Mark Tay. But now we turn our eyes away from Mark and instead over to Eugene. It's Rhinar locked and loaded. We proceed to the feature match area for the first of 2 quarterfinals here at Calling Bangkok, but not before we plug one more time that giveaway of a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. Now, You are going to have to stay active in chat, specifically, though, in the latter half of this top 8 bracket. You can type all you want right now. We love to hear from you, but you won't be entered in the giveaway until the end of this top 8. So stick around, watch some great games of Flesh and Blood, stay active in chat, but keep your responses, your drinking buddies. Heck, let's call for everybody's favorite drink to be chatted out there as your entry into the giveaway. Go ahead and throw that. Even if it's water, we want to hear about it. But now it's time for Eugene C, Rhinar, and another game of Silver Age. We hit the button, we sharpen our steel as Hala demands, and we see Chanon Puttaree versus Eugene C. Chanon, I have to talk about him once more, Steven. This guy plays off-kilter decks, usually. Right now, he has got the big bad of the meta, Briar, locked and loaded, but he is known to be playing Teklovos, and he took it to a top 8 for Christ's sake. And then Lyath Goldmane. Now, I love casting APAC events because I know I can depend on Chanon Puttaree and Eugene C showing up and making it a heck of a fun event.
Today, he's become the villain as he has basically gone undefeated except against one Jacob Clements. And if that's your only loss, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself, sitting on perhaps the best deck in the format and only losing to, one of the best players in the world.
Especially when Chanon has racked up wins against, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 other top 8 competitors. Sam Sutherland has fallen to Chanon. Jacob Kernstock is in the top 8 as well. Colin Lee on top of it. It feels like if Chanon can get through Eugene, then he probably has a really good shot at the top 8. On the other side of the table, Eugene C has been doing a lot of winning, but wow, 3 Dromais in his wake. We've seen how difficult that matchup can be for Dromai. Even though Deitrich Mohan seemed to have a leg in that game, Eugene still dispensed with the pleasantries and cleaved his skull in.
Notably, he is 1 and 2 against Briars on this tournament as well, and that is a key feature of his record because 2 of his 3 losses coming to Briar and 1 of them coming to first seed Jacob Clements. That's not a beautiful bracket you're staring down, but it has to start here and it has to start now, picking up a win against Chanon.
And normally I would say you would be a slouch in the meta if you brought a deck that wasn't prepared for Briar, but who are we kidding? Eugene's going to be bringing Rhinar every single time until he hits Living Legend, in which case I'm honestly kind of concerned for his well-being.
Well, the good thing about Silver Age is you don't have to worry about hitting a Living Legend. You can play it in perpetuity, and so maybe this is where Eugene will live once that fateful day occurs. But the time has come. The time is now. Let's launch down into the game and see how it all plays out in quarterfinal number 1 with Chanon starting on the play turn 0. Check this out. Bloodied Oval and those 3 pieces of blocking equipment. The respect is there. He's keeping everything in front of him, so much so that he didn't bring a weapon.
So hilarious. Chanon has brought fists to an axe fight, if you ask Eugene C, and it might very well just be enough. That showcases a lot of matchup knowledge from Chanon Puttaree. It'll be Weave Lightning straight away into Harness Lightning.
And he draws the 1 of Harness Lightning. This is the reason you play this card. You want to put it in turn, you want to go turn 0, you want to put it in, you want to find it, and then you want to resolve it when they're clearly not going to be respecting it, and he gets the value off of it, and he gets the arsenal.
Lightning Press left in the hand. Of course, an embodiment of Lightning Token left in the wake of those 2 non-attack action cards. Lightning Press was gestured to the hand, but then placed safely in the arsenal in favor of a static Shock in hand, which makes sense. It's more modal in the hand. It can block if Eugene starts swinging, which swing Eugene is known to be doing. There's a red barraging beatdown played out right away, but only 1 yellow in the hand besides its 2 reds. Card intimidated away. Likely going to force Chanon into blocking here. +4 is not something you want to just willy-nilly provide to your opponent. And because Barraging Beatdown only provides that +4, if the next Brood attack is defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, you're very, very much incentivized to get your value on defense when this card is played.
Yeah, I wonder if Eugene is considering other ways to maybe get a 3rd Intimidate and push through this true damage. No, he's just going to pitch the yellow for the Wild Ride. There is the red, guaranteed hit in hand. We don't know what's on top of the deck, so this could be a miss. But, I mean, if anyone's run the numbers, it's Eugene.
Luckily, Barraging Beatdown is one of those misses. Clash of Might will be the card thrown into the graveyard. That was the one we knew about. The question is, what was the random draw? 10 on this wild ride, but it can very well be put right back down to 6 if Chanon blocks with 2 cards. It is a blue Vigorous Smash Up in the hand. Now, I wouldn't say Clash of Might, even in the red, is a particularly good arsenal. This one is worse.
But this has go again, and we can swing the Ravenous Meat Axe, and it's true damage. Now, this is, of course, why you bring in so many blocking pieces of equipment, because your hand is torn to shreds. It's torn asunder, as it were, and so this is where we're going to see those pieces get into play.
Aha, an embodiment of lightning token generated by the arcane damage rider on attack or defense on Stinging Sprite. So Chanon, even though blocking with 2/2 blocks, will get 3 value out of one of them. Some damage will find home. It will be 2 because, of course, Wild Ride's power will be reduced back down to its base of 6 after those 2 cards jump into the fray. Ravenous Meat Axe, the follow-up here. Old Leather and Blade Beckoner will get in the way. 1 damage will leak over after Chanon blocks with 2 instances of 2.
This is the stopgap maneuver that you can employ. Really only one more time after this. You have to take the tempo from the Briar perspective. Otherwise, you are just consigned to play whatever hands you're given by Eugene. So those pops, the pop specifically of the Embodiment of Earth starts the turn off, and we have a 2-card plus Arsenal play.
It will be Sprout Strength and Static Shock. The amazing thing about Static Shock in this case, when paired with the Lightning Press in Arsenal, it'll get a cheeky extra point of arcane damage upon connection. Eugene likely not going to commit 10 blocks just on the outside chance that there is a Lightning Press, especially when Chanon is threatening something else. The Embodiment of Lightning token generated on turn 0 does have to make Eugene think about the possibility of another 0 for 4 in the arsenal.
Yeah, I'd be worried about Snatch here. You don't want your opponent to have a 5-card hand, so if you're going to be blocking, you're likely going to be doing it on the second chain link, which in this case means you're going to get got.
In the hand for Eugene is 1 blue, Barraging Beatdown in the red, Savage Feast, and Bare Fangs. 3 reds, 1 blue, lots of damage if Eugene can claim it.
Notably, one of those cards, a no block in on the left side of the hand. That is a really solid 8 damage card if you can resolve it on your side and everything goes your way, but cannot get in the fray as far as blocking is concerned. He's maybe queuing up 2-card block here.
I could see it. He's got to get defensive value on the equipment at some point. Now, Eugene doesn't necessarily know that there's an on-hit here. Right now, there isn't. Static Shock, in order to get that extra 1 arcane damage, needs Lightning Flow. When this hits a hero, if you've played a Lightning card this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to them. Right now, Chanon has not played a Lightning card. Static Shock is elemental. But, as we talked about, Lightning Press sure as heck is a Lightning card.
Yeah, it's a very powerful card. Obviously, coming back off of the ban list, thanks to it being in that Briar precon, is one of the reasons why, Briar is one of the best decks in the format, and we are going to see it get into the fray most likely here. There's the play, because it does represent 4 value, and as a 0 for 4 is pretty good.
7 goes to 10, but it's still only blocked by 4. Right now, Eugene likely going to proceed all the way down to 9 when all is said and done. Looks like damage is being accepted. Life totals are being updated. It is a big ow for Eugene C. An Embodiment of Earth token, yes, is generated in the place of Static Shock, thereby making Eugene's attacks all the more easy to block. But Chanon, of course, has to draw the non-attacks that will help him do just that. Now, with Bare Fangs in the hand and Savage Feast alongside, yes, I think this play makes a lot of sense. Eugene gonna go roll the dice, see if he can avoid discarding this Savage Feast instead for the random card drawn off the top. Savage Feast, one of the premier arsenal cards for Rhinar in this format.
He ends up discarding a Pulping off the top. Now, Pulping is another card that you would love to have in the arsenal as well as a dominate piece. And with your opponent already having committed 2 of those blocking pieces of equipment, they're only down to those other 2 plus Bloodied Oval. This is not necessarily the card you'd like to see go, but then again, you're okay with a Savage Feast in the arsenal as long as you don't get exploded. I just want to point this out. That previous play, there were 2 cards put on the combat chain to block for Chanon. and he played a 3-card 13.
Mm-hmm.
That's the power that Eugene is contending with.
He is retorting with a very above rate play of 2-card 8. Bearfangs, however, looks a heck of a lot better when there's something else to follow. Chanon happy to accept 8. Down to 9 as well. 9 plays, but life parity when the opponent is Briar and she has 4 cards in hand has got to favor the Rune Blade. Now, I do think there's going to be a little bit of setup here. Chanon has himself 2 non-attack action cards, the first of which is Burn Up Shock, which I was saying setup because I really thought it would go in the arsenal. Chanon proving me wrong.
Looked like there was only 1 attack left in the hand, and it's a Stinging Sprite.
It
but
is.
There's a Lightning Press to push over. Look, this was the combo everyone was terrified of at the outset, realizing that Briar was unfettered and unshackled, and we're about to see it here.
Now, there is a curious interaction here. It is a huge boon to Chanon that he was able to send that Harness Lightning on turn 0, just because that's when you want to do it, but also because of the Scara strapping on the side of Eugene C. There is no Arcane Barrier there, so Eugene is not able to get a card with 6 or more power into his pitch zone on Shannon's turn. So this Burn Up Shock, like the Harness Lightning before, will dodge the Spell Void 3 that is conditional on Scara strapping.
Yeah, that's a massive point to contend with. If you don't have a way to get a card into the pitch, then you don't really have a way to activate that. And he doesn't have a way to pitch into the Arcane Barrier because there is none. And that is going to represent 3 with Go again, but we know it is far more.
Far more, yes, of course. Only up to 6. If Eugene can smell out this Lightning Press, maybe, just maybe, he's going to have some headway left in this game. But if that Lightning Press connects even 1 damage, and that burn up goes essentially Boom Grenade.
Yeah, that previous turn we had a +3 buff. Then you had 4 off the Static Shock. It pinged for an extra 1 plus the 3 on the pump. I guess it was a 3-card 11. And now here we're seeing what is a very kind of low power attack in just 3 Go again, threatening maybe a follow-up here. So it's really hard to make a 2-card block in this moment.
Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, because you've already seen on the previous turn cycle that first play.
It is just going to be Clash of Agility. Clash goes through. Eugene C wins it, albeit barely. Buckwild beats Snatch by 2 points. Agility token left in its place. There's the Lightning Press, though. Eugene has a laugh, and all he can do is shake his head and go out of the feature match area. 1 Lightning Press, 2 Lightning Presses to the dome. That one carried a Rider of Burn Up Shock, and Chanon Puttaree, with his poker face, proceeds into the semifinals.
In the blink of an eye, that game finished. And that is the hero everyone has been contending with. And that is the hero that he was now 1-3 on the tournament against.
And now everybody that was sitting at home after voting for Briar in the community benching is going, see, I told you. You see that? You see that? We should have banned that.
I mean, Burn Up Shock plus Lightning Press is a lot of damage. And, well, there it is. So that is 1 quarterfinal down, and it doesn't go the way of the Dark Horse deck. It goes to the Queen herself.
Indeed so. You can look forward to more Flesh and Blood here today, but also in future events. They're coming up. We are nothing, but we are... What am I trying to say? We're definitely not done here on the World Tour. $2 million USD is what's up for grabs, so get out and play some Flesh and Blood. On this page, I want to highlight, of course, Colin Humberg, the final opportunity for you to get your hands on a cold gold foil extended art quick dodge flexors, which is synonymous, of course, with winning a calling in this age majority of 2026. Of course, Calling 100 in Atlanta is coming at you at the beginning of October, but not before we get a real look at Usurp the Shadow Throne in Seoul. That's not all, folks. We continue on at the end of October. Fab 2 Latam continues with Mexico City. We'll also be in Shenzhen, China at the end of November, in Wakefield in Great Britain, on at the middle of December over to Portland, but the real headliner on this page is the World Championship in Paris. The City of Lights is finally hosting a Flesh and Blood event, and I am so very excited about it, even though I'm not going to be able to attend. You can get yourself a side event promo in a gorgeous rainbow foiling alternate art, Lay Low. You can be like the denizens of Solana and try, as you might, to hide away from the denizens of Erathael.
Yeah, this is a great card right now in Silver Age as well. It is being played by multiple control heroes, like Oldhim is playing this, and if you want a copy to throw into your Oldhim deck and try to stymie yet another attack, well, that's a pretty one to play.
And you know, Oldhim is not looking so great right now, at least in calling Bangkok, but we know how quickly the tables can turn in Silver Age. We've already touched on it a little bit, but the world premiere in Seoul is going to be a moment to remember. Viserai, the Usurper, has bent his Reaping Blade, and is now wearing it more like a crown befitting of the Usurper King after running through Mr. Chain, the previous Shadow Bad Boy. World Championship is Paris, has already been mentioned, but it will be yet another Flesh and Blood event to remember. Pro Tour London, even though it feels like it just happened, is coming back around in the first quarter of 2027, the year of the goat, not the year of the dragon, Stephen. February 25th, 28th, go ahead and set your phasers to win Quest if you across the pond and see if you can take down Jacob Clements. I would have to imagine he's going to be qualifying for that. I already mentioned that we are sunsetting the Quick Dodge Flexors as the final trophy for a calling champion, but in its place will be the Circlet of Eternal End. And even though it is eternal, I am sure that it will be ending at some point. So get out and win a calling, which is a very easy feat, the way I'm flippantly talking about it, and get your hands on a Circlet of Eternal End, because as we already talked about, it's the last chance to get your Quick Dodge Flexors, and I quoted it incorrectly. It's not calling Hamburg, it is calling Kansas City instead. At the end of August, the last opportunity, the last one we will be giving away. Now, a lot of these events upcoming will be streamed, so even if you are not participating in person, you can enjoy them from the comfort of your couch. Calling Hamburg at the end of August will be Scott Howling Mines, Erica Forsloff, and Kyle, Cody Cass Mullings, a brand new talent to add to our portfolio here at LSS. And then the returning gentlemen, Charles Dunn and Julian Pastry Time Carr, will be joining you for Calling Kansas City. An incredible city, lots of really good food. Go get some meat sweats and also get your Flesh and Blood on as well. And then, of course, the event of the season, Usurp the Shadow Throne, mentioned now for the third time. If it's not good enough at this point, will feature a star-studded cast of casters: Sam O'Byrne, Scott Howling Mines, and Hayden Dale. Exciting stuff on the horizon, whether you are competing in person or enjoying the coverage from your home. And now we promised 2 quarterfinals, the second of which will be coming up after a short break. It's going to be a lot more lightning, here and there some rune blades, but more Flesh and Blood coming your way. Hit me, baby, one more time is what Eugene C is saying to Shannon Puttaree, but Shannon says, well, it's over. I have to walk to my next semifinal.
Yeah, the game's done.
There's a proper way to do this, Eugene.
It was over in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. 2 lightning presses gone, and a burn-up shot connects with the people's champion, but right now he is not the protagonist of this story any longer.
Not anymore, no. He's had his time, and now it's Briar's time, or maybe Jacob Clements.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't it be nice if Jacob Clements could finally get a win?
Yeah, this is his moment. He's been training. The training arc is complete. He's done the montage. The Rocky music played in the background, and now he's going to win. Oh, I think he's already done that. Never mind.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the top 8 bracket and prove that you're not a liar, Stephen Cookus. Here we go. It is Jacob Clements who will be taking on Mark Tay in this next round, this second quarterfinal that we are pledging to show you here in the top 8 coverage of Calling Bangkok. That one is yet to be decided. The rest, however, it's Enigma. It's Shannon Puttaree. So already a whole host of these dual heroes that we saw featured in the top 8 are falling. Jacob Clements thanking his lucky stars that he's going up against Mark Tay instead of his cohort Sam Sutherland, who ended up with Tobias Schmiedeberg, saying, my ward board crushes you.
Yeah, that's a big result because it does mean that regardless of how your first game goes, Jacob's going to have to look at a very similar matchup and a very similar deck build. As we talked about at the top of the quarters, this is going to be a challenge regardless of what hero ends up winning, the 1 seed or the 8 seed.
So what was once 3 redundant heroes now immediately becomes 2. Unfortunately, Dark Horse number 1 is out of the mix. Will Mark Tay be able to change his stars, though, and take his Miller's Grindstone straight to the face of the Constella? That is the real question, and the one we will be answering in mere moments. Now, if the folks were watching previously, Steven, they know that this can go very, very poorly for Bravo. And the proof is right here for you. Sam Sutherland was the last loss for Mark Tay, the finalist loss to round out his Swiss performance. It's an L to Shannon Puttaree, Jacob Kernstock, 2 fellow top 8 competitors, mind you, and then, of course, Sam Sutherland. Besides that, he's not winning, or he's not losing to anybody that's not in the top 8 of this Calling Bangkok.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if he can make the adjustment necessary, and also if this runs as hot as the previous matchup, I'm not sure there are many adjustments that he can make. Nevertheless, if he finds his way through it, he's into the semifinals.
And on the other side, the boy wonder, Jacob Clements, on a insane run, has won a Calling, a national championship, and the Pro Tour. That would be good enough. But what if I tell you that they were right in a row?
Yeah, and he has the chance to do it right here as well and add another notch to his belt, another quick dodge flexors to his case. And, you know, he is a philosophy student currently. Thinking about that compared to this Constella intelligence, I think he graduated. Is that correct?
He finally did. It took him over a year to go and collect his diploma.
Well, finally got around to it. But the best part is he's playing that Constella intelligence, a coalescence of all of the smartest Aether scribes. And maybe he's going to be putting on a show just like that.
You know him. You love him. Oscilio's going to be discarding instant cards, fixing his hand to blast you before you can even play the game. And Bravo Flattering Showman, if he can, will be chaining together multiple crush cards over the course of several turn cycles and making Oscilio's life hell. The issue that we saw in the previous streamed matchup between Bravo and Oscilio is that most of these crush effects in Silver Age just don't matter to an all-arcane build.
Yeah, when you can just dump your hand with impunity, even pummel doesn't matter. Like, that's the thing about a wizard versus this matchup is you just have so much more flexibility than someone that's relying on keeping cards in hand and not being disrupted.
Will it be flexibility or brawn that carries the day? We're going to find out right now in the second quarterfinal here at Calling Bangkok. Jacob Clements, another quick dodge flexors in his sights, but Mark Tay stands in the way. Yet another discard, of course, of the amphitheater. I'm having PTSD.
He's going again, and at this point, Mark Tay is shifting in his seat, seeing what is so familiar,
Not again.
And thinking exactly that. 4 coming across, being presented thanks to the buff there from the chorus of the amphitheater.
Strike twice will go, and Mark Tay Huge boon to him. Already the variance is very much in his favor as compared to the last streamed matchup. Arcane polarity found on turn 0 instead of when he was already at a measly 1.
23 now plays 18. Doesn't have the arsenal to lean on yet. Has a lot of reds in the hand, but he can at the very least pitch and then hopefully arsenal this fault line. Looks like that's what he's posturing to do. Fault line, a fantastic card in the arsenal. And as you can see on the board, not too bad and not too shabby when sending 7.
Now he's hoping, praying that Jacob dared to arsenal an action card, not an instant card that can just be played away. Jacob will have the opportunity to do some hefty blocking. If you haven't seen the previous streamed matchups, Voltic Vanguard and Twinkle Toes in conjunction with Unyielding Grip are so much more defensive value than the Wizard class usually is able to utilize. But a pop of the Spellfire Cloak immediately makes it so that Absorbent Aether can dodge that crush effect and immediately jump out onto the combat chain. This fault line completely blocked out, and Jacob has the opportunity to get some extra value on an arcane damage effect like this Constella Contemplation flying to the arena.
Absorbent Aether is just an all-star in this format. It has been in all young hero formats. It's been often joked about before it really had its moment to shine, first in Blaze and now here even more perhaps in Oscilio. Here applying its buff, its pseudo amp text over to the arcane 1 ping. That's all this normally presents is 1 point of arcane damage. It's 4. That is just so potent in a young hero format. You can see they chuckle about it, and you may have started turn 0 at a post-life, like a higher life than you began the game, but now we're getting it back down.
It's an immediate discard of Comet Storm Shock, and now Jacob can simply pitch the final red in his hand to play out Meteoric Impact. That's all he wanted, just to sneak 5 arcane damage through. Mark Tay will block out the majority of it. 18 plays 18 now, which might look normal for this turn 2, but remember, Mark was able to heal 4.
Oh, wow, and he's not playing the fault line, not activating here, threatening the possible pummel. I like this play because you would think with the 2 floating, why not just, dominate and then play the fault line, but instead here, just sending Choke Slam, floating 2, giving yourself the ability to float 2 prevention that you could activate into that arcane barrier. So playing for a less aggressive line and instead taking the prevention style.
But Jacob accepts all of the damage, down to 10 now. Mark in the lead on life for now, but when a counter burn Oscilio is saying no blocks, you have got to be a little bit worried.
It's either that or the hand is awful because they can't block, but it looks like it's not going to be awful.
Looks pretty good to me.
Spoiler alert, it's looking pretty solid as we're going to activate Cosmic Flare. That creates the resources necessary
it just got better.
to send Aether Sling. This one is going to come true unless there's an Oasis Respite lurking. It is not the case.
We now know after the deck review, which you can go back and watch at the beginning of Top 8 coverage, that Mark does have 2 copies of Oasis Respite. Besides that, no prevention effects. So unless they come timely when Aether Sling is presented, I believe the 1 copy in Jacob's deck, well, it's just going to have to block some vanilla damage here and there, not stuff the entirety of the turn.
Meteoric Impact is the play, but here's the best part. Even if that Aether Sling was stopped, he had arcane damage to follow it up. He is essentially just forking his opponent. And look at this. He's going to arsenal the arcane damage and instead just play Sigil of Forethought, which when it leaves the arena creates a Ponder token for next turn. So if this game ends up going long enough for him to need that Ponder, it'll be there and to load the arsenal.
More importantly, though, I think, Steven, is that Sigil of Forethought being an instant and destroying itself at the beginning of the action phase will turn on Starfall for the remainder of Jacob's affirmative turn. But first, he has to deal with this fault line. No activation of Bravo Flattering Showman, no +2, no Dominate on this one, just a pesky threat of the arsenal, and we know that it's yet another playable there. So even if Jacob disrespects the on crush effect, we'll be able to play it out before it's taken from him.
Yeah, Flashbolt red is in the arsenal. Core Reaction, a fantastic card you'd love to play here. Looks like that's going to be discarded instead because we just don't necessary. Oh, and he draws another flash bolt. That is 2 instances of 3 arcane damage at instant speed. You're going to have to pay 4 to complete that circuit, if you will. But it is a lot of damage on offer.
I think circuit is the operative word for the elemental lightning wizard, Jacob Clements. The good thing here is that Jacob can convert the entirety of this hand and make use of the Ponder token from Sigil of Forethought. Can block with Comet Storm Shock, use the 2 pitch cards in hand to play out both of these flash bolts, and because core reaction was discarded, will still have the opportunity to activate Volzar, thereby clearing all of the hand and the arsenal and providing a fresh place for that Ponder token to go.
It looks like that is indeed going to be the line that's drawn up. The other option, of course, is trying to just block 6 on this and extending the game a little further.
True.
And we might see that, but no, he's thinking about it. He really is. So he's going to start by just sending Flash Bolt, amping it 1 from the Volzar. That is going to be the 1 from the Arsenal. So still 1 lurking in the hand. And yeah, I think he's just going to pull the trigger, commit, and send an additional 3. This is all face up because the opponent has nothing left to respond with.
Huge amounts of damage. The counter burn is burning right now. Yes, indeed. It is a total of 6 block thanks to the unyielding grip in addition to Comet Storm Shock. Don't hate this at all. Jacob, after all is said and done, only takes 1 damage. Forget the crush effect. Is it even enough to tip the scales in the favor of the Guardian? Sigil of Forethought will pop in exchange for a Ponder token. What will Jacob find? It is a photon splicing. Less than ideal, I would say, for Jacob Clements in the arsenal.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic arsenal, but you can definitely just drop it in. 7, yet again, he's going to drop down. Now, he's getting rid of the Cosmic Suture red here, not actually offering it on defense in response to Cartilage Crush. He doesn't care about playing the long game, but he has another one in hand. So maybe he's like looking at these, clumping up and saying, you know, I just kind of want to focus on sending arcane damage rather than trying to, you know, counter burn it down.
We can very much figure out the overall approach to the matchup from Jacob Clements based on the cards that he is throwing into the bin with the Oscilio activated ability. In review, a Comet Storm Shock, a red core reaction, now a red Cosmic Suture. Yes, I think you're right. He is not using forethought when it comes to the long game. Instead, Jacob Clements is thinking much more about burning his opponent out of this game. And who could blame him based on the way it went with Sam Sutherland?
Well, this is also the exact way you play the matchup from the Blaze Firemind perspective. You do this exact same thing. You put cards in front of their attacks when you don't really need them, and you convert on their turn, burning their hand down because they've extended into you. So it's the same way you play the matchup from the Blaze side. You just get to do it perhaps even more efficiently with all of these counter burn strategies and extra pings here and there.
Now, I'm sure part of the reason Jacob is tanking on these blocks is, of course, the prevalence of pummel in Guardian lists abound, but especially in Mark Tays, which is played out now. Cartilage Crush up to a whopping 11, threatening the life of Jacob Clements, even though we know there are prevention effects still to be played. Constella Uplift going to be played out first. Starfall active thanks to the discard of a Cosmic Suture. It'll be 2 Arcane. Activation of Volzar was allowed to go through on this Constella Uplift. Untapped immediately. Mark Tay holds back that 1 resource in the pitch, instead waiting for another day. And then it's Cosmic Suture out of the hand for Jacob Clements. This is still a lot of damage that's going to connect unless Voltic Vanguard and Twinkle Toes are activated.
That's exactly what we're going to see here. We're going to see those activations most likely just to try and cover things up. I also like the overpitch to avoid a discard. It's just these little things that may not end up being too consequential, because we do know that the card in the arsenal is just an innocuous blue photon splicing, not going to make any waves on this turn cycle. Yet we still didn't have to discard because we're wizards and we get to do that.
Yes, we do. At the end of all things, Jacob Clements comes out relatively unscathed. Only 3 points of damage taken there. Mark Tay still blood-letting. It is pouring out of his veins. And now in the hand is Arcane Polarity, Oasis Respite, but nothing really to do on the affirmative.
This is almost one of those turns where you just kind of swing hammer, float, you know, like your other cards in hand and say, you know, extend into me.
I dare you to pull the trigger, says Mark Tay, when the gun is very squarely placed upon his forehead by Jacob Clements.
Another Cosmic Suture over on the other side as well. The question mark on this Cosmic Suture, no, wait, it's not a Cosmic Suture. Instead, he's just willing to give 3, possibly lose the Clash, maybe, lose the Clash and lose the top card of the deck. With this Arcane list, there's almost no issue to run Miller's Grindstone out there because you know that your opponent is totally going to lose the Clash on the top, and that's exactly what we saw there.
And now with the number of activations of Oscilio at this point, if Mark was actually able to get this game to go long, which seems like no small feat, there's a very real possibility that he could run Jacob out of cards. Think about 3 or 4 Oscilio activations, 1 or 2 connections on Miller's Grindstone. It's still hard, don't get me wrong, but if these prevention effects like Oasis Respite line up in timely manners, I could see it maybe happening.
No, this is actually the exact type of draw that you want. You have Oasis in hand, you have Polarity in Arsenal, you have the ability to kind of do this the next couple of turns or swing one big attack and float a resource, keep the prevention in front of you. You could actually pick this game up from this position.
Jacob has been making his opponent look like he brought a steel umbrella to a lightning storm, but finally, there's a middling turn from Jacob Clements. Clearing out that blue photon splicing and establishing the second copy of Sigil of Forethought is he. But Mark is forced to just send yet another Miller's Grindstone. Cosmic Suture in hand for Jacob Clements, but not a single red card to boot. The most enticing, of course, is that yellow Flashbolt.
Yeah, and that's a great addition to the list as of late. Throwing in another copy of Flashbolt, which is just an extra couple of points of damage that can be converted on the opponent's turn, is fantastic. Here he is going to block just the 3, ask for reactions.
It's going to be 4 goes Jacob Clements. Another Clash forced by Miller's Grindstone, easily won by Mark Tay. Arcane Twining joins the rest in the bin. So 2 cards have been claimed by the Hammer. Back over to Jacob. Sigil of Forethought joins the graveyard. Ponder token left in its place. Jacob playing a little bit more action speed in these last couple turn cycles. It'll be an activation of Volzar. Activatable because of the Sigil of Forethought that went to the grave. Constella Uplift played out in response to Volzar Meteor Storm. So just 1 arcane damage ping with the promise of something much taller for Mark in the future. It's an easy block of 1 using flatten the something. I can't quite remember. Flatten the road? Flatten the... Anyway, 2 resources left floating for this yellow Flashbolt, now crashing in for a whopping 4. And the question is, what is in that arsenal that Jacob is going to convert?
Well, this is the perfect moment to play Oasis Respite. It gains you a life. You have the resources floating. You go up to 4, and you stop all of this damage. That is the perfect moment to play that. You have taken Arcane on this turn. No, you've stopped all of it, so that Polarity is still locked in the arsenal for the time being, not getting full value.
Probably exactly what made Mark Tay pause and go processing in the brain before he sends yet another Miller's Grindstone. All of a sudden, this Hammer is looking like a win condition.
Flatten the field pitched to pay for the Hammer, and look at this. Not a ton of blocking options in the hand. You do have a spell you'd love to keep for your own turn and throw it. Instead, you're kind of priced into maybe just giving it and not dying.
And with every single activation of Oscilio, yes, Jacob has to count up the deck right now. There are so many enticing cards in that hand. If you throw one away, you do have to consider, how am I going to kill my opponent when they're finally starting to find copies of Oasis Respite and Arcane Polarity?
And this is where, like, the 1 Save the Thought and the 1, like, Tap Lessons Past that you kind of include for matchups that go long, this is where those actually come into play. Haven't seen them. Maybe they weren't cited in because... You know, we saw what happened at the end.
Jacob saw it, too.
Yeah.
We know he rushed into the player cam with Sutherland.
Maybe you just say, well, we don't need it. We're just going to blow him up. But look at this. 4 plays 4, 4. Casual lethal on the stack. Cards in hand, cards in deck are quite low for Jacob Clements. And the 1 seed curse may come back to bite him.
It bears mentioning that we are open deck lists now that we're in top 8. And Jacob likely saw just as many dud cards in the deck of Mark Tay as we saw when it comes to the Oscilio matchup. So he's got to know what he's up against.
Well, you know, I think not converting like this game into a win in those early turns gives even more time for Mark Tay to find second copy of Oasis, second copy of Polarity. And now you're up against the wall on the side of Jacob Clements. You kind of have to convert on these next 2 turns because you're almost out of cards.
Gosh, comparing the body language of Mark in this matchup versus the one of Sam Sutherland, he looks so calm, cool, and collected. Beforehand, I thought he was going to force an aneurysm.
Yeah, he was spur locked for sure. But now this Cosmic Sutures coming down for 3 prevention.
3 prevention on Miller's Grindstone. Jacob really doesn't want to give up that Comet Collision, and who could blame him? An additional blue joins the flatten the field. No damage taken by Mark Tay. Can't say the same for Jacob Clements. Clash lost immediately. Constella Contemplation and more damage ripped away from the deck. I believe I saw the count. Jacob was previously at 7 cards, now down to 6 in deck. It'll be an activation of Oscilio, getting rid of the core reaction in favor of a blue Nebula Duality, but he needs it in order to... Never mind, he doesn't need it to pay for the Comet Collision. He instead needs it for the activation of Volzar and the Starfall buff on Comet Collision.
He's given up so much value on this short term, playing towards the end of this game. But look at this. He's got 1 turn cycle left to close it. And the punish finally reveals itself from the arsenal. It's Polarity. You're at 6. I've given up so much gas. Do I even have the ability to close it out?
And that's still with an Oasis Respite left in deck for Mark Tay.
He's just content to, pick up the hammer, swing it again, grind the deck into dirt. And look, he's got an Absorb an Aether in the arsenal, but do you even have anything to combine it with?
Okay, it's looking like only 1 card in deck, so I was even wrong on my count. It was actually 6 originally, 1 burned by Miller's Grindstone, 1 burned by the activation of Oscilio.
And he has no way to leverage the arcane buffing at this point anymore. I don't think he can... Oh, no, he can throw Nebula Duality. That is a point of arcane damage, but I'm not sure he has much else in the way of recourse. He can keep, and just chuck one of the turn to Mind Fires on his own turn, and that can threaten some damage. But at this point, I don't think he has enough damage to finish Mark Tay off.
Jacob is suddenly looking probably the most uncomfortable he's been this entire weekend after a meteor all the way through Swiss into the top 8. First seed, which honestly is rightfully his at pretty much any tournament he goes to. All of a sudden, it's a Bravo Flattering Showman that is making him sweat.
This is not the matchup that you want to be sitting in and looking at a 1-card deck, a 4-card hand, an arsenal that can only block and not convert into damage when you realize maybe we've burned through too many of our red spells.
Luckily, there are 2 turn to Mind Fires left in the hand, but again, you got to get through this turn cycle. Jacob's looking at potentially just blocking with 1 card. Yes, taking 1, but losing the last card in deck. There's an Absorbent Aether still there. The issue is no more instant speed arcane effects except for that Nebula Duality, which could have been played right there in conjunction.
The unfortunate part is if you play that, you don't have the capacity to follow up on your turn with Turn to Mind Fire. But look at this. Even if you go Turn to Mind Fire here for 5 Arcane, they still AB3 take 2. 5 Arcane on your next action phase. AB3 take 2. You don't have the damage in the deck.
Ain't no way. It will be Turn to Mind Fire, 5 Arcane for your consideration, Mark Tay. Now, there are other ways to amp, even though Jacob likely out of ways to activate Volzar Meteor Storm. We've got things like Arcane Twining, which can close out games. I'm not gazing the ages and seeing a victory here, though, Steven.
Yeah, as long as, Mark Tay doesn't run into a 4-red hand, and even if he does, he gets to draw up again because there's no damage on the opposing turn that's going to be presented during your turn.
Has the Oasis Respite, second and final copy for Mark Tay been found? That's the question. Oh, there it is.
This truly a ponderous moment.
Jacob is tapping that ponderous moment to get a ponder token. But he will go ahead and draw away. One of the other things that is a factor in this match is that Jacob has almost flippantly activated Oscilio and thrown his ominous excavations in the bin, even without tap lessons passed and save the thought. That is still just a little bit of recursion. 2 more flash bolts that could have been sent Mark Tay's way.
And at the end of it all, he's just 2 to 3 damage short, and he knows it.
Oh, this is a bummer for the boy wonder. Jacob Clements will need to block with at least one of these cards. 1 damage will be taken. The silver lining, though, is there's no more of the deck to clash and burn for Mark Tay. Still reveals his card in kind.
Yeah, perhaps the silver lining to a sinking ship. But unfortunately, that ship is, at this point, all but sunk. You're going to amp, you're going to chuck your final card, turn to Mindfire. You have a 1-card hand, and that is it. The 1 seed curse haunts him again, and in a matchup that he watched so easily dispatched by his teammate, this time, Mark Tay finishes the job, and Bravo Flattering Showman moves into the semifinals?
Honestly, I'm starting to call Bravo upsetting Showman, because that is exactly what we have seen right here. Jacob Clements, the de facto leader in all things Flesh and Blood. But right here, Mark Tay showing that a dark horse can get it done just like a meta mainstay. Eeyow! That was really awesome to watch.
Oh my gosh, that was incredible. And it was one of those games where you start off and you see all these things that are happening. It's just power card, and then there's that key moment where you go, wait a minute, all of these cards in my hand suck. Where are all my power cards?
Oh,
and
yeah,
you
I
remember,
discarded them.
You played and discarded them, and that was the tale of the tape.
Just goes to show that in the game of Flesh and Blood, even the best of the best have lessons that they need to learn. Perhaps tapping a lessons pass might be the way forward for Jacob Clements. But if you want to get in the ring and play some Silver Age alongside the best of the best, there is only one way to do it, and that is by playing Silver Age, of course. And luckily, we have a very easy way to do that. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 constructed decks are now fully available. And with the advent of Chapter 3, we've got Blaze the Firemind and a downshifted Raiden, which means a face-lifted Bolton. And now, fresh off of the ban list is, of course, Cash In, which is a huge boon, as you've been talking about, Steven, to Mr. Gravy Bones, who joins us as well as a part of these constructed products. $20 ticket to the World Tour. That's what we've been talking about. That's what you can get with Silver Age Precons. And with it, a heck of a lot of fun for players of all shapes, sizes, and skill levels. IAR promises some more Silver Age action as well, mind you. No, it's not one of our chapters 1, 2, and 3, but Prism Advent of Thrones will be joining the mix, and she'll have an unlimited amount of figments. No, I wouldn't recommend running only figments, but the ones that you can use are going to be ever so fun. All of a sudden, she is a real deck, because previously all figments usable to her were majestic in rarity, thereby not
she
playable.
was majestic as well. So
That's a good
this is
point.
her entry into this format, and I can't help but be sad because she dominates certain matchups that I thoroughly enjoy. But there's also one Flattering Showman that might have something to say against all of those Phantasm attacks. So her work is going to be cut out for her. But check out that Viserai Between Worlds as well. That is an amazing art.
I really love it, and you're even going to love the extra art that comes with it. Wouldn't you know, it is a double-sided card. You can flip this way and that, play 2 ways with a single hero. Viserai is here, and he's the new king. Bye-bye Chain, and hello Purple Circles. We talked about the unlimited figments of hope, and here they are for your viewing pleasure. It means you can play with figments, you can play with angels, and honestly, even though you're only going to be seeing one angel, I would be pretty happy that it's Soraya, Archangel of Endless Hope.
Yeah, it's gorgeous as well. Look at the treatments on those arts. That is amazing. With the golden apple in the hand raised to the heavens, that is exciting.
Okay, well, we have seen 2 quarterfinals gone by. We've seen the results of the rest of them, which means that there's only a few more games of Flesh and Blood left to be played. Shannon Puttaree graces your screen once again. He's been in top 8s before, but can he finally clench the victory? All that and more Flesh and Blood after this. So many games gone by, but only 2 separate us from a calling champion. And one of the final gold foil full art quick dodge flexors to be awarded this year and in its entire tenure. Here is a calling prize at LSS. So exciting. And man, did we see an upset in that last round.
Yes, pride cometh before the fall, and the fall took place for one Jacob Clements. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as it stands now, as it's not Oscilio moving in at the top, but instead it is Mark Tay, Bravo Flattering Showman there at the top.
Yes, indeed. Mark Tay says usurp D's, and then Jacob Clements says I'm a Mog, but no way does he get there. Mark Tay just shoves that Miller's Grindstone down the Boy Wonder's throat, but now he has to contend with Colin Lee, which I wouldn't imagine is particularly comfortable.
No, that is a very uncomfortable matchup. In fact, if you were playing from the Enigma perspective as Colin Lee, that's probably the matchup you want to see most, a hero that really cannot deal with your board state.
So honestly, if Tobias Schmiedeberg has a strong plan for Briar, it's entirely possible that this star-studded top 8 is going to end with Enigma on both sides of the board.
Yes, and that was honestly shocking. When we saw both of those Enigmas in the semifinals, there was a chance in my mind that we see that, regardless of who picked up that first or that first through 8 matchup. Like, it very well could be an Enigma finals.
Which honestly, that matchup will be quite an enigma, at least from my perspective in the coverage desk. I'm sure that Tobias and Colin have gotten reps into the mirror matchup, but I'm curious as to how it goes. First, we do have to see if Chanon can muddle through Tobias, and man, has he looked good in the feature match area. Even when he lost to Jacob Clements at the start of today, he still looked like a clean ass player.
Well, that second 7-seed matchup that he had into Eugene was like blink and you miss it. It was almost flippant in the way that it was played out. It was like, yeah, here's some damage. It doesn't look that scary. Oh, you remember Burn Up? Oh, you remember Shock? Those cards exist. Yeah, you're dead. And then we moved on. So will it happen again? That's the question. But, you know, it's not going to be a quick one. This is going to be a slog.
Okay, and let's see if Mr. Puttaree is able to slog his way through, because Tobias Schmiedeberg is going to be taking a defensive stance, as we've seen from Enigmas all around. But now we know what the 55 is. There are no surprises except for a lot of really efficient blocking cards and also some inevitability.
Something you've been pointing out about Chanon is that this is a guy that has played Fatigue. He has played Teklavas, and he knows what that looks like on that side. So if there's anyone that's going to go toe-to-toe with it, it's going to be him.
Indeed so, and honestly, his visage is strong. Every time I look at his player cam, he gives nothing away. Even when he presented 2 turns back-to-back with Lightning Press, one of which was locked and loaded with a burn-up shock, he gave Eugene C nothing. Only 1 loss this entire weekend, and it's been to Jacob Clements. He's not in the way anymore. This, for the first time, is Tobias Schmiedeberg. He is here and has only taken 2 losses, technically a draw in the final round, round 11, against fellow top 8 competitor Jacob Kernstock. Otherwise, there's a lot of Briars that he's beaten along the way.
Yeah, he's definitely playing this matchup nice and slow, taking this to its final end game state of, maybe you could describe it as Kadachi lock, or just completely burning their cards down, a 0 deck scenario. But that's the tale of this tape from the Enigma perspective.
And not that anybody wants to play to a draw in the game of Flesh and Blood, because of course it doesn't favor either player, but in this top 8, that's no respite. These are untimed rounds. We will need to leave with a winner, of course. It's Briar Enigma. It's the semifinals at Calling Bangkok. We are ready. Let's get into it. Shannon Puttaree has chosen to go first, which makes me wonder if there's some harness lightning shenanigans. Also, just the benefit of setting up a big bad 5-card hand, which is what Chanon is going to have to do over and over again. Right now, it's not looking great. There's 4 attacks in the hand, not a lot of which have go again.
No, that's rough, but you are being presented with damage you meaningfully want to block, and that's exactly what I think is going to queue up to do. Yeah, you choose to go first there on turn 0 in the off chance that you do what he did in the previous matchup, draw Harness Lightning, and if you don't, you just set.
And it's all of the aggressive equipment pieces for Chanon Puttaree. No need to hold on to that bloodied oval like he did against Eugene C in this match. Instead, that Starfall, while very tiny and not mighty, when it's not paired with lightning, it still is damage, can constantly be sent over and over again. Might not be great against the consistent spectral shield generation of Tobias Schmiedeberg's endgame, but nevertheless, more damage, more better for Chanon.
Now, I was going to point out that there are just good quality attacks in the hand across the board, so I was curious about how he was going to choose to block that. Chose to block with some very good cards in the effort to hold on to Stinging Sprite. Not what I thought was going to happen, but Stinging Sprite is going to confer 1 point of Arcane and 6 power in this instance, and it's going to allow him to arsenal the Snatch. So I think this was a great play with that nimbleism combined together.
You know, if you're forced to block, you might as well return an easy 2 card 7. More importantly for Chanon is the copy of Nimbleism that he's found so early in this game. All of a sudden, Swift Strike Bracers online for the time where they will do the most damage. I'm thinking in conjunction with a Burn Up Shock.
Yeah, and all of this means that you're going to end with a Snatch, a card that is just a premium arsenal target. Fantastic choice. A little bit of prevention in the hand. You do have that red Brothers in Arms that can jump out there. You have Oasis Respite, but you'd love to use that after you've already taken some points of damage so that you can get its virtual life gain. Like, this was a deck that was very toxic, very potent, very powerful when Sirens of Safe Harbor was still in the format. A card that was a solid red card block or a blue card block that gained you a life. Without that card, you want to try and find more ways to gain the life and really extend your life total.
Enigma Chimera in the pitch zone, but we're not quite sure what for yet. Because there's 2 floating, I tend to think, yes, it is Brothers in Arms and also Oasis Respite. Chanon waiting with bated breath. You pitched one already, but what was it for? What was it for? It was, of course, Oasis Respite, leaving the Clear Conscience in the hand for Tobias Schmiedeberg. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, the second red copy was in the arsenal. A fantastic draw sequence for Tobias so far in this game, but Chanon doesn't have to worry about them anymore.
Really interesting, choosing to overblock there essentially by buffing up the block on Brothers in Arms and by committing the Oasis. That Oasis could be an arsenal right now.
Could have indeed just blocked with Brothers in Arms one of the blues and instead sent that clear conscience anyway.
Pitching the blue does keep it in the deck. You expect this game to go long, so you do kind of want to get that value off of the red Brothers in Arms by paying for it. But also extending the Oasis is the interesting choice there.
Exactly.
Maybe trying to play around a Lightning Press in the arsenal that wasn't converted on the hand previous, where it didn't really matter except for vanilla damage.
One of the important bits here is that Tobias has not provided an embodiment of Earth token to Chanon Puttaree. If he had taken the other line we were considering, Brothers in Arms would have only blocked 4/2, thereby leaking 1 damage over, and perhaps making this Clear Conscience just a little easier to block. As it stands right now, Shannon's got to put 2 blocks into the fray.
He's gesturing to maybe do that, but considering giving up a Second Strike. Now, Second Strike is one of the less utilitarian cards in this matchup.
Can be a liability.
Exactly, because it's so much harder in this matchup specifically to get the go again if your opponent's stymieing all of your on-damage effects.
Chanon happy to take 4 right here. He has taken, honestly, a huge amount of the deck damage that Tobias even has in there, unless, of course, the game goes infinite and Spectral Shields can keep getting generated. But these Clear Consciences are the majority of the attack action damage available to Tobias.
Yeah, then trigger Ponder. Okay.
Ponder token created, of course, based on the on-hit of Clear Conscience for both sides of the table.
That's right. Holding on to 2 cards, a premium bespoke Ponder token on the board, waiting to confer an extra card. Double pump into Snatch with Go Again, including the arm slot. This is pretty big. Choosing to try and push the point here. Now, this is at a point where you've already seen Oasis resolved once, and there's nothing on board. So you're really trying to commit to, what, 12, if my numbers are correct?
And more importantly, you are committing to potentially a Chi card in the hand, which we also haven't seen, and there it is, Preserved Tradition. Now, so far I'm seeing 3, 6, plus 2, technically an additional 4. That is 10 damage surge just in the hand that can be blocked, and that's the small matter of, wait a minute, old leather not available yet. Because, of course, Tobias has not been attacked more than once. We'll be able to clear the hand, however, and get the unyielding grip into the mix, so this snatch can be blocked out in its entirety.
Yeah, do we know the arsenal of Tobias as well? That I
It
think
was
is
a random ponder token.
Yeah, I think we missed perhaps what that was drawn. It was clearly comfortable enough to be in the arsenal. That might provide some respite as well, but here's the initial block.
Oh, the blowout of the century. Unmovable out of the arsenal. Tobias Schmiedeberg was tanking on that block. I thought it was because it was going to be an uncomfortable decision. In this case, he is rewarded massively by a random draw off the top, and that was the first time I've ever seen the character of Shannon Puttaree crack.
It was a gut punch. He leaned forward. 4 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. There's the single copy of Harness Lightning. We've got the Lightning Press as well. This is definitely a card that you want to keep track of if you're on the side of Tobias. Make sure you know where that card is if it gets played or versus if it gets pitched. And it all starts with a fantastic Ponder trigger in its own right. I mean, we saw Unmovable played off of the Ponder or off of the Arsenal, and now we have Ponder here on the other side. It was a Lightning Surge from Arsenal, gaining natural go again to start off this 5-card hand turn.
Or go again now for Tobias Schmiedeberg to contend with. 16 plays 20. It might be that way for a little while. Test of Strength gets in the way. Ooh. A quick flip of the top of the deck. It's the final copy of Clear Conscience for Tobias. Gold token generated because it meets a Lightning Press on the top of the deck of Shannon Puttaree. One of the cards that you really don't want to be revealing to your opponent. Turns out the other copy was in the hand. It's played out now on this Lightning Surge, leaking over by 3 on the Test of Strength. Preserved Tradition was placed in the arsenal by Tobias. In the hand, Waning Vengeance, Solitary Companion, and a blue Enigma Chimera. Waning Vengeance played out now, blue thrown into the pitch. This attack is blocked out in its entirety, Spectral Shield left in the place of Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, if we are to assume that this game is going to go the distance, truly the distance because of the play pattern of Enigma, we need to keep track on both sides of the table about what is on the top of the deck, what these players are pitching. There's a Stinging Sprite being pitched, Enigma Chimera on the other side. The equipment block is given because the stipulation has been met, and we know, of course, one of the 2 Lightning Presses expended, the other one about to be drawn. But Harness Lightning, a fantastic response that is not necessarily as easily dealt with. Instead, in this case, it is going to confer a point of arcane damage across the board.
Tobias very happy to get some extra value after having to pitch that blue earlier in the turn just to play out Waning Vengeance. Solitary Companion in the arena now. Spectral Shield alongside it because there are no other illusionist auras at the time of play. Back over to Shannon again, who is thinking about instant speed effects at the end of Tobias's turn. There's nothing besides Fruits of the Forest and Arcane Seed's Life that could be played here. Pass is good, says Shannon Puttaree, and now he has to contend with ultimately a 5-card hand from Tobias on defense because, of course, the Solitary Companion and the Spectral Shield.
Yeah, if we think about the power of Briar being so many 0 for 4s on offense, the same thing can be said for the play we just saw, Solitary Companion coming down being a Ward 3 and then adding a Spectral Shield to the board, essentially a 0 for 4 answered in kind. This is where the game is truly played, on the board with prevention versus all of these overlapping points of arcane and physical damage.
Weave Lightning for Shannon Puttaree. Next Lightning or Elemental attack action card will get +3, but not before Arcane Seed's Life will bring him up to 17, leave behind 2 purple circles and an embodiment of Lightning token to boot. Right now, 3 ward on the board. Excuse me, 4 ward on the board. 3 and 1 for Tobias Schmiedeberg. Chanon has got to punch through. Lightning Press is a good way to do it, but it's less potent when your opponent knows it's coming. Starfall gestured to the combat chain. Embodiment of Lightning token will not be consumed because this is not an attack action card. And neither will Weave Lightning. Shannon's got to put an attack action card on the board to provide go again and also a buff. Right now, just 2 go again and also 2 cheeky rune tants, which Tobias will have to commit to blocking if he wants to keep his solitary companion around.
Now, I was curious if he was going to choose to pitch the Lightning Press and sort of stack it alongside of other very, very powerful attacks for play. Instead, that is not being threatened here. Instead, the threat is that the attack is going to continue, or the onslaught really is going to continue, and the threat of press is ever present, and it is going to continue with a rush of power coming across. This one will receive the buff from Weave Lightning.
And now if Tobias was taking stock of the top of the deck, he knows that last card in the hand for Chanon is the Lightning Press. So the go again clause here is less important, but will still provide a cheeky +1 on this rush of power thanks to the quick strike keyword. On connection here, there will be an additional 1 arcane damage, which granted will be very easily covered up by the 1 floating of Tobias, but more damage, more better. That is the Chanon Puttaree story. So 7, maybe 10. Based on the fact, the records of these 2 players, I don't think Chanon can count on parking the Lightning Press in Arsenal and having Tobias forget about it.
That is for sure. But I mean, this is such an interesting thing. Fundamentally, this is a game of questions and answers. And when you have the correct answer, when you have the difficult question, that's where things live. And 2 gold tokens on the side of Tobias is certainly making things interesting. He's parking that Lightning Press in Arsenal. I wonder how long he's going to hold off on using it until the time is truly right.
It is very curious. Even though Tobias has expended the majority of his cards, the last one is the coup de grace of defense, Essence of Ancestry Body. Even more red cards in the deck of Chanon Puttaree than that of Levia, who we saw have really difficult troubles into this card, and Lexi afterwards. Chanon now 4 cards in hand, one of which is known to the opponent. Snatch from Singapore, but now there's a burn-up shock alongside a Sprout Strength. That's an embodiment of Lightning token, and this is a 5-card hand with a Lightning Press backing it up. We saw this make Eugene C. crumble. Can it do the same to Mr. Schmiedeberg?
Sitting on the Briar side of this, I often think when I'm playing against any fatigue deck, I want to get maximum value out of every card. I want every card to give me its maximum value. And if I'm playing Burn Up Shock here, then I am assuming that I can truly try to push this over the top. And unfortunately, you're up against an Ancestry Body on the board and a Spectral Shield and a full grip. So this is going to be a tough hill to climb to actually get the total of 5 value out of this card.
Now, here's a curious interaction. Essence of Ancestry Body, as we've kind of waxed on about, needs to be the last Illusionist aura to leave the arena in order to get its extra effect. Had Tobias not had that Spectral Shield token, he would have had the opportunity here to allow it to go away on the shock of Burn Up Shock and thereby hold back for any red threat, including Burn Up itself, to completely nullify.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, he's got to contend with Burn Up at least for this chain link. Scar for a Scar is the follow-up. Chanon Puttaree not quite committing Sprout Strength as of yet.
We know this is not the only attack available on this turn. We also could imagine that this might be the type of turn where you would commit the Starfall trying to get the trigger, but most likely that's not the case. Here is that pop of the ward and the prevention that we were just talking about.
And that's also a completely covered up Scar for a Scar. Chanon will have the opportunity to continue presenting Burn Up. But of course, even if he swings Starfall and connects with the life total, Essence of Ancestry Body will do its dirty work.
Yep.
So really the only time to go for it was right here on this Scar for a Scar with the Lightning Press. The second copy of Unmovable is in the hand for Tobias Schmiedeberg.
Which actually does make the hand a little bit awkward, holding on to that second copy. I wonder what the card in Arsenal is. Maybe he'll take a glance. We can get another peek at it. But as it stands, that would be a fantastic little Arsenal target, like the first one was.
Blossom of Spring reached for here. Now, what Chanon could be thinking about is one of the fun ways to interact with Essence of Ancestry Body on the Enigma side of the board is, of course, to nullify the burn-up side of the meld card. The tricky bit here is that Chanon really wants to force that Snatch through. Now, if Chanon were to commit Blossom of Spring, send Starfall, Tobias might be incentivized to just take the Starfall, allow Burn-Up Shock to be nullified, which would play into Shannon's hands so that he can go Sprout Strength, Snatch with Go Again with Lightning Press in tow. The problem is that Snatch was revealed by Test of Strength. Tobias likely is going to be able to sniff this play out.
And in doing so, he has, at the very least, some amount of prevention. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to put the old leather plate in front of it. It, of course, has met its requirement, been attacked twice, so now it can block 2. Further floating down the river that prevention effect.
And Chanon, yes, is just forced to pass based on that block of Tobias. Huge. Even though Essence of Ancestry Body didn't technically prevent all the damage from a red card, it did its work.
I wonder if there was a world in there, and I like this, activating the gold, drawing an extra card, trying to convert more cards from hand. But I wonder if there was ever a world there. Wow, that is a thing you can play. And he's going to pitch the Unmovable. That is going to go to the bottom of the deck for later, where instead of popping Blossom there to pay for the Starfall, instead you try to preserve as much of your resources on board as possible, and you just pitch the extra buff that was in the hand to send that Starfall, because if you're going to get that covered up, you're content to pass already. Instead, it's held in hand for this turn.
Now, viewers, there's something I want you to remember. Red Unmovable joining the pitch stack could very well be a liability. We've seen it be a blowout against Chanon Puttaree earlier on in this game, but when a lot of these non-attack action cards are expended, there's a very good chance that Chanon in the late game is going to be going wider more so than tall. So if Tobias draws that up at an inopportune time, perhaps when that second burn-up shock looms large, that could change the context of this game, which is right now firmly in the hands of Tobias.
Yeah, 19 and 11. 11 is currently playing 19. You have that one copy of Quick Succession right there floating in the hand. It looks like that is going to provide that first salvo. Passing on Go Again and a buff. Maybe not.
There is a fun way to play this. Quick Succession can be played out in conjunction with Sprout Strength. Snatch can follow, gaining Go Again by the Embodiment of Lightning token left behind by 2 non-attack action cards being played, and then Go Again can still be provided the old-fashioned way to Path of Same Ends.
Yep.
But instead, it is Quick Succession into Path of Same Ends instead. I really have to shout out the fact that Tobias's tests of strength have gained him so much equity in this match. Even though, yes, he is winning these clashes, I don't think it's necessarily included in the list because you can reliably get gold. Instead, you are getting so much information about your next turn, things like ponder tokens, like we saw other Enigmas take advantage of, but more importantly, these huge threats that you've always got to be cognizant of from the Briar player. Snatch and Lightning Press has been the information gained by Test of Strength for Tobias. Right now, there are no more questions left to be asked. The hand is laid bare. Tobias should remember that the arsenal is Lightning Press, and now Snatch, revealed on Test of Strength, is on the combat chain, getting beefed up by Quick Succession and Sprout Strength. 8, Go Again, draw a card. Chanon needs this.
I think he may just get it, unless we full dump the hand here, block with Unyielding Grip, and pay for a magical another copy of Unmovable. I'm not sure there's a way to fully cover the 11. With just the 2 cards, one of those being an Essence of Ancestry Body. The other one, I think it's just
Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, just another Ward 3 aura that can leap onto the field and prevent a little bit, but this is not nearly enough to stop the card draw off the press play.
Now, what do you think the qualm is about throwing out Unyielding Grip? Obviously, it's the last defensive piece, and only one burn-up shock has been seen, but is Snatch not good enough to give that respect?
I mean, Snatch, no, I think it is good enough to give that respect, but I don't think it's going to stop it. That's the issue, right?
Well, it would be right, because of the Lightning Press.
The Lightning
follow,
Press is
course.
representing 11. So regardless of if you give everything here, including the Unyielding Grip, you're not necessarily getting to actually stop the draw and another 5-card hand next turn.
No reactions from Chanon Puttaree. So if he's able to draw an attack, great. If not, if it's a non-attack, it could be doom. It could be a Snatch wasted. But no, it is Arcanic Shockwave. No, it's not going to get maximum value by being fused, but I think Shannon's got to be thanking his lucky stars that he didn't undercommit. Instead, he saves the card in the deck.
I love this. So many players would just lick their chops and say, I can just send a 0 for 4 here, but no. Instead, we are just going to swing the sword. This, by the way, does have go again, and therefore the quick succession gets another point of value. And again, get all of your cards to get as much value as possible. That's how you win these games.
And shout out to Chanon Puttaree, crossing his T's, dotting his I's, because the other cards in the pitch stack are Blue Fruits of the Forest and Stinging Sprite, a card that can fuse Arcanic Shockwave in a pinch.
And the establishment on the other side of that ever so pesky Essence of Ancestry body is going to create some issues, but maybe that almost encourages just a more meandering play line from Chanon.
Scar for a Scar, expertly played, wins still 1 life point behind Tobias. 4 go again for the second and final time this game. For your consideration, Tobias. Essence of Ancestry body still on the board. Chanon has been able to play around it fairly well, but Tobias finally clearing that Preserved Tradition out of the arsenal, transforming 2 of these non-blocking cards into Inner Chi.
Yeah, it's been sitting there for so long, and look at who he's grabbing. He's grabbing Clear Conscience Red. That is going to make its way back into the deck, and that is an actual threat. We saw it so often, time and time again. This game, and not only this game, but in the previous game we watched, Enigma. That card is a game changer.
That card, of course, Clear Conscience, joins the red Unmovable from before, and now a mystery card thanks to Rising Sun, Setting Moon at the bottom of the deck.
But still 4 go again to contend with. 2 ward on board.
Not a mystery card. Of course, it's the second copy of Inner Chi. Lightning Press played out now on this first chain link. Up to 7 go again goes this Scar for a Scar. Curious enough, Chanon holding it back, but Tobias has a retort. Moon Chakra, now that he has transcended, won't block, immediately 3. Instead, now it's a whopping 5. Covered up completely by that and also the Ward 2 of Essence of Ancestry body. Chanon likely forced to just go ahead and pass because it's nothing but red in the hand. And there is Evergreen, though. Yeah. Could be showing its stripes this very game. Starfall will continue this chain. Might as well sneak it in if you can. Nothing but red threats. Doesn't matter when it comes to weapons.
Yeah, put another one on the bottom of the deck thanks to 2 go again being conferred with Starfall. You pitch for it, you sink that to the bottom, you set yourself up with more density of attacks. You could even chuck the final 4, but remember that prevention is still floating, so instead you have the decision to make. Do you commit to the Evergreen line or do you not? And it looks like the answer, of course, here is commit the Evergreen and be able to play that from Arsenal for recursive damage. Now, of course, you're IPing a card here, but remember, that prevention effect would have stopped the damage on it anyway, so it's better for you to hold it and not lose deck density rather than just send a 0 for 4 that gets completely stuffed thanks to that Essence of Ancestry.
Chanon is a player of caliber. He knows that pissing into the wind is not the way to win the game. Speaking of wind, second tenet of Chi Wind is the retort from Tobias Schmiedeberg, and I think he's very lucky even to have that. And speaking of luck, Homage to Ancestors will be played in conjunction, thereby providing Go Again to second tenant of Chi Wind. And now, with an activation of Enigma, there can be 2 more damage as the capstone of this turn. Huge, because I think there are certain hands where Tobias isn't able to offer anything, even if he robs the turn with Essence of Ancestry Body.
Well, and there is a world, after we've seen so many of these copies of Clear Conscience resolved, there's a world where you actually could maybe close out this game by just hitting them over and over again, and they have to actually just commit cards to block. And Chanon is going to keep everything in front at the very least with a block of the Blade Beckoner, the final and only block of the Blade Beckoner available, and now a 3-card plus Arsenal.
Arcane Seeds Life, the first action for Shannon Puttaree. 6 plays 11. Something else I want to call to the viewer's attention is that with that previous turn cycle from Tobias Schmiedeberg, there are 3 inner Chis lined up in the pitch stack, which can absolutely spell doom, especially when the counter pitch right now is 2 Arcanic Shockwaves.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what you want to follow as well for this long game. And here's that IP'd Entwined Lightning. You want to follow what these counter stacks are doing. Both of these players pitching cards at a pretty even pace to each other. Of course, more being pitched on the side of Tobias. Here's another one yet again.
And look at that. All 4 Chi cards are now lined up in the pitch.
And alongside of that, on the other side, we have a density of red attacks.
Ravenous Rabble to follow Entwined Lightning, revealing the final copy of Burn Up Shock. Tobias has been getting a heck of a lot of information from these random reveals. Oasis Respite played out of the arsenal with the final resource floating from Drop in the Ocean. Not a single point of life gained from these Oasis Respites, but damage completely shored up.
Yeah, this is such great play from Chanon because he's squeezing blood from a stone. And then you look on the other side, Tobias getting value out of his cards, but missing a perceived value of 1 point there, not gaining life on that. And like you mentioned, there's an entire stack of non-blockable cards there lurking at the bottom of the deck, creeping ever closer, inexorably up to the top.
You know, one of those non-blocking cards did so painstakingly put a Clear Conscience to the bottom of the deck. If that lines up with all of these other non-blocking cards, it may very well just have to get on defensive duty.
It's true.
Free Spectral Shield swing from Tobias Schmiedeberg. 2 Go Again. 1 card lurking in the hand, probably just destined for the arsenal, though. And we know there's a Burn Up Shock in retort for Shannon Puttaree. Also a Ravenous Rabble, a Static Shock, and a Sizzle. That's a solid 5-card hand to send Burn Up.
That is indeed. And I really appreciate that he's also been pushing Starfall as often as can be.
Especially with cards that are liabilities against defensive decks like Second Strike.
Yeah, that would be the perfect target to pitch into the Starfall for what is essentially the same type of damage, the same amount almost, but in this case, threatening some more evasive damage. No, he's not going to commit the Burn Up Shock. It's just going to be Sizzle into Sword.
Sizzle, Starfall. Now, you might be thinking that he's holding information on this Burn Up. Of course, Tobias knows about it. So instead, it will go into the pitch zone. Once again, saving something for later. Shannon, Perpetual Pitch Puttaree, is showing us the way to take games long as the aggro deck. And this is one of the most compelling puzzles in Flesh and Blood. Yes, you mentioned it can be frustrating to run headlong into a brick wall, but when you overcome, when you climb that wall and glimpse the other side, it is euphoric.
Well, and calling back all the way to Showdown in Auckland, this is a similar approach that Andrea Mengucci took in some of those same matchups that were trying to fatigue him out. He was able to do a very similar thing. Squeeze blood from the stone, get every point of value out of every card that you can, and then stack up and send it at the end. And you know what? He won that event.
Like Andrea Mengucci, Shannon Puttaree might be trying to sack up and stack up, especially against some non-blocking inner chi. Very useful in providing inevitability, but honestly can also be the liability that puts the nail in your own coffin. Ravenous Rabble, the second to follow this Starfall, revealing Path of Same Ends on the top of the deck. The final card remaining in the hand for Chanon. I can't remember because I'm too excited. So it's back over to Tobias. Priority taken. Oh, of course, it is the Static Shock that can be... It's known as being the keystone on so many of these turns. The final attack, much like a snatch that makes your opponent cry. Tobias says no blocks on this one. Spectral Shield will stymie the bleeding at least a little bit. Static Shock, now the final play for Shannon Puttaree on this turn. No go again, but certainly the one arcane damage rider on hit.
And this just strikes you as like solid turn overall, but so many players would start this turn by just throwing down Burn Up Shock and then sending a couple of attacks, and if it doesn't pay off, you've lost out on so much value. Instead, knowing that the long game is what's to be played for, instead pitching it out. Now look, there are, about 3 hands left on the side of Chanon in that deck, but they have been sculpted.
They have indeed, and Tobias has just taken a lot of damage, and it is all to send an Enigma Chimera.
Trying to turn the tempo a little bit. I think maybe he realizes that the counter stack is going on, that he's going to run into an issue going forward, and if he doesn't deal with that by just trying to win the game and rip cards from hand, then he might get priced out of this one at all. And do keep in mind, I think there's still the Evergreen lurking in Arsenal, not a card that can be used to block and pop as Phantasm because it's there in the arsenal, not actually getting into play here against Enigma Chimera.
Manifest Muscle goes to the bottom of the deck in order to pay for this Enigma Chimera. And finally, Tobias is swinging for lethal, perhaps pivoting, knowing that he has got to transform from control into the beatdown in order to have a hope of what Shannon Puttaree continues to put down.
I wonder if Chanon here, considering just a 1-card block and maybe dropping all the way down. No, yeah, all the way down to 2 or so. Nevertheless, we do have a solid little set of attacks mixed in with that sizzle there. We could see if this 1 card is conferred on the block. It looks like that's being gestured perhaps to do so exactly that. If the 1 card there ends up being blocking, we could see a sizzle and one of those attacks pitched to swing Starfall for 5 and then a 0 for 4 to try to finish it out. At this point, you're really up against it from Tobias's side. So both of these players are sitting at that knife's edge of points where they're just going to have to start full committing to blocks.
Which one of them can surf Occam's razor better? This is incredibly compelling gameplay here at the semifinals at Colin, Bangkok. Shannon Puttaree honestly looking like the Kadu Amaral da Silva of Thailand every time he's in the feature match area. It is such clean, skilled sequencing from this guy. Two blocks seem to be declared with Path of Same Ends. Once again, Chanon perhaps choosing to block with the card that is known to the opponent. This one revealed, just like several others that have been pitched and blocked with by the Ravenous Rabble. Keeping in reserve just a little bit of blocking capability with the Helm of Might and Magic. 1 block there, and Shannon Puttaree down to a measly 1. Tobias can be swinging for the fences with each of these turn cycles. Entwine Lightning will be the first attack for Chanon. Certainly not the last, though. 4 go again after fusing with a Lightning Surge. There is a Sizzle as well. The hand of Tobias Schmiedeberg does block very well. Clear Conscience in the blue will get in the way. Down to 1 he goes. Embodiment of Earth token left in the place of a drop of blood. The follow is now Sizzle into Lightning Surge, up to a whopping 7. The boon to Tobias doesn't have to consider Lightning Press anymore. Both of those copies have been played out.
Shock is also making its way back up to the top here, so you do have to worry about overextending, having your hand be empty, and then dying to Shock if you're at 1. But he's got a couple of cards in hand. He does have Arcane Barrier, but things are very, very uncomfortable Can you fully extend? I just throw Spears of Surreality, float some resources? No. He feels confident knowing that the pitch stack hasn't been reached yet. He's not going to die on board. It's clearly not there. But Stinging Sprite.
That is looking like a pitch stack to me. I believe the next card in the sequence should be yet another Arcanic Shockwave from Chanon Puttaree. Could be huge here when your opponent's at 1. A ping of 1 Arcane can really hurt. Enigma Chimera, though, putting in huge work, making it so that Chanon just simply cannot hold on to all of these cards. There is a non-attack in the hand, which will get a little bit of extra juice. But as things stand, there's no convenient way to provide the 6 block necessary on this Enigma Chimera without committing the Arcanic Shockwave.
You would love to hold that singular copy of Fruits of the Forest so that you could finally send the Evergreen from Arsenal, tuck it to the bottom of the deck so it's back in circulation. If you could do that, plus hold a card, you'd end your turn with another Arsenal. But considering blocking with those 2 middle cards,
so maybe it's finally time for the Helm to get in the mix.
That's exactly right, yeah. Keep a card if you can. Let it be in the arsenal. Send the Evergreen. That will recur itself. No, he's thinking against it.
Cards blocked with, at least in the simulation in Shannon's mind, was Weave Lightning and Stinging Sprite. Perhaps gesturing to holding back Arcanic Shockwave for the arsenal. It is the highest offensive value card in that hand, as long as it can be fused.
Yeah, deck density is being counted over on the side of Tobias. He has several turns yet to play, but maybe he's thinking about when that non-block hand is going to be lurking yet again. And at this point, I think he's maybe a hand away. Could be the hand that he draws up now, actually. And this,
I think he is 1 more hand away.
This just has to be the play.
It's got to be, right?
Chanon has priced himself into it. I think he's figured it out. You put this down, you keep the card. You only have 3 cards left, so if you make this play, you recur the card down. You have a full grip on the next turn as well. He even gestures over and says, hey, don't forget to AB here, otherwise you're dead.
I know you can, but you still need to show me that you've taken the option. And we were incorrect. Weave Lightning was held back. That'll be the card destined for the arsenal, and I don't hate that because, of course, it's halfway to an embodiment of lightning, including some extra juice. And here comes Evergreen. Because it was played from Arsenal, it will be put on the bottom of Shannon's deck when the combat chain closes, whether it hits, whether it doesn't. Evergreen, everlasting is the old Aria proverb. And yes, pitch stack was hit at a perfect time for Tobias Schmiedeberg. Unmovable, able to stymie the entirety of that Evergreen attack that Chanon, I think, put a lot of stock in.
But this is the moment where he draws up 4 cards, and those 4 cards are powerful 0 for 4s. And at the end of Tobias's turn, if he does not put down effectual damage right now, he's going to draw non-blocks.
We could see the reverse Colin Erickson, the reverse Arthur Trehay, the draw up that is so very cursed because nope, I am not seeing a single chi card yet, and there are 4 of them. Count them, 4 together in the pitch.
I think he knows it too. I think he knows exactly what's coming.
He's got to. He's known about the lightning press in the arsenal. He is not missing any information. That is one of the tragedies of being a player that is skilled enough to play a long game. You know when you've lost before you've lost. And furthermore, there's the unyielding grip still in the arm slot, but unless he's able to clear 4 inner chi, he's not going to be able to utilize them. It is the red clear conscience in the pitch stack, drawn off from a gold token, huge for Tobias Schmiedeberg. You better believe he knew that was there. He is going to continue pressuring the life total of Chanon, but with that, he's rubbing his hands together because he knows that he now will draw up 4 inner chi.
Well, this is clever because it does float the resource thanks to that gold he won on turn 2, so he floats a resource to AB against the shock that could have killed him, and it does buy 2 cards. It's going to guarantee buy 2 cards. The writing on the wall, he's going to draw up, and a fateful draw. A smirk.
My hand,
And
Steven.
it's gonna happen.
There
He knew it.
they are!
He
Blue
shook it.
is splendorous, but not when they come in first. Weave Lightning into Arcanic Shockwave, gets the fist bump because there's nothing Tobias can do. Those 4 cards together do spell doom for him, but the rise of Chanon, pitch endlessly Puttaree. Oh my goodness, that Starfall looked good. Evergreen even looked good, even when it had to get on blocking duty.
Before we even started, I said, this is a guy who knows how to take the game long, and he was truly pitch perfect Puttaree.
Indeed so. I cannot disagree with that. Man, he is good every time I see him in the feature match area, and honestly, looks like he's getting even better.
Yeah, for sure. And now he's got his ticket into the
Absolutely opportunity, one of those last vestiges of glory, the cold gold foil full art quick dodge flexors that you can only get your hands on until Kansas City at the end of this month. Then it transforms into a circlet of eternal end. And you know who else has been doing some transforming, Steve? Bolton been set. They are so very brand who can exclude and of the and Luminaris to boot. Really huge stuff. And now, oh my gosh, potentially my favorite Flesh and Blood cards ever produced. And they're old ones, mind you. Brand new treatments of Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn, Raiden, Duskbane, Vinset, Iron Maiden, and Flail of Agony. You gonna try to get yourself one?
Man, I was playing with these cards today, and they are stunning works of art to look at. And you start on this side, and then you're like, okay, it was great to read the text box, but forget all of this. Show me the Marvel side, because then you can really soak it in all of its glory. So yes, I don't play either of these heroes nearly as much as I probably could, but I want to see them more and more.
Well, I am oh so excited to bear witness. They were, of course, first available at Gen Con, but you can expect to see them at big Flesh and Blood events abound. I believe coming up, Calling 100 as well. Bolt needs to get your hand on them. We are dissembling product. Lion Ship was any indication. Pretty much anyone who wanted to was alternate played, Spellbound Creep, etc. able to do so.
Yeah.
Get yours at a Flesh and Blood event. It's torn. It's brand new, beautiful Flesh and Blood card for your viewing pleasure. Of course, continue the awesome action calling talk, but for Brick days at Vinset and Flagany premiere, and we'll be back with more blood for this. Turn cycles gone by, pitch perfect Puttaree in the finals, but who is joining him? We haven't announced it yet, so let's go ahead and take a look at that top 8 bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, who will be competing? Will it be Bravo? No, it is Colin Lee, previously featured in the tail end of Swiss, who does take down Mark Tay. Lightning doesn't strike twice, especially not for Jacob Clements, but also not in the favor of Flattering Showman. That's one too difficult matchup to overcome.
Yeah, that would have been quite impressive for Mark Tay to run through this as the 8th seed. We've seen it done before, but in this instance, Enigma rules the day, and now it is just 2 players. The 4 seed, Colin Lee, and the 2nd seed, Chanon. Pitch perfect, Puttaree.
Now let's talk about what they are competing for. Obviously, glory glitters as much as gold, but how does 20,000 USD sound to you? At least the lion's share of it. This is essentially a $2,600 match between these 2 players, because that is the difference between the prize pool of 1st and 2nd place. All of them, including the other top 8 contenders, will go home with gold cold foil legendaries, Pro Tour invites, and World Tour points. But what we're all really after, besides these participation tournament packs, is, of course, the Quick Dodge Flexors, a card that is becoming ever more scarce as the year trundles on. This is one of the last opportunities to get your hands on them. Will it be Chanon? Will it be Colin? That's the question that we need to answer here at Bangkok. Hamburg and Kansas City are going to be the final opportunities to get your hands on Quick Dodge Flexors in the most illustrious printing to date. Now we will be proceeding to the feature match area for the last time, unfortunately, at Calling Bangkok. I do want to say before we get going, Steven, it's been one heck of a ride bringing you into the booth. It has been a bucket list item of mine to cast with you, and so I'm glad that we finally got the opportunity.
Well, I'm honored and humbled to be here and to do so at such a great location and talking about such a great format. So let's round this thing out with finals. Let's drop down into the game and see who will walk away with all the spoils of war you just mentioned.
And you know, I think Chanon is going to have to be pitch perfect again, because Colin Lee's list is fairly similar to that of Tobias, though with some stark exclude and includes. First of all, I did go ahead and have a look. There are only 3 inner chi cards in the deck. No chance of 4 chis together, which, you know, is a small saving grace when we saw the way that the game with Tobias ended. Also, springboard somersaults instead of unmovables. Furthermore, a 9+ Blade Beckoner piece. That's a pretty cool include that only Colin can bring.
Yes, indeed. Starting things off yet again, choosing to go first, and this time resolving some life gain, thanks to that Arcane Seeds life, and 2 Rune Chant tokens. But on the offer on the true turn 1 of the game, there's that card we've seen time and time again in this top 8, Clear Conscience.
It is only in the blue variety, but it is coming at the perfect time for Colin Lee because Chanon is drawing like a monster. Look at this. Burn Up Shock and Lightning Press together in the same hand. That can very well be a big ouch for Colin Lee, but Chanon is gesturing the Blade Beckoner boots to the combat chain. Might have a way to deal with this fragment attack. Instead, no. Measured, controlled, pitch perfect is Mr. Chanon. Burn Up Shock will join the fray and fragment Clear Conscience down to a 4, which makes Blade Beckoner boots block it out.
Now, normally you would see that play and in the finals of a calling, no less, and you would really wonder, like, what is going on here? Why are we giving up perhaps our most premium card? But just go back 30 minutes ago to that 40-minute masterclass of a fatigue game. Burn Up Shock didn't really even come into play. It was threatened at times, but it was not the end-all, be-all piece of the puzzle.
You know what was, though? It's all of these 0 for 4 attacks. Given go again if they can, coming from Arsenal like this Lightning Surge. Chanon just saying, I don't want theoretical damage. I want value that I can depend on, because if there's one thing I know about this Enigma deck, it can eat Burn Up Shocks for breakfast. And so Weave Lightning enters the pitch zone for Chanon Puttaree. First swing of the Starfall, but probably not the last for Chanon.
And again, he stared this exact hero down just 40 minutes prior, and he knew how to handle that. He pitch stacked his way to solid end-game threats. He kept his threat density high throughout the game, drew into a solid 4-card hand, and realizing that his opponent had put an unfortunate series of cards, thanks to all those cheese stacking up back to back to back to back, was able to close it out knowing it was deterministic. Can he do something similar here? Colin Lee going to do his best to avoid that same fail state.
Seek Horizon has gotten in the way of Lightning Surge. Starfall will connect, though. Down to 18 goes Colin Lee. First Blood has been spilled. Snatch the coup de grace on this turn, which is fantastic because there's a Lightning Press lurking in the hand of Chanon. No reveals to Tests of Strengths as of yet. Solitary Companion and Red Clear Conscience. Excuse me, Essence of Ancestry, Mind, and Clear Conscience are the cards left for Colin Lee.
This has to be sort of snuffed out a little bit, because what else would be in the hand? A 0 for 4 that couldn't get go again? Why wouldn't you Arsenal the Snatch? Why would you not play the other thing? But it doesn't matter because there was no play around. That Snatch is going to draw a card and refresh the arsenal.
Colin has been taking a licking right here, and this is what I was worried about. Because Colin is taking the damage early, Scar for a Scar loses a heck of a lot of equity, and that just so happens to be the random card drawn off of Snatch and placed in the arsenal. Colin Lee just clearing his own arsenal with this fluid motion, trying to make it so that Red Clear Conscience can be there when he needs it.
And more than happy to take the damage. You have the life to play with. Why not leverage it and try to get that life parity closer so that you can actually leverage, as you said, the natural go again if you can meet the requirement. Now, of course, you can always, with Briar, confer go again with 2 non-attacks, and that's what we see here on offer. Sizzle and the Nimbleism would allow for the unlocking of the arsenal and maybe one of those other attacks to be put there in its place.
And honestly, Chanon doesn't even need it. It's an embarrassment of riches when it comes to action points. And Twine Lightning will be given go again by this Sizzle. Ravenous Rabble has it printed on it already.
Yeah, he can just play the hand the other direction and end with Scar for a Scar rather than, working it in somewhere in the middle. The other question then just becomes, do I want to create even more offensive overlap over the course of this game by holding on to an attack in the arsenal, or is this just a perfect time for a 5-card play?
This is all dependable value for Chanon. It's not theoretical, like the on-hit of a burn-up. Right now, 1 damage has gotten through over the block of second tenant of Chi Wind. Another interesting include from Colin Lee is a second form of second tentative chi, that one being tied, the one that gains power if you've transcended. One that I think maybe Tobias would have liked to have in that endgame state when he decided he had to pivot away from control and into beatdown. Sizzle now played out, closing the combat chain for Chanon. 19 plays 13. Next attack will get a cheeky buff of +3 as long as it's lightning or elemental. And this Starfall is absolutely that. Chanon adding a potent threat into the pitch stack alongside the Weave Lightning put there on the previous turn. This one, however, is Ravenous Rabble.
Now, I love this choice to play, again, towards Starfall, understanding that this is another long game and we need to extract value, virtual value, value that lives on board in infinite ways by just swinging the sword as many times as allowed.
Manifest Muscle covers the majority of the Starfall damage. 2 damage will find home, though. Colin now down to 11. Scar for a Scar finishes up this turn. It doesn't have go again, but she don't need it. And Chanon holding on to that half of an embodiment of Lightning Token for when he'll actually need it. I love this measured, controlled play. Springboard Somersault into the pitch zone in favor of an Oasis Respite out of the hand of Colin Lee. 1 life gained there. Much different than that of Tobias in the previous match.
Now, he's locked and loaded to also pop off on the Swift Strike Bracers whenever he draws a hand where he deems it's time to go. And here, he draws into that copy of that recursive attack. Lurking there. Now, it's not going to make its way into the arsenal right away. You would have to extend the arsenal out now, but maybe this is a fine turn, and then you park Evergreen looking for that single blue Fruits of the Forest that he plays specifically to send Evergreen.
But then, of course, you might be wondering, when is it going to come around? This could brick up the arsenal for too long. Nevertheless, Nimblism played out of the arsenal into the arena. Going to buff an attack action card with cost 1 or less by 3, as it has been doing since the advent of the game. Embodiment of Lightning token generated now that Sprout Strength has joined it, alongside Swift Strike Bracers. Rush of Power thumbed and placed into the arena. It's going to be a whopping 8 plus 4, 12 damage, 1 arcane on connection.
Yeah, this is 13 go again, essentially. He's representing with 10, though, but it should be 3, 6 exactly. He's, I think, fixing it now. 3,
there we go.
6. There it is. 12, and then this, of course, does have the 1 extra damage that it will confer via Arcane if it connects at all. So representing effectively 13 unless the opponent somehow full blocks without Unmovable as well.
Well, Test of Strength is a good way to get it done, and it's come in doubles. That's 8 total on this 12 power attack. Clash won readily by Colin Lee. Second tentative chi tied, shown on the top of the deck. 2 gold tokens left in the place of these Test of Strengths, plus Big Blue Sky with a Transcend. Still not technically covering all of this up. It's 8 plus 3 after that Preserved Tradition is put into the pitch zone.
And the pitch for the Enigma to create that spectral shield to cover and prevent.
Xaxes is the block.
Well, I said no Unmovable, but it was basically a 2-card 8, right?
Very, very true.
And then he did exactly what I was hoping to see. Instead of just sending a 0 for 4, again, so smart. Send the Starfall, get the value on the board. It is infinite if you keep paying for it. And I think in exchange, he might just get the grip, because you never know when you're going to go full hand down. So you might as well get the value now.
Colin Lee is unyielding, throws the grip into the fray before it can become a liability like it did for Tobias Schmiedeberg, who never got value on unyielding grip. 19 plays 12, back over to Chanon Puttaree once again. The hand now, Stinging Sprite, Burn Up Shock, Snatch, and Path of Same Ends.
Now remember, he's essentially locked into a 4-card play because the arsenal is a 3 cost. So unless he wanted to, do some mental gymnastics and, pitch 2 reds and pop Blossom of Spring, it's really not going to move. And he's going to be stuck to 4-card hands until he can find the space to send it. Got to find that blue, though, of course.
Now, Chanon has not been given the opportunity to get any defensive value on this burn-up shock. But getting an embodiment of lightning might be good enough. It depends on that arsenal, which we know is, of course, evergreen. Nevertheless, burn-up shock has got to be played. 1 arcane damage coming Colin Lee's way. The hand is Essence of Ancestry Body, second tenet of Chi Tide. And I want to say 2 more red cards. No, Spears of Surreality likely in the blue.
He chose to take the 1 here.
Which has implications for a second strike. Luckily for Colin, it's just not there for Chanon.
Yeah, that is a dangerous proposition when second strike. It's a card we talked about in the previous matchup for Chanon. It's one of those cards that really often doesn't get value. Here, it would be backbreaking.
And I think because Colin Lee took that 1 arcane, Chanon wants to twist the knife. Path of Same Ends will carry an arcane damage rider on attack. If it can, it'll gain go again. Colin has shown that he's not willing to pitch a card.
Which is so interesting because you're playing a deck with so many blues, and we know he has blues in hand.
He's got 2.
So he has the capacity to pay into it. Instead, deciding not to pay on the first one and perhaps feeling the ill effects of missing out on value.
You know, Burn Up Shock is just one of those cards. You know that the more important piece of the puzzle is to cover up physical damage, right? And so might as well take that first shock. In this case, if Colin now decides to pitch, he can also block with an additional card, cover up the burn up on hit, and essentially force another card out of Chanon Puttaree. It's not... Blossom of Spring is not like Fiendel's Spring Tunic. You can't activate it at instant speed, and because that resource is not already floating, Colin will force another card from the opponent.
That is correct. Yeah, trying to stymie this completely is perhaps on the menu.
Especially when the Blade Beckoner Suite still stands at the ready. One of the biggest reasons to include it against Briar, at least until Tough Leather Suite was introduced in Mastery Pack Warrior, is of course because it'll be a easy block 2 on Starfall, which is normally so extra threatening when it carries the Burn Up Rider. '19 still plays 11. The tension is mounting in the feature match area. 2nd seed versus 4th seed. Chanon Puttaree looking indomitable.
He's thinking exactly about what you just described. If he stops the arcane here and then covers up the block here, you're almost playing double duty. You're making them pitch an entire card that's a 0 for 4 worth in value, just to then pitch another card to swing the sword. Now, he doesn't know that the arsenal is unplayable in this state, so he can perhaps expect that he's just going to try and stop all of this and make things more uncomfortable. But in doing this play, he is making it very uncomfortable indeed. But it follows up with a snatch. The snatch comes across. Now, this is threatening 2 on hits, the one of drawing a card, no go again, but the other one of the burn up.
This is a very fun sequence from Chanon. We know that the arsenal is an evergreen, but Colin Lee doesn't know that. You've got to be pricking up your ears at this snatch because Colin has already been burned by it on a snatch earlier this game.
He's reaching for the headpiece and a 3-block from hand, and considering the disrespect of no lightning press. You can see this is a belabored point right here. But sometimes you just have to make the read and go with the call. And if you land it, then you're way better for it.
The plane has certainly been landed by Colin Lee, the man from Hong Kong, very happy that a lightning press wasn't there. Doesn't have to contend with any more burn-up shocks for the remainder of the game, but based on the way we've seen Chanon play, they are far away from the most important piece of his puzzle.
Yeah, and that's, I think, one of the biggest things that we can learn from this finals run is that Chanon has shown us that it's not just about these 2 power cards that were unbanned, and that Briar isn't really just this one trick of 0 for 4s, but it's really about finding value in the matchups where it matters most. A 0 for 5 is great into aggro, but into this type of matchup where it's just going to kind of get rolled, You can throw it out in ways that make things awkward for the opponent, but you lean on what is true value, not virtual.
Now, the top of the deck for Chanon has cooperated in one way. Fruits of the Forest, the one blue in the deck, has made its way into the hand. Evergreen is playable, but it is not cooperated in a bigger way. 2 attacks without go again. We've got Rush of Power and Static Shock alongside a Lightning Press.
Oh, I love this. I think he's posturing to overpitch, pitch 2 reds and a blue to play that. And if he does, he has the arsenal.
Yep.
That's exactly correct. And he's setting himself up nicely with a stack of Lightning Press and Static Shock back to back. This should, as you mentioned earlier, prick the ears up of Colin looking at that pitch. It's so easy to miss if you don't glance over there, but it's a subtle thing that carries a lot of weight.
Evergreen will be joining the bottom of the deck with Lightning Press, Static Shock, and Fruits of the Forest. I would imagine Chanon is going to put that Fruits right next to Evergreen. But the story of this turn cycle is still 7 damage. And more importantly, Colin Lee has the opportunity to protect this Essence of Ancestry body. Can employ 2 blocking cards in addition to the Blade Beckoner chess piece.
And heavily incentivized to do so if the hand allows, because he knows it's going to get no value if it goes right now.
I see 2/3 blocks in the hand.
I think there's a lot to consider on the Enigma side of this to also maintain your threat density. And for Enigma, threat density doesn't necessarily mean offensive overlap, but defensive overlap. You don't want to expend all of your auras right away. You don't want to just kind of play the hands as they come, because sometimes you just don't have the resources at the end to stop everything. So in the same way that Briar plays to maximize value, Colin here on the other side is going to really need to make sure they get every point. Very Oldham-esque.
Which is exactly why you put Enigma alongside Oldham in the control archetype at the beginning of our coverage. It is indeed second tenet of Chi Tide plus Blade Beckoner plating, in addition to Waning Vengeance. Unfortunately, no blue card pitched. Instead, it was a red Solitary Companion going to the bottom of the deck, so no Spectral Shield left behind. The important bit for Colin, though, is Essence of Ancestry body remains in the arena.
Also important is that he's getting his full value out of both of his Blade Beckoners, and he's able to send Red Clear Conscience.
Wow.
We talked about it time and time again. This is the card that has done the most work, perhaps across the entire tournament sphere, at least from the games we've watched recently. This card wins games.
Clear Conscience for your consideration once again, Shannon Puttaree. Probably the 6th, I think you've seen, just in top 8. Harness Lightning, Stinging Sprite lined up for the blocks. No embodiment of Earth on the side of Briar.
No resource floating, which means that Stinging Sprite
Hubba,
pings
hubba.
for 1 arcane.
Okay.
And if committed, it will remove the Essence of Ancestry body here.
Huge moment for Shannon Puttaree. I will say it over and over again. The nastiest things you can do in Flesh and Blood are not always on offense. Defense hurts almost just as much. Shannon just chomping at the bit to block with that Stinging Sprite. But what else is really the question for him?
I think he was also considering his play line of what happens if he takes some damage and how he can bottom another card to build that pitch stack up more. Because if he chooses not to block with the Shockwave, maybe he sinks that and adds that to the stack.
Right. And now you kind of see a strange interaction with Fragment. Both the red variety and the blue variety are kind of more cleanly blocked by 2 blocks than 3 blocks. Arcane Seed's life resolved for Shannon Puttaree back to his starting life total of 20. A very different topography of this match than previous. And it is Harness Lightning, no Lightning Flow active. It's literally just half of an embodiment of Lightning token as Shannon passes back with 2 Rune Chants set and an embodiment of Lightning token.
And the reestablishment of another red Essence of Ancestry body saying, you did it once, you won't get me this time. I've got a full 5-card turn cycle. He has a Transcend in the hand. He also has one of those key pieces. Now let's see if he picks it back up. I think it was Moon Chakra Red. So if he can Transcend, he can get extra value off of Moon Chakra Red.
We definitely didn't see the Transcend card in hand. I wanted to say it was Homage to Ancestors.
It was, yes.
Two titans of Calling Bangkok facing off for your viewing pleasure. The Deathmatch Arena has never looked quite so gilded. It's 2 copies of Moon Chakra. Is there another blue card that's playable, though?
There might not be.
Ain't no way.
Unless the Arsenal is another Chi, and then he can double Transcend. That's his only out on a hand that has drawn up abysmally.
It's possible that that Arsenal is a big blue sky. I can't quite remember.
Well, he's immediately posturing to pitch, so maybe it isn't.
Rush of Power played out for Shannon Puttaree. It's also possible that Colin just needs to throw that blue into the pitch because 2 Rune Chant tokens are threatening his life. It was instead an Oasis Respite. So no, it's not perfect on these Moon Chakras, but this is still a very efficient block.
Yes, it is. But going forward, he is going to lose value if this turn goes wide. Now, he can lean back on Essence of Ancestry Body as sort of a saving grace in this moment if Chanon does what he's been doing and plays around it. Sends 1 attack and then closes chain and moves on.
Woof. Sprout Strength. Nimbalism generates an embodiment of lightning token. Now, if you feel like you're seeing double, you are. Remember that the one that gave Rush of Power go again was generated on the previous turn. Briar's effect is still only once per turn. The first time you play 2 non-attack action cards, you get that embodiment. But now Second Strike looks like a haymaker against Colin Lee.
Head in hand, realizing that he doesn't have the ability to get full value out of both of those Moon Chakra in hand. This is a painful expression, understanding that this turn cycle could turn the corner for his opponent. He's at 12, and he's trying to stem the tide against a Second Strike buffed to 9. Obviously, from Chanon's side, you would love for this to be anything but Second Strike, but content to just send this for its value.
Man, I can't help but laugh because as Colin Lee writhes, still Shannon Puttaree keeps the poker face on. There is nothing being given to his opponent right here. Shannon looks exactly like he would if he was getting beaten down. Right now, Colin is spinning in the blender. 20 plays 12. Shannon may not even have to be pitch perfect on this game.
The other question that you have to ask on the other side of the table from Colin is, why did he play a Second Strike? If the other card in hand is like a 0 for 4, why not play the 0 for 4? He is going to fully extend everything out, playing perhaps around in some way, shape, or form. That is going to come across. A 0 for 4 in that respect, but he just didn't have the capacity. The sword is going to come out, and there's the final value pieces of those Blade Beckoner, helm, and chest.
Which is a boon to Shannon. Colin Lee, however, has kept around his Essence of Ancestry Body, showing that he is valuing this card above all others in the deck. He committed so much to that defense.
Yeah. Well, he was almost priced into doing so. The hand almost didn't draw up any other way. And he lost so much value, too, not being able to transcend. Those are 5 value cards that were only resolved for 3.
And already Colin Lee is counting the deck. He knows that he has lost so far on deck damage, especially because Shannon has just been so diligent about utilizing Starfall every time that it's active.
Both players weighing their options. This is a key moment in the game. There are 2 non-attacks and yet another play of a 0 for 3 instead of a 0 for 4.
It is ultimately head jab city on the side of Shannon. 9 go again, 3 cards played. Usually that's something that Enigma is very happy to deal with.
It's such great play, too, because, like, yes, this is objectively worse than playing a 0 for 4, but he's baiting out the pop on the Essence of Ancestry, and he's not expending his very precious 0 for 4s. Instead, he's just chucking second strikes, which is a bad card in this matchup in comparison. So it's so nice to see this, even though you would think, why not just do it the other way?
But you can see that this is the way to play around an Essence of Ancestry body on board. Send big, whopping attacks. Force your opponent to convert that card, which can be almost immeasurable in terms of value for a measly Ward 2. If Colin Lee extends to block this out again, why not just send the Starfall again? Buy the final card out of the hand anyway and continue accelerating your game plan while also chipping away at the deck of the opponent.
Well, and keep this in mind as well. I mean, we're trading 3 cards for their 4 cards. So
exactly
you're winning on deck damage as well.
That's what I'm saying. The other cards in hand, besides the Essence of Ancestry Mind, are Waning Vengeance, Clear Conscience in the blue, and what did I say? Passover. Colin doesn't have a blue card that is playable. Passover could be parked squarely in the arsenal for when it can transcend cleanly, but that would require him to lose his Essence of Ancestry body. Something that's feeling inevitable on this turn cycle.
Yeah, the addition to the chi in the hand really does make this portion of the blocking feel insurmountable if you're wanting to expressly keep Essence around.
Colin doesn't like it. Not one bit. Who could blame him? In the calling finals, the way things have drawn up, he has not been set up by variance for success.
And he understands that this is the time. He's not able to hold it anymore. He is going to try and full commit there, but that is, regardless, just going to buy the sword swing after the fact.
Chanon knows that he has won. Waning Vengeance will leave behind a Spectral Shield token, but the unfortunate bit is that Starfall will connect for a total of 2. Spectral Shield is not enough to cover it up.
And in fact, it's even more value if he manages to pull that, if the misplay of the popping all ward happens. Instead, just leave the Spectral Shield and, pick a new battle to fight over. Now, at this point, everything is face up, so Chanon knows that it's just the sword swing that will remove. They both understand.
Scar for a Scar joins the pitch stack next to a red quick succession on the side of Briar. 20 plays 12, no damage conveyed on that turn, but it was a huge win for Briar.
I mean, psychic damage was conveyed on that turn.
Oh my gosh.
That was a battle within a battle. Over the course of 2 turn cycles, those players battled for that board state. What looked like just some little innocuous piece of the puzzle was a massive swing.
Which is exactly why still at 12 plays 20, we are at 8 turns and 30 minutes elapsed. Entwined Lightning out of the hand of Shannon Puttaree. Lightning surged the fuse target. 4 go again now. Spectral Shield on the board for Colin Lee, in addition to a Spears of Surreality equals a blocked out Entwined Lightning. Ravenous Rabble to follow. The card revealed is Path of Same Ends. 4 go again once again. Now in the pitch stack of Colin Lee are 2 copies of Springboard Somersault. Cards that kind of cheat around the no 0 for 4 defense reactions clause of Silver Age, but they must be played from Arsenal. Wasn't a clean way to get them there for Colin Lee. Static Shock will follow up this Ravenous Rabble. No Arcane Damage Rider, because Entwined Lightning is, of course, an elemental card.
He just takes the 4, keeps the cards in hand, has a 2-card play, and I think we're going to be singing the praises of yet another copy. Let's see it.
Say it.
Prove it to me, Colin. I was wrong. I was wrong. There's always next time.
Well, luckily for you, it is a solitary companion on board, but you're not a solitary one here. I'm with you, brother. Spectral Shield in addition to a Ward 3 aura. Players already counting up the decks. Looks about 10 cards for Chanon Puttaree.
Yep.
Which means that we are back to that pitch stack.
Solid hand, but I'm still trying to recover from the absolute mogging that Colin just gave me.
Well, at least he's got one win in this game. And yes, this is the beginning of Shannon's pitch stack. We've Lightning plus Arcanic Shockwave, the start.
Notably, go again conferred.
Because, of course, Weave Lightning
Yes.
will provide it as long as the
Correct.
elemental or lightning attack is fused. So 1 arcane damage first. Go again after.
And also presenting lethal on the board just on the first attack alone. And that is not where you want to be if you're Colin. He knows that there's more coming, of course. I mean, it's a 5-card hand, and this is what has been built up to this point. You're right. It's about 10 to 12 cards left. That's 3 turns remaining. He has a 0 for 4 on the horizon, can jump out in front, but he's going to have to combine that with another blocking feature or lose an aura.
Spectral Shield blocks the arcane damage ping. Now 7 go again. Seek Horizon seems to be the only block card left on top, because all you can do is check it. Solitary Companion plus that Seek Horizon equals a blocked out Arcanic Shockwave. The follow-up, yes, is Starfall. Chanon remaining very diligent. Ravenous Rabble, pitched for the second time this game, has converted for 4 value.
So disciplined. And look, you could also have started this turn off by popping Blossom of Spring so that you could convert this to 4, but instead just waiting. The wizard level patience of chipping your opponent till deterministic lethal. That's what we see on display here.
And you know, Chanon has the space to do it this time. The one
That's
thing
right.
that Tobias Schmiedeberg had going for him is that the life totals were getting walked down here and there. His clear consciences were connecting for offensive value, which meant that he could pivot at a certain point and start swinging for lethal, forcing Chanon on blocks even when he didn't want to be. Fluid Motion gets in the way of Starfall, the follow-up Path of Same Ends, 3 with 1 arcane damage to boot.
I love that he's choosing to play it out in this way. The arcane damage, that much more uncomfortable because you haven't committed to pitching earlier in this turn, and you're just going to give the card. The turn will end, but you're okay with that if you're Chanon because you've done so much deck damage to your opponent.
Clear Conscience in the red, the retort for Colin Lee. Could it be too little too late, though? 33 minutes elapsed. And Chanon just undaunted.
He can fully take this, sink the card, move on with his life, and try to threaten the point even more.
And here's the evergreen part of the stack. We know that a Fruits of the Forest is in the hand there alongside the Stinging Sprite and evergreen. The last card should be Lightning Press.
And Stinging Sprite can jump into blocking duty and force forward an extra ping of Arcane.
Now, even though Chanon has been doing very diligent pitching, this was a hand I was a little bit worried about coming back around. Lightning Press, of course, can only target an attack action card with 1 or less cost.
But maybe he thought this through because he just pitched a Ravenous Rabble to the bottom.
True.
So if you end up taking the damage from Clear Conscience and bottoming that Lightning Press, then you've got Rabble plus Press at the bottom of the deck, and you're feeling relatively comfortable. But wait, did he...
He ordered it so that Static Shock was there instead of Fruits of the Forest.
And well, actually, that's a great play because because your blue isn't being threatened in the hand. You get the chance to arsenal the evergreen, so you want it to be 1 stack or 1 hand away. So he's incentivized at this point now to clear that arsenal, of course, and move the large attack into place and get more evergreen value.
He's still pitch perfect. An 8 damage, happily, gleefully taken. Down to, It shouldn't be 13. It should be 11, right? There we go. And I would have thought Lightning Press goes to the bottom, but instead, Chanon holds it in the hand, likely just for a clean 2-card Static Shock into Lightning Press, perhaps. Hopefully with a go-again attack in tow in the arsenal. Chanon showcasing that he is a good guy, ultimately.
Yeah.
Points to his opponent, says, you should have a Ponder token as well.
Yeah, that's heads-up play.
I will play a panda if I don't put a hand. Sorry?
Just going to make sure that it's all clear with our spotter judges at the feature match table.
I will also play a panda if I
The question here being whether or not he creates a Ponder, regardless of if he has a card in hand to actually sink. So I think they were asking the judges how that would actually play out, whether or not he's going to get that Ponder token and a card into the arsenal, or if it's a moot point since he wasn't able to bottom something.
Exactly. And okay, we go right back down to the feature match area. It has been cleared up nice and easily. We do see a card in the arsenal for Colin Lee, so I do believe that the Ponder token was generated ultimately. Lightning Surge out of the arsenal for Go Again, exactly what Chanon needs to make this turn sing. With the Evergreen, likely not going to get any value on that Ponder token, but he still will be able to go 4 into a big, bad 3 over the top with an Arcane Damage Rider.
And more importantly, he gets to continue the onslaught with an arsenaled Evergreen, like you were saying.
Oh, and now Blossom of Spring gets into the mix. The Evergreen might not even be needed. Starfall to Go Again now. Colin Lee only with 3 cards left in the hand. And let's see, he blocked with a blue Spears of Surreality.
And look at this. Both players at 5 cards. We've been talking about it all game. Every time he's swung the sword, he's either bought deck damage or bought life damage. And he's needed it because both players are at 5 cards left in circulation, or at least in deck.
Clear Conscience, Solitary Companion. Was that a big blue sky in the arsenal? That could be exactly what Colin needs in order to shore up the damage of the Lightning Press that will surely follow. There's no Go Again on the Static Shock, but there it is. It is Springboard Somersault instead off that Ponder token. A perfect block on Lightning Press. Huge for Colin. He's down, but he's certainly not out.
What a Ponder draw. That is exactly what he needed to just remain in this game. And it has come down to this. After 38 minutes of Silver Age action, after 2 days of tournament play, these players are at 5 cards in deck, 8 cards in circulation on the side of Colin Lee.
3 plays 11. Turn is over to Colin. But what can he do in the face of the mounting pressure from Chanon? Inner Chi has come back around again.
We're about to hit a few more of those as well. There's 3 total in the deck. They were spaced out well, but they are going to make their way in. I mean, you get to this point with Mystic Heroes where all they have left are those non-block chi. They've transcended too far. They've gazed too far into the abyss. It's gazing back. And right now, it's just one swing of a Spectral Shield.
And ironically enough, that is kind of the reason to play the deck, right? You have inevitability on your side, but only if you can grab and clench that life lead early on. If Colin Lee is at, 16, 11, all of a sudden, he can weather the storm a little bit with those inner cheese, send Spectral Shields over and over and over again. But as it stands, Chanon has bought a huge lead in this race early on, played diligently through the mid game, and there is no hope of Spectral Shields overwhelming him in the end game.
Colin might see that the writing is on the wall because there are 2 Transcend cards in hand, 2 Chi cards, and then not only that, I think that outside of what's on the board, he's stuck with another 2 block this time in the hand because it's not in the arsenal, a Springboard Somersault. So this is a tough turn to block. He could just be all in right here.
Quick Succession, Starfall, 2 Go Again now. Excuse me, Quick Succession will provide the buff to Starfall, so it's 3 Go Again. Only provides the Go Again to attack action cards. Will, however, give the buff to any attack with Go Again. Ravenous Rabble now whomping in for 5 Go Again. At the last possible moment, Chanon only has 1 card left in deck. Last card in hand, Fruits of the Forest. Not threatening on its own, but when paired with an Evergreen and Arsenal.
We almost saw history be made on the Ravenous Rabble revealing nothing off the top of the deck. We were that close, everyone.
Yeah. Would that have been the first time on stream?
I think it's happened with a Gorganian Tome.
Ah, okay. That is momentous. But still, 5 go again on this Ravenous Rabble, even though it revealed something.
Perhaps that's even more rare. I don't know. Either way, we do see a tough time here for Colin. Looking over, he only has this and a springboard somersault and a transcend.
Big blue sky. Pass over will banish static shock. Flipped straight into inner chi it is, and then into the pitch zone. Spectral shield token left in its wake. Big blue sky now blocks for 5. In addition to those Spectral Shield tokens, but they're gone now, and Evergreen is on the combat chain. It's 7 for Colin Lee to deal with. Does he even have the resources in hand? There are more inner chi cards, but I believe they're better spaced out than that of Tobias.
But keep this in mind. Even if he survives this, Evergreen goes to the bottom of the deck. He draws up exactly these 4 cards, and he tries with one last gasp. But all of that is contingent upon Colin Lee having the requisite block to stop 7.
Does he have it?
One of them is a springboard somersault. That blocks 2 in this current configuration.
And then it's homage to ancestors. The writing is on the wall. It's all over. Colin Lee is just trying to make sure that he doesn't miss it, but it's not there. It's just not there. Homage to ancestors plus springboard somersault is not enough. Chanon, pitch, perfect. Puttaree does make this look handedly handled by this man. Calling Bangkok, and the quick dodge flexors go to Chanon.
That was the best showing of Briar we've seen. I don't even know how long. That was incredible play across all of those games we watched.
And with that, Chanon Puttaree does raise forth the glass trophy, but also probably put Briar under the banhammer, the guillotine of the community.
You're right.
No way anybody's going to want to deal with that after this display.
And what a display it was. Congratulations to our new calling champion, Chanon. Pitch perfect Puttaree.
And, you know, he has showcased that he is not just good with the premier aggro deck in the format. He can also tango with dark horses. Teklovas, an esteemed magnate. Lyath, Goldmane. These are just a few of the decks that Chanon has brewed in the past and piloted perfectly in the feature match area. So I, for one, say that after watching some incredible matches by Chanon, this is so well deserved. Very fitting end to calling Bangkok, and of course on his own home soil.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I'll say this: it makes me want to play in my skirmish. It makes me want to go out and play more Silver Age. That was the best case scenario for a Silver Age tournament. What a finish. And if you want to join in to the fray, you can jump into your skirmish season 15 locally. Go play from August 8th to 23rd.
It is going on right now, folks, and the spoils are glittering. Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy in cold foil will be given out to the champion alongside an alternate art printing playmat of Arcane Polarity. If you want the card version, you can get it by placing it in the top 4. Rainbow foil varieties are there for you. Shove Off in cold foil will be provided to the top 2, but everybody that participates will go home with a gem pack 5. And furthermore, those champion prizes are not just for the champion, they will also be raffled off at your LGS as well. Exciting stuff coming from Skirmish Season 15 and the Silver Age format, if the coverage at Calling Bangkok is to be believed. Now,
Accurate.
Steven, unfortunately, we have come to the end of our program.
Whoa, no. We have one more thing to do,
Oh, wait,
actually.
we do?
Yes, we got to give away something. We have some drinking buddies. Here together, we are all buddies, but we get to give away a drinking buddy to someone out there. How's it going to happen, sir?
I hope that everybody were remembering what we were going to be doing during that final match. You had to stay active in chat. I wanted to hear everybody's favorite drink. If you were active in chat, whether or not you read the homework assignment or not, you have been entered into the giveaway for that cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. And now with my drinking buddy, DMArmada, we pull the winner. DM, would you like the honor of announcing it?
Yes, I will hear from everyone above, And it was Puppy? At Puppy. Congratulations, at Puppy. You are the drinking buddy winner of a very special hot stamped cold foil drinking buddy. That is awesome.
And it is with a heartfelt salute that we send that card to you to add to your illustrious collection, Puppy. And we are so excited for you and for everybody that has received cold foil hot stamped drinking buddies. If you want to get out to your local game store and enjoy some of the Silver Age action that you saw featured all weekend long, you can do so, of course, during Skirmish Season 15. There are spoils not just for the folks that win callings, but also for all of us that enjoy great games of Flesh and Blood. And now we have concluded our programming, now that we've gotten all the business out of the way, which means that there's only one thing left to do, and that is say good bite and good night from myself, from Stephen Cookus, and from all of our friends at LSS. We will see you next time.